Snow falls gently on Coruscant, a rare and manufactured phenomenon that transforms the endless cityscape into something almost magical. During most of the galactic year, the capital world knows only the artificial rhythms of billions of beings moving through their lives beneath layers of speeders and sky lanes. But during Life Day season, when the galaxy pauses to remember connection and compassion, even this planet of permacrete and durasteel finds ways to embrace winter traditions that stretch back thousands of years. The snow is real, harvested from ice asteroids and released into carefully controlled weather patterns above the governmental districts. It catches the light of 1 million illuminated windows, each flake dancing through the cold air like a tiny crystalline dancer performing for an audience of none. In the lower levels, where sunlight never reaches, the people string up bioluminescent vines and glowing orbs to create their own warm light against the darkness. They gather in cramped quarters and share what little they have, because Life Day has always been about more than material wealth. It has been about acknowledging the connections between all living things, about remembering that even in the vastness of space, no being truly stands alone. The tradition originated on Kashyyyk, the homeworld of the Wookiees, where massive rose-sheared trees stretched toward the sky and families gathered in their canopy homes to celebrate life itself. Over centuries, as the Republic expanded and species mingled, Life Day became a galactic phenomenon. Different worlds adapted it to their own customs. On ice planets, they carved sculptures from frozen water and lit them from within. On desert worlds, they gathered around bonfires and told stories of renewal. On ocean worlds, they released glowing creatures into the depths and watched them create patterns of light in the darkness below. But traditions mean nothing to those who have closed their hearts to connection. For every being celebrating Life Day with genuine warmth, there exists another for whom the season represents nothing but an inconvenience, a disruption to the pursuit of power and credits. In a towering spire that rises above even the manufactured snowfall, Moff Tian Jerjerrod sits in an office that could comfortably house 50 families from the lower levels. The furnishings speak of wealth, accumulated through merciless efficiency. Rare woods from Kashyyyk, the very world where Life Day began, have been carved into his desk. Tapestries looted from Alderaan before its destruction hang on the walls. The temperature is kept precisely regulated, neither too warm nor too cold, because Jerjerrod appreciates control above all else. He is a man who has risen through imperial ranks not through force sensitivity or military genius, but through an unwavering commitment to order and efficiency. Where others might see beings with hopes and dreams, Jerjerrod sees resources to be allocated or obstacles to be removed. His face, angular and sharp, has long forgotten how to smile with genuine warmth. His eyes, a pale gray that matches the winter sky outside his window, regard the world with calculating coldness. Today, on Life Day Eve, Jerjerrod reviews reports from across the sector he governs. Production quotas, mining outputs, construction schedules for the latest Imperial projects. The numbers please him. Fear makes an excellent motivator, and the beings under his authority have learned that failure to meet expectations results in consequences both swift and severe. A chime sounds at his office door. Jerjerrod does not look up from his data pad. "Enter," he commands, his voice carrying the clipped precision of someone who has never wasted a word on warmth or courtesy. The door slides open to admit Lieutenant Marcus Train, Gergerod's administrative assistant. Train is young, perhaps 20 standard years, with the haunted look of someone who has learned to anticipate cruelty. He wears his imperial uniform immaculately, knowing that any imperfection might draw his superior's ire. In his arms, he carries additional data pads and reports. "The weekly summary, sir," Train says quietly, approaching the desk with careful steps. Gergerod finally glances up, his expression one of perpetual dissatisfaction. "You're 14 minutes late, Lieutenant. I expect reports precisely on schedule." "Yes, sir. My apologies, sir. The lower-level transports were delayed due to Life Day traffic. Many families traveling to—" "I am not interested in excuses rooted in sentiment," Gergerod interrupts. "Life Day is not a recognized imperial holiday. These celebrations represent nothing but inefficiency and distraction from duty." Train sets the data pads on the desk with trembling hands. Outside the tall windows, snow continues to fall, oblivious to the coldness within. The young lieutenant hesitates, then speaks quietly. "Sir, I wanted to ask, tomorrow being Life Day, I was hoping I might have the evening off to visit my family on level." "Denied." The word cuts through the air like a vibroblade. "You are assigned duty hours. You will maintain them. The Empire does not pause for primitive tree-worshipping festivals." "I haven't seen my family in 4 months, sir. My mother is ill and—" "Then she should have raised a son with better priorities," Gergerod says, returning his attention to the reports. "Your family's health is not my concern. Your efficiency is. Take 4 hours of leave on the 7th day of next month. That should suffice for whatever familial obligations distract you from your duties." Train's face flushes, but he knows better than to argue further. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Dismissed. As the young lieutenant retreats from the office, Gergerod allows himself a slight smile. Sentiment is weakness. Attachment is vulnerability. These are lessons he learned long ago, lessons that have carried him to heights of power that sentimental fools could never reach. Out there in the snow, beings waste their time and resources on celebrations and gift-giving, making themselves poorer for the sake of tradition. Here, in this controlled environment, Gergerod accumulates power while others squander theirs on emotion. The afternoon passes with additional interruptions, each one testing Gergerod's patience. A delegation from a charitable organization arrives, requesting permission to distribute food and supplies to the lower levels for Life Day. Gergerod denies the request, citing regulations about unauthorized distribution of goods. When they press, mentioning the suffering of children in the industrial sectors, he threatens to have them arrested for harassment of imperial officials. A former colleague sends a message inviting Gergerod to a Life Day gathering, reminiscent about years past when they served together in less prominent positions. Gergerod deletes the message without responding. The past holds no value. Only the present accumulation of power matters. By evening, when the artificial snow has deepened on the landing platforms and walkways outside, Gergerod prepares to leave his office. He lives alone in a luxury apartment nearby, preferring isolation to the complications of companionship. His driver, a nervous man who has learned to maintain absolute silence during transport, brings the speeder to the private executive platform. The journey through the snowy evening should be peaceful. The city sparkles with Life Day lights, with decorations hanging from buildings and bridges. Families walk together bundled against the cold, their breath creating small clouds as they laugh and share stories. Vendors sell roasted nuts and warm drinks from carts that glow with inviting heat. Music drifts from cantinas and homes, traditional songs celebrating connection and renewal. Gerard sees all of this through the tinted windows of his speeder and feels nothing but contempt. These fools celebrate poverty, he thinks. They waste credits on decorations and gifts while their children wear threadbare clothes. They sing songs about unity while a galaxy tears itself apart in rebellion against proper order. Sentiment makes them weak, and weakness ensures they will never rise above their stations. His apartment occupies an entire floor of a residential tower built exclusively for high-ranking imperial officials. The security is absolute. The isolation is complete. Gerard nods to the guards in the lobby and takes his private turbo lift up to his floor. The apartment reflects its owner. Everything is expensive, ordered, and devoid of warmth. The furniture is functional rather than comfortable. The walls display no personal mementos, no hollows of family or friends, only official commendations and imperial symbols. The lighting is harsh and bright, eliminating any shadows where disorder might hide. Gerard removes his uniform jacket and hangs it with precise care. He orders a simple meal from the automated kitchen, something nutritious and efficient. As he eats alone at a table designed for 8, he reviews more reports on his personal data pad, always working, always calculating the next step toward greater power. The meal finishes. The reports are complete. Gerard retires to his bedchamber, another space of organized emptiness. He sets his chronometer for the early morning hour when he prefers to wake, allowing himself exactly 6 hours of sleep, not a minute more or less. As he settles into bed, the manufactured snow continues falling outside his window. Somewhere in the levels below, families gather around modest tables and share whatever food they have. Children laugh despite hardship. Beings remember kindness in a galaxy that often forgets it. The Force itself seems to pulse with something warm and alive during these traditional celebrations, as if the galaxy itself participates in acknowledging connection. But Tian Gerard feels none of this. His heart, if it still beats with anything beyond cold ambition, is as isolated as his apartment. He closes his eyes expecting nothing but the dreamless sleep of the untroubled conscience. He has no idea that this Life Day Eve will be different, that forces beyond his understanding have taken notice of his cruelty, that the very power he dismisses as sentiment will soon visit him in forms he cannot ignore or control. The past, present, and future are about to come calling, and Tian Gerard, Moff of the Empire, master of order and efficiency, is about to learn that some debts cannot be calculated on data pads or dismissed with cold words. The room grows colder despite the climate controls. The lights flicker once, twice, then steady. Gerard's eyes close, his breathing slows, and in the space between waking and sleeping, where the Force moves most freely, the first visitor begins to manifest. Life Day has begun. The chronometer reads 0200 when Gerard's eyes snap open. The room should be dark, but it glows with a soft blue light that has no visible source. He sits up immediately, his military training overriding confusion. Intruders? A malfunction in the apartment systems? His hand moves toward the comm unit beside his bed, ready to summon security. Then he sees it. Them. Standing at the foot of his bed, translucent and shimmering with otherworldly light, is a figure he recognizes despite the years that have passed. The face is younger than he remembers from the hollows unmarked by the scars of battle that would come later. The robes are those of a Jedi, simple and practical, though they glow with the same ethereal blue light as the figure itself. Impossible, Jared whispers, his analytical mind rejecting what his eyes clearly perceive. Force ghosts are Jedi superstition. Even if they existed, they would appear to Force-sensitive beings, not to those who have closed themselves off from all feeling? The spirit asks. The voice echoes slightly, as if coming from a great distance and intimate closeness simultaneously. Perhaps that is precisely why I have come, Tiaan Jared, because you need reminding of what you have spent decades trying to forget. Jared forces himself to breathe steadily, to approach this hallucination or trick or whatever it is, with the same analytical mindset he brings to all challenges. Identify yourself. The spirit moves slightly, the motion flowing like water rather than walking. You know who I am. Once, very long ago, I knew you. I knew the boy you were before the Empire reshaped you into this. The figure gestures around the sterile apartment. I am Obi-Wan Kenobi, or I was, before I became one with the Force, and I have been sent to offer you something you have not experienced in many years. And what is that? Jared asks, his voice dripping with skepticism, even as fear begins to creep into his chest. A chance, Kenobi replies simply. Tonight, you will be visited by 3 spirits, 3 aspects of Life Day that will show you truths you have long refused to see. The past you have buried, the present you ignore, and the future you are building with each cruel choice. Jared laughs, a harsh sound in the glowing room. I am dreaming. This is some kind of fever brought on by contaminated food, or perhaps a gas leak in the environmental systems. Force ghosts do not visit Imperial officers to lecture them about Life Day sentimentality. Do you truly believe that? Kenobi asks gently. Or are you simply doing what you have always done, Tiaan? Dismissing feeling with analysis, replacing truth with comfortable denial. The words strike something deep in Jared's chest, something he immediately tries to suppress. He swings his legs out of bed, standing to face the apparition with all the dignity his sleeping clothes allow. Even if you were real, which you are not, I would not listen to Jedi propaganda about the Force and connection and all the other weakness that led to your order's destruction. Is that what you believe? The spirit's voice carries sadness rather than anger. That compassion is weakness. That isolation is strength. You learned these lessons well, Tiaan, but they were taught by those who feared genuine power. The Empire is genuine power, Jared snaps back. Order imposed on chaos, efficiency replacing sentiment. We rule the galaxy while your Jedi Order is extinct. And yet here I stand, Kenobi observes, more real in death than you have allowed yourself to be in life. But I am not here to debate philosophy. I am here to warn you. 3 spirits will visit you tonight. The first will arrive when the chronometer strikes 0300. The second and third will follow in turn. Listen to them, Tian. See what they show you, or remain as you are, and face the future that awaits those who choose cruelty over compassion. I choose nothing but efficiency and order, Gergerod insists, but his voice wavers slightly. The blue light is growing brighter, filling the room until he must squint against it. You chose long ago, Kenobi says, his form beginning to fade. Tonight, you may yet choose again. Remember, Tian, remember who you were before fear convinced you that feeling nothing was safer than feeling everything. The light flares one final time, forcing Gergerod to close his eyes. When he opens them, the room is dark again, lit only by the faint glow of the city lights filtering through his window. The chronometer reads 0205. 5 minutes have passed, or perhaps none at all. Gergerod sits on the edge of his bed, his heart pounding in a way he has not experienced since his first combat mission decades ago. A hallucination, it must have been. Stress-induced, or perhaps sabotaged by rebels who somehow introduced hallucinogenic compounds into his apartment's air supply. He will have security sweep the entire floor in the morning. He will have Lieutenant Train disciplined for any potential security lapse. But even as he constructs these rational explanations, Gergerod cannot shake the memory of those glowing eyes, or the way Kenobi's voice had spoken his name with a familiarity that suggested knowledge of things long buried. He lies back down, determined to sleep, to prove this was nothing but a brief episode. The chronometer ticks forward. 0215, 0230, 0245. At 0255, Gergerod gives up pretending to sleep. He sits up, watching the chronometer with the same intensity he applies to studying battle reports. The seconds crawl forward with agonizing slowness. His rational mind continues insisting that nothing will happen, that he experienced some kind of waking dream and nothing more. At precisely 0300, the temperature in the room drops dramatically. Gergerod's breath becomes visible in the suddenly frigid air. The lights do not merely flicker this time. They transform, taking on a warm, golden quality that reminds him of something he cannot quite place. Something from childhood, something from before. And then the first spirit manifests, and Tian Gergerod's carefully constructed walls of denial begin to crumble. The spirit that materializes in Gergerod's bedchamber bears no resemblance to the Jedi ghost that preceded it. Where Obi-Wan Kenobi appeared as a translucent echo of his living form, this entity seems woven from winter itself. It stands perhaps 2 meters tall, its form constantly shifting between states. One moment it appears as a robed figure made of crystalline ice that catches and refracts light into rainbow patterns. The next moment it resembles a column of swirling snow, individual flakes dancing in patterns that suggest sentience. Its face, when it has one, shifts between ages, sometimes appearing ancient and weathered, sometimes as innocent as a child's. Around this being, the sterile environment of Gergerod's apartment transforms. Where there was permacrete and durasteel, frost patterns now bloom across every surface, creating intricate designs that seem to depict scenes from countless lives and worlds. The harsh lighting softens, becoming the warm glow of bonfires and hearth flames that have heated homes during the winter gatherings since beings first learned to control fire. Tian Gergerod, the spirit speaks, its voice like wind through ice caves and the laughter of children playing in snow. I am the ghost of life day past. I have come to show you what once was and what you have chosen to forget. Jerjerrod has recovered some of his composure since Kenobi's visit. He stands, facing this new apparition with the stern authority he has cultivated over decades of command. I forget nothing. My memory is excellent. It is one of the qualities that has advanced my career. You remember facts, the spirit acknowledges, extending a hand formed of swirling snowflakes. Dates, names, tactical assessments, but you have forgotten truths, feelings. The person you were before you armored yourself against the galaxy. Come, take my hand. It is time to remember. I will do no such thing, Jerjerrod states firmly. I do not know what technology creates these illusions, but I will not participate in. His words cut off as the spirit's hand touches his own. The contact is neither cold nor warm, neither solid nor insubstantial. It is something else entirely, something that bypasses physical sensation and connects directly to memory, to emotion, to the parts of himself Jerjerrod has spent years suppressing. The apartment dissolves around them. Jerjerrod feels a sensation of movement, though his feet remain planted on what was the floor, but is now nothing solid at all. Colors blur and shift. Time itself seems to fold backwards, rushing through years and decades like a speeder in reverse. When the world solidifies again, Jerjerrod finds himself standing in a place he has not seen in 40 years. The planet is Tarakan IV, a minor world in the Outer Rim known primarily for its agricultural exports. Snow falls here naturally, not manufactured as on Coruscant, blanketing rolling hills and small farming settlements. The buildings are simple but sturdy, designed to withstand harsh winters. Smoke rises from chimneys, carrying the scent of wood fires and cooking food. No, Jerjerrod whispers, recognizing the settlement despite the decades that have passed. I will not. You will, the spirit says gently. Watch, remember, this is who you were. A child runs through the snow, laughing with pure joy. He cannot be more than 8 standard years old, bundled in warm clothes that have been carefully mended multiple times. His face glows with happiness as he chases another child, a girl perhaps a year older. They throw snowballs at each other with terrible aim and better intentions, their laughter carrying across the frozen fields. Jerjerrod recognizes his younger self immediately. Though the recognition brings pain he has long since learned to suppress. That child's face has not yet hardened with ambition. Those eyes have not yet learned to calculate cost and benefit in every interaction. That boy still believes in things like joy and play and the simple pleasure of a winter's day with a friend. I was a child, Jerjerrod says dismissively. Children are foolish and sentimental. They grow up, they learn better. Do they learn better? The spirit asks. Or do they learn to protect themselves by killing the best parts of who they are? Watch. The scene shifts slightly. The children, tired from their play, trudge back toward one of the settlement's larger buildings. Jerjerrod recognizes it as his family's home, modest but filled with warmth. As they approach, a woman emerges from the doorway. She is Jerjerrod's mother, though he has not thought of her in years. She died when he was 15, a victim of the plague that swept through Tarakan IV before imperial medicine reached the Outer Rim. Tian, Sarah, his mother calls. Come inside before you catch your death. Life Day dinner is almost ready. The children hurry inside, and Jerjerrod finds himself following. pulled along by the Spirit's presence. The interior of the home creates a sharp contrast with his current apartment on Coruscant. Where his modern dwelling is all cold efficiency, this farmhouse radiates warmth and life. A fire crackles in the hearth. Decorations made from natural materials hang from the rafters. Carved wooden ornaments, strings of dried berries, woven garlands from winter plants. The table is being set for a meal, and while the food is simple, it has been prepared with obvious care. Gergerod's father sits at the head of the table, a weathered man whose hands showed the calluses of agricultural work. His younger sister, barely 5 years old, helps their mother with final dinner preparations. Her small hands carefully placing utensils beside each plate. "The Hendersons were here earlier," Gergerod's mother says as she works. "They asked if we might spare some grain from our stores. Their crops didn't come in well this season, and with Life Day here, the present-day Gergerod, invisible to these ghosts of the past, watches his father's face carefully. The man considers for a long moment, then nods slowly. "We can spare 2 sacks," he says. "We have enough to see us through winter, and the Hendersons have children to feed. It's Life Day. We remember that we're all connected, all part of something larger than just ourselves." "But father," young Tian protests, "2 sacks is a lot. What if our crops don't come in well next season? Shouldn't we keep everything we can for ourselves?" His father looks at him with an expression of patient teaching. "Son, do you remember the winter 3 years ago, when the frost came early and destroyed half our harvest?" "Yes, sir," young Tian answers. "Who brought us food when our stores ran low?" "The Hendersons," the boy admits quietly, "and the Bradens, and the Kowalskis." "That's right," his father says, placing a worn hand on the boy's shoulder, "because that's how communities survive. Not by hoarding everything for ourselves, but by helping each other through hard times. The galaxy is vast and cold, Tian. Kindness is what keeps us warm. Compassion is what keeps us alive. Remember that." Present-day Gergerod watches this exchange with an expression carefully kept neutral, but inside, something twists painfully. He remembers this conversation. He remembers his father's lessons about community and connection. He remembers believing them once, before the galaxy taught him that his father was wrong. That kindness was weakness. That compassion left you vulnerable. The scene continues. The family gathers around the table. Young Tian sits beside Sarah, the girl from the earlier snowball fight. She is the Hendersons' daughter, Gergerod realizes with a start. The same family his parents were discussing helping. They invited her to share Life Day dinner because her family's meal would be meager this year. His mother speaks the traditional Life Day blessing, words about connection and the living force that binds all beings together. Then they eat, and while the food is simple, farmhouse fare, the meal is rich with laughter and conversation. His father tells stories about his own childhood Life Days. His mother shares news from other families in the settlement. His little sister chatters about the decorations she helped make. Young Tian and Sarah make plans for the next day's adventures. It is, Gergerod admits only to himself, perfect, not because of wealth or luxury or power, but because of something he has convinced himself does not matter. Because of love, because of connection, because of the very sentimentality he now despises. "I will not watch this," Gergerod says, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. "This is manipulation. These are mere memories twisted to— To what? The spirit interrupts gently. To show you truth? Yes, that is precisely what they are. Watch more Tian Gergerod. The past has not finished with you yet. The scene shifts forward in time. The decorations fade. The warmth of family dinner dissolves into a colder reality. Young Tian is now 16, standing beside a grave marker in the settlement cemetery. Snow falls gently, covering the fresh-turned earth where his mother lies buried. The plague took her quickly, along with 23 others in the settlement. The Outer Rim lacks the medical resources of the core worlds. Diseases that would be easily treated on Coruscant prove fatal here. His father stands beside him, aged 10 years in the 3 months since the plague struck. His little sister, now 8, cries quietly against their father's side. The girl, Sarah, stands a respectful distance away with her family, offering silent support in the way of those who have also known loss. Your mother believed in connection, Gerrod's father says, his voice rough with grief. She believed in helping others even when it cost us. I know you're angry, son. I know you think if we'd kept more for ourselves, maybe we'd have had credits for better medicine. But that's not how she would want you to think. Present-day Gergerod remembers the anger his father referenced. He remembers blaming the settlement's generosity for his mother's death. If they had kept more grain, they could have sold it for more credits. With more credits, they might have afforded to bring in a proper doctor instead of relying on the settlement's undertrained medic. His mother might have lived. The logic seemed flawless to his teenage mind. It still seemed sound to his adult understanding. Sentiment killed his mother as surely as the plague did, but the spirit gives him no time to dwell on this rationalization. The scene shifts again. Young Tian is now 18, standing in the same farmhouse kitchen, but the atmosphere has changed completely. His father sits at the table with datapads spread before him, his face heavy with worry. I'm sorry, son, his father says. I know you wanted to attend university on Coruscant, but with the farm struggling and your sister to care for, we simply don't have the credits. Perhaps in a few years when— I'm not waiting a few years. 18-year-old Tian interrupts sharply. I'm enlisting in the Imperial military. They'll pay for my education in exchange for service. It's the only logical path forward. His father's face falls. The Empire? Tian, you've heard the stories about what they're doing in the core worlds. The way they treat beings who don't fit their human-centric ideals. Your mother would never— Mother is dead, young Tian says, with a coldness that makes present-day Gergerod flinch in recognition. And her ideals about compassion and connection didn't save her. The Empire offers structure, order, advancement based on merit and efficiency, not sentiment. I'm leaving tomorrow. And Sarah? His father asks quietly. You've been courting her for 2 years. She believes you'll marry her, that you'll take over the farm together someday. Young Tian's face hardens further, closing off any visible emotion. Sarah is a farmer's daughter with no prospects beyond this settlement. I'm going to rise higher than anyone from Terracan 4 has ever risen. She would only hold me back. She loves you, son. Love is a weakness I can no longer afford. Present-day Gergerod watches this conversation with the same carefully neutral expression he has perfected over decades. But inside, something cracks. He remembers Sarah's face when he told her he was leaving, remembers her tears, remembers the community that had raised him gathering to wish him well despite their disappointment in his choice, remembers his father's final embrace before he boarded the transport that would take him away forever. He never returned to Tarracona 4. His father died 6 years later. His sister sent messages for years before finally giving up when he never responded. Sarah married a local farmer and raised 4 children, living the life Tian had rejected. He knows this because he looked her up once years ago, confirming that she had achieved nothing of importance, validating his choice to leave her behind. "This is pointless," Gergerod says to the spirit, fighting to keep his voice steady. "I made practical choices. I refuse to let sentiment trap me in a life of poverty and meaninglessness. Everything I became because I had the strength to leave this behind." "Did you?" the spirit asks. "Or did you become what you are because you convinced yourself that feeling nothing was the same as being strong? Come, there is more to see." The farmhouse dissolves. The scenes shift more rapidly now, showing fragments of Gergerod's rise through imperial ranks. His time at the academy, where he excelled through ruthless competition, sabotaging fellow cadets to ensure his own advancement. His first posting, where he gained notice by recommending the execution of prisoners rather than the expense of housing them. His steady climb through the officer corps, each promotion earned by demonstrating greater efficiency and lesser compassion. But the spirit shows more than his professional life. It shows the moments between, the choices he made when no one was watching. A fellow officer, struggling with personal grief, reaching out for support. Gergerod dismissing him as weak, marking him for unfavorable assignment. A charitable opportunity to fund medicine for an outbreak on a rim world. Gergerod refusing, calculating that the credits could be better spent on military equipment. A young ensign reminding him of his younger self, looking to him for mentorship. Gergerod crushing the young man's idealism to forge him into a more efficient tool. Each choice seemed logical at the time. Each decision made perfect sense within the framework Gergerod had constructed. Sentiment weakens. Compassion creates vulnerability. Efficiency and order build power. He was simply doing what needed to be done to rise, to achieve, to escape the poverty and meaninglessness of his origins. But watching these moments unfold in sequence, seeing the pattern of his choices laid bare, something shifts in Gergerod's perception. Each decision to close off feeling made the next one easier. Each choice to prioritize power over people made him more capable of cruelty. He did not become cold and calculating in a single moment. He became this way through 10,000 small choices, each one building on the last, until a man who once threw snowballs and celebrated Life Day with genuine joy was buried so deep that he could barely be glimpsed anymore. The final scene the spirit shows him is from just 3 years ago. Gergerod stands in an office not unlike his current one, receiving notice of his promotion to Moff. It is the achievement he has worked toward for decades, command of an entire sector, authority over billions of beings, a position of power that the farm boy from Tarracona could never have imagined. He celebrates alone, no family to share his triumph, no friends to mark the occasion, no connection to any being who might genuinely care about his success beyond what it means for their own advancement. He pours himself expensive Alderanian wine that tastes like ashes in his mouth and reviews reports late into the night because there is nothing else to do, no one else to be. Enough, Jerjerud says, and for the first time his voice cracks with something other than anger. I have seen enough. Have you? The spirit asks. Have you truly seen, or have you merely watched? There is a difference, Tian Jerjerud. One requires only eyes, the other requires heart. My heart is none of your concern, Jerjerud snaps, but the words ring hollow even to his own ears. Your heart is precisely my concern, the spirit replies. And it should be yours as well. Once you had one that beat with warmth and joy. Once you knew how to love and be loved. All of this, the spirit gestures at the fading images around them. All of this you buried beneath ambition and fear. But it is not dead, Tian, only sleeping, waiting for you to remember. The scenes fade completely. The frost patterns on non-existent walls melt away. Jerjerud finds himself back in his apartment, standing in his bedchamber in his sleeping clothes, breathing hard as if he has run a great distance. The spirit of life day past begins to dissolve, its form breaking apart into individual snowflakes that shimmer and vanish. Before it disappears completely, it speaks one final time. The past cannot be changed, but it can teach. Remember who you were, Tian Jerjerud. Remember that once you were capable of joy. Remember that love is not weakness. Remember that the boy who threw snowballs still exists somewhere within the moth who commands with cruelty. He is waiting for you to find him again. Then the spirit is gone. The room returns to its normal lighting and temperature. The chronometer shows 0400. An hour has passed, or perhaps no time at all. Jerjerud sinks onto the edge of his bed, his carefully constructed composure fracturing. He tells himself it was all hallucination, stress-induced delusion. His mind playing tricks after too many years of maintaining perfect control. But he can still smell the wood smoke from his childhood home, can still hear his mother's laugh, can still remember Sarah's face when he told her he was leaving. And somewhere deep inside, in a place he has not allowed himself to acknowledge for 30 years, something stirs. Something that remembers what it felt like to be loved, what it felt like to love in return. Jerjerud forces the feeling down, buries it beneath decades of practiced emotional suppression. He lies back in bed, determined to sleep, to forget, to return to the comfortable numbness that has served him so well. But even as he closes his eyes, he knows another spirit is coming. Kenobi promised 3 visitors. The past has shown him who he was. Now the present will show him who he is. And Tian Jerjerud, Moth of the Empire, begins to fear what he might see. The second spirit does not wait for the chronometer to announce its arrival. At 0500, Jerjerud's apartment simply changes. One moment, he lies in his bed, eyes closed but far from sleep, trying desperately to convince himself that the previous visions were meaningless. The next moment, he finds himself standing in the center of his main living space, which has been transformed beyond recognition. Where sterile efficiency once dominated, abundance now overflows. His minimalist furniture has been buried under piles of food, decorations, gifts wrapped in colorful paper, and living plants that fill the air with the scent of life and growth. Garlands hang from the ceiling, woven from evergreen branches and glowing with bioluminescent insects that pulse in gentle rhythms. A massive feast covers every available surface. Roasted meats, from a dozen worlds, fruits that shimmer with exotic beauty, pastries that create architectural wonders from sugar and cream, and at the center of this impossible abundance sits the spirit itself. This ghost bears no resemblance to the delicate shifting form of Life Day past. This entity radiates presence and power, larger than life in every sense. It appears as a massive humanoid figure, perhaps 3 meters tall, draped in robes of deep green, trimmed with white fur. The face is broad and laughing, eyes twinkling with mirth and ancient wisdom. In one hand, the spirit holds a torch that burns with warm golden flame but consumes nothing. Around its head floats a crown woven from winter plants, holly and evergreen, and winter roses that bloom despite the season. Tian Gerard, the spirit booms, its voice filling the apartment like thunder made friendly. Come closer and know me better, man. I am the ghost of Life Day present. For one night only, I walk the galaxy showing the reality of this very moment to those who need to see it. Gerard approaches cautiously, his analytical mind noting impossible details. The food is real, he can smell it. The decorations are tangible. Yet all of this appeared in his apartment in an instant, defying every law of physics and logistics he understands. This is not real, he says, but the words sound weak even to himself. Is it not? The spirit laughs, a sound like avalanches made joyful. Touch the food, smell the evergreen. Listen to the music of celebration that echoes across the galaxy even now. This is as real as anything in your cold, ordered life. More real, perhaps, because it acknowledges truth you choose to ignore. Before Gerard can argue, the spirit stands, its massive form radiating warmth and life. Come, we have much to see in little time. Life Day is already in full celebration across the galaxy, and you need to witness what your choices have wrought. The spirit does not wait for agreement. It raises its torch, and the apartment walls become transparent, then simply cease to exist. Gerard finds himself standing beside the enormous ghost, looking down at Coruscant spread out below them. They hover impossibly in the air, supported by nothing visible, yet Gerard feels no fear of falling, only a strange sense of displacement, of seeing his world from a perspective he has never before considered. There, the spirit says, pointing with its torch toward the lower levels of the city, see how beings celebrate despite hardship, despite your efficiency and order. The view shifts, zooming toward a specific hab block deep in the industrial sectors. The building is old, its exterior showing signs of disrepair that would never be tolerated in the governmental districts where Gerard lives and works. Here, maintenance is deferred indefinitely. Resources flow upward to the wealthy, leaving the lower levels to deteriorate gradually into slums. Inside one cramped apartment, a family gathers for Life Day dinner. Gerard recognizes the species, Duros, with their large red eyes and smooth blue-green skin. The parents and 3 children crowd around a table that barely fits in the small living space. Their meal is modest. A few protein packs supplemented with whatever fresh vegetables they could afford from the market. Homemade decorations hang from the walls, created from salvaged materials and obvious love. This is Sano Rel and his family, the spirit narrates. Sano works in a munitions factory in your sector. He works 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week, for wages barely sufficient to keep his family fed and housed. He requested Life Day off to spend with his children. His supervisor, following policies you personally approved, denied the request. Sano will work until midnight tonight, missing dinner with his family, but watch what happens anyway. The mother, despite Sano's absence, maintains cheerful determination. She speaks the Life Day blessing, adapting the traditional words to acknowledge the missing father. The children, ranging in age from 5 to 12, accept this with the resignation of beings who have learned not to expect much. They eat their modest meal and exchange small gifts, things they made for each other from scraps and saved materials. The oldest child, a daughter, gives her mother a carved pendant made from scrap metal she salvaged and polished. "So you can remember, we're always connected," she says, repeating the traditional Life Day teaching about the bonds between all living things. The mother weeps, not from sadness, but from the bittersweet joy of having children who understand love despite poverty. They have so little, yet they share what they have. They face hardship, yet they maintain hope. They live under Jared's harsh policies, yet they refuse to let cruelty extinguish their capacity for kindness. They celebrate despite me, Jared observes, his voice carefully neutral. They celebrate in spite of you, the spirit corrects gently. There is a difference. Their joy exists despite your best efforts to crush it beneath efficiency and quotas and the grinding machinery of an empire that values production over beings. But see how fragile their celebration is, how easily your policies might shatter what little they have built. The scene shifts to show Sano Rel at the factory, working beside hundreds of other beings while automated systems churn out the components of weapons that will be used to enforce imperial control. He looks exhausted, his movements mechanical after hours of repetitive labor. During a brief break, he checks a small hollow player, watching a recorded message from his family wishing him a happy Life Day. His large eyes glisten with tears he cannot afford to shed, not here where any sign of weakness might cost him his job. He will work until midnight, the spirit repeats. Then he will ride crowded transport for an hour to reach his family. He will arrive home at 0100 after his children have cried themselves to sleep waiting for him. He will have 4 hours of rest before his shift begins again. This is efficiency, Jared. This is your order. This is necessary, Jared argues, but his voice lacks its usual conviction. The empire requires production. The factory must operate. If we made exceptions for every sentimental holiday, productivity would collapse. Would it? The spirit challenges. Or would well-rested, appreciated workers produce more than exhausted, resentful ones? But we are not here to debate management theory. We are here to show you reality. Come, there is more to witness. The view shifts again, this time to Jared's own office building. They pass through walls as if they do not exist, moving to the administrative sector where Lieutenant Marcus Train sits alone at his desk. The young officer works through data pads, processing the endless stream of reports and requisitions that flow through Jared's office. His fingers move quickly, but without enthusiasm, a being going through motions because he has no choice. On Train's desk sits a small hollow image activated despite regulations against personal items in Imperial workspaces. It shows a family, an older woman who must be Train's mother, looking thin and ill, flanked by 2 younger siblings. The hollow is old, perhaps a year or more, frozen in a happier moment that now feels distant. Lieutenant Train, the spirit narrates, whose request for Life Day leave you denied. His mother, whom you see in that hollow, is dying of the same wasting disease that killed your own mother 40 years ago. It is treatable, but treatment requires credits the Train family does not have. Marcus sends them nearly all his salary, keeping barely enough to house and feed himself. He lives in a hab no larger than a storage closet. He eats one meal a day. Also, his mother might afford another month of medication. Gergerod watches as Train pauses in his work, looking at the hollow with an expression of profound sadness. The young man's hands tremble slightly before he forces them still, returning to his data pads with determined focus. He will work through Life Day night, the spirit continues, processing your reports while his family gathers without him. His mother will die in 3 months regardless of his sacrifice. Her illness has progressed too far. This Life Day will be their last together, and he will spend it serving you instead of being with her. He should have been more efficient in his work, Gergerod says, the words automatic, defensive. If he processed reports faster, he could have requested leave earlier when coverage was available. Could he? The spirit asks. Or did you deliberately assign him more work than any being could complete in standard hours, ensuring he would always be needed, always be working, always be too valuable to spare? You saw his efficiency and exploited it. You saw his dedication and weaponized it against him. You saw a young officer who reminded you of yourself and punished him for it. The accusation strikes closer than Gergerod wants to admit. He says nothing, watching as Train forces himself back to work, burying grief and longing beneath duty, just as Gergerod taught him. The scene shifts once more. This time they rise above the city, look down at Coruscant's endless sprawl. From this height, the Life Day celebrations become visible as patches of light and activity scattered across the darkened levels. In wealthy sectors, elaborate parties fill penthouses with light and music. In poor districts, humble gatherings glow with modest warmth. Everywhere, beings attempt to maintain tradition, to remember connection, to celebrate life despite the Empire's indifference. They persist, the spirit says softly, despite occupation, despite oppression, despite beings like you who view their joy as inefficiency to be eliminated. They gather, they share, they remember that they are more than cogs in the imperial machine. This is what you fight when you dismiss Life Day as sentiment, not mere tradition, but the fundamental truth that beings need more than order and efficiency to truly live. They can celebrate on their own time, Gergerod argues, but the words sound hollow. Life Day does not need to interfere with productivity. Does it not? Look closer. The spirit directs Gergerod's attention to a small gathering in one of the mid-level districts. A group of humans, Twi'leks, and other species crowd into a community center, pooling their resources for a shared Life Day celebration. They have little, but what they have, they share freely. Someone brought roasted nuts. Another contributed bread. A third provided drinks. Together, they create something larger than any individual could manage alone. An elderly human woman stands to speak, her voice carrying across the assembled crowd. We gather tonight to remember that even in darkness, we carry light. Even under occupation, we remain free in our hearts. The Empire can control our labor and our movements, but they cannot control our capacity for love, for compassion, for connection. The crowd murmurs agreement. Someone begins a traditional Life Day song, and others join in. The music is simple, unaccompanied by instruments, just voices blending in harmony. The song speaks of trees reaching toward stars, of roots that connect all living things, of light that endures through the longest winter. Gergerod recognizes the song from his childhood. His mother sang it every Life Day. The melody carries memories he thought long buried. Snow falling outside a farmhouse window, his father's steady bass voice supporting the family singing, his sister's off-key enthusiasm, Sarah's clear soprano blending with his uncertain tenor. The present-day gathering continues their song, and Gergerod realizes something that chills him deeper than any winter frost. They sing in defiance. Not violent rebellion, but something perhaps more dangerous to imperial control. The assertion that joy and connection cannot be legislated away. That human dignity persists even when beings are reduced to numbers and productivity metrics. They sing a Jedi teaching, Gergerod says, looking for something to criticize, some flaw to focus on, rather than the emotion rising in his chest. Dangerous philosophical thinking that undermines proper order. They sing about life, the spirit corrects, about connection and meaning, and the things that make existence worthwhile. If that undermines your order, perhaps the flaw lies not in their song, but in your structure. Before Gergerod can argue, the scene shifts again. This time, they move beyond Coruscant, traveling at impossible speed across the galaxy. Star systems blur past. Planets spin below them. The Spirit's torch illuminates countless celebrations across countless worlds. On an ice planet, beings gather around thermal vents, sharing warmth and food while winter storms rage overhead. On a desert world, families light bonfires that push back the cold night, dancing to drums that echo across empty sands. On a forest moon, creatures of a dozen species create temporary harmony, setting aside the predator-prey relationships that govern their existence to acknowledge the force that connects them all. Life Day is celebrated across the galaxy, the Spirit explains, among the wealthy and the poor, the powerful and the weak, the free and the enslaved, because the need for connection transcends circumstance, because hope persists even in darkness, because beings require meaning beyond mere survival. They arrive at a small farm in a settlement on a rim world Gergerod does not recognize. The landscape is similar to Tarakan IV. Rolling hills covered in snow, modest buildings clustered together for warmth and mutual support. The settlement gathers in a central hall, perhaps 50 beings in total, sharing a communal Life Day meal. Among them sits a family that makes Gergerod's breath catch. The father is weathered by agricultural work, perhaps 50 years old. The mother, similar in age, moves with the efficient grace of someone who has spent decades managing a farm household. 3 teenage children help serve food to the gathered community, but it is the oldest child, a girl of perhaps 17, who captures Gergerod's attention. She looks almost exactly like Sarah looked at that age. The same kind eyes, the same quick smile, the same way of tilting her head when listening to others speak. "Your sister's granddaughter," the Spirit confirms quietly. Mara Gergerod, though she carries her father's family name now. "Your sister married after you left Tarakan IV. She raised 4 children. They have given her 11 grandchildren. This is one of them." Gergerode watches the girl move through the crowd, offering food and conversation with genuine warmth. She reminds him not just of Sarah, but of his mother, the way she ensures everyone has enough before taking her own portion, the way she sits with an elderly farmer who eats alone, keeping him company, the way she laughs at a child's joke with authentic delight. "Your sister wrote to you for 15 years, the spirit says. She invited you to her wedding, sent you hollows of her children, shared news of the settlement. You never responded. You never sent credits to help when their harvests failed. You never acknowledged their existence. Eventually, she stopped writing, but she never stopped hoping you might remember you had family who loved you. I had more important responsibilities," Gergerode says, but the words taste like poison. "Did you? Look at her. Look at what you rejected." The spirit shows him a sequence of scenes from his sister's life. Her wedding, where she dedicated a moment of silence to the brother who could not be here. The birth of her first child, when she whispered to the infant about the uncle in the stars who served the empire. The funeral of their father, when she placed a hollow of young Tian beside the casket because he had not come himself. The life days she celebrated with her growing family, always leaving an empty chair at the table for the brother who never returned. "She forgave you," the spirit says softly. "Year after year, she forgave your absence. She told her children about you, about the brilliant brother who went to serve the galaxy. She made you a hero in their eyes, even though you broke her heart by abandoning her. That is love, Tian Gergerode. That is the connection you rejected as weakness." Gergerode cannot speak. He watches his sister, now an elderly woman, sitting at the life day table surrounded by children and grandchildren who will never know their uncle. She looks happy, content. Her life has been one of modest means, but genuine wealth in the things that matter: family, community, purpose beyond mere accumulation. She has everything he does not. And he gave it up voluntarily, convinced that his path was superior. "Enough," Gergerode whispers. "I have seen enough." "No," the spirit says firmly, "not yet. There is one more sight you must witness, the most important one." The scene shifts one final time. They return to Coruscant, to the upper levels where power concentrates. But instead of Gergerode's office or apartment, they enter a different luxury residence. This one shows signs of actual habitation. Personal effects scattered naturally, comfortable furniture arranged for use rather than display, art chosen for beauty rather than investment value. A middle-aged human couple sits together on a couch, talking quietly while the lights of the city shine through floor-to-ceiling windows. The man is Admiral Throst, one of Gergerode's counterparts in the military hierarchy. The woman is his wife of 20 years, a former senator who retired from politics to raise their children. "I worry about him," Admiral Throst says, and Gergerode realizes with shock that they are discussing him. Gergerode is brilliant, ruthlessly efficient, exactly the kind of officer the Empire rewards. But he's alone, completely, utterly alone. I don't think I've ever seen him smile genuinely. I'm not sure he's capable of it anymore. "You've tried to befriend him," his wife observes. "I've tried. He rebuffs any overture that isn't strictly professional. He joins no social functions, acknowledges no connections beyond utility. I used to think it was strength, that kind of focus. Now I think it's the saddest thing I've ever witnessed." "Could you become like that?" the wife asks quietly. Admiral Throst is silent for a long moment. Then he pulls his wife close, kissing the top of her head. I hope not. I hope I never become so afraid of feeling that I kill everything human inside me. Jerjerrod serves the Empire brilliantly, but at what cost? He's powerful, but he's empty. He commands billions, but he connects with no one. What kind of victory is that? The couple sits in comfortable silence, the warmth between them palpable. This is what Jerjerrod rejected when he chose power over Sarah. This is what he sacrificed when he cut off his family. This is what he loses every day when he refuses connection in favor of efficiency. The spirit watches Jerjerrod's face carefully. Do you see now the present you have created? Not just for yourself, but for everyone whose life you touch. You are powerful. You are wealthy. You are feared, but you are utterly, completely alone. And your loneliness radiates outward, creating suffering in everyone forced to orbit your cold star. I chose this, Jerjerrod says, his voice barely above a whisper. I chose efficiency over sentiment, power over connection. I made these choices deliberately. Yes, the spirit agrees, you did, and you can choose differently. The present is not yet past. While you live, while you breathe, you can change. You can choose compassion over cruelty, connection over isolation. It is not too late to become someone other than what you are. How? Jerjerrod asks, and the question carries genuine desperation. How do you change after 30 years of calcifying into something cold and hard? How do you relearn feelings you spent decades training yourself to suppress? One choice at a time, the spirit says gently. One moment of kindness when cruelty would be easier. One connection acknowledged when isolation would be safer. One step toward warmth when cold has been comfortable for so long. It is not easy, Tian Jerjerrod, but it is possible if you have the courage. The spirit begins to fade, its massive form dissolving like mist under morning sun. The feast and decorations that filled Jerjerrod's apartment vanish with it. But before disappearing completely, the ghost speaks one final time. The present is yours to shape, but the future approaches. One more spirit comes, and that one will show you what awaits if you continue as you are. Prepare yourself, Tian Jerjerrod. The worst is yet to come. Then the spirit is gone. Jerjerrod stands alone in his apartment, the chronometer showing 0600. Dawn approaches. Life Day morning arrives across Coruscant and the wider galaxy. Billions of beings wake to celebrate connection and renewal. And in his sterile apartment, Tian Jerjerrod waits for the final spirit, knowing that he will see his own death, knowing that he will witness the future he has built through 10,000 cruel choices, knowing that whatever comes next will be worse than anything he has yet experienced. He does not have long to wait. The final spirit does not arrive with warmth or light or any of the familiar markers that might comfort. At 0630, as the first rays of artificial dawn begin to brighten Coruscant's sky, the apartment grows dark. Not the simple darkness of night, but something deeper and more absolute. The shadows in the corners seem to spread and deepen, consuming light rather than merely existing in its absence. The temperature drops, but not with the clean cold of winter. This is the chill of the grave, of deep space between stars, of places where no warmth has ever existed or ever will. Jerjerrod's breath becomes visible, each exhalation creating clouds that hang in the air like funeral incense. The spirit manifests slowly, as if reality itself resists its presence. It begins as a darker patch within the darkness, a shadow that casts its own shadow. Gradually, it takes form, a tall, hooded figure draped in robes of absolute black that seem to absorb light and sound. Where its face should be, there is only void. No features, no expressions, nothing to indicate consciousness or emotion or any quality that might suggest humanity. Yet it is aware. Jerjerrod feels its attention like pressure against his chest. This spirit does not speak, does not announce itself, does not offer explanations or warnings. It simply is, and its existence communicates everything necessary. This is the ghost of Life Day yet to come, the spirit of futures unwritten but rapidly approaching, the manifestation of consequences waiting at the end of every choice. Jerjerrod tries to speak, to demand identification or purpose, but his voice catches in his throat. The presence of this entity makes speech feel trivial. Words are for the living, for beings who exist in time and change. This spirit exists beyond such limitations. The figure raises one skeletal hand from within its robes, pointing toward the apartment door. The gesture is clear. Follow, witness, understand. Jerjerrod finds himself moving without conscious decision, pulled along by the spirit's silent command. They pass through the door without opening it, through walls without breaking them, through reality as if it were merely suggestion. The transition is disorienting, reality flickering between states until they emerge into a Coruscant Jerjerrod barely recognizes. The city has aged. Buildings show signs of neglect and decay that would never be tolerated in the Coruscant he knows. Sky lanes carry less traffic. Lights shine less brightly. The gleaming capital of the Empire appears diminished somehow, as if some vital energy has drained away. The spirit leads him to a familiar office building, the one where Jerjerrod has worked for years. But changes mark it too. Different flags fly from the roof. Different markings adorn the walls. The imperial symbols remain, but they look weathered, as if the empire itself has aged. They pass through walls again, entering what was once Jerjerrod's office. Someone else sits at his desk now, a younger officer reviewing data pads with the same cold efficiency Jerjerrod once brought to the role. The furnishings have changed slightly, but the atmosphere remains identical, sterile, controlled, devoid of warmth or humanity. The Jerjerrod sector has been reassigned, a voice says. Lieutenant Train, now significantly older, perhaps 35, stands in the doorway. His face has hardened over the years, losing the last traces of youthful hope. The reorganization is complete. What happened to the previous Moff? The younger officer asks, without real interest. Died 3 weeks ago, Train says flatly. Heart failure. They found him in his apartment. He'd been dead for 2 days before anyone noticed. The words hit Jerjerrod like physical blows. 2 days. He died alone and remained undiscovered for 2 days because no one cared enough to check on him. No family to notice his absence, no friends to grow concerned, no connections to register the void his death created. Any family to notify? The younger officer asks. None listed in his file, no emergency contacts, no designated beneficiaries. His assets revert to the Imperial Treasury. Train's voice carries no emotion, as if discussing the disposal of unwanted equipment rather than a man's entire legacy. Efficient, the younger officer observes. No messy inheritance disputes or sentimental complications. Gergerod wants to scream at them to explain that there was family once, a sister who loved him, nieces and nephews he never met, connections he severed deliberately but which might have been restored if he had tried. But the Spirit offers no opportunity for speech. It simply points again, directing his attention elsewhere. They leave the office, traveling through the city to a location Gergerod does not immediately recognize. It is a cemetery, one of the few remaining spaces set aside for burial rather than efficient cremation. The grounds are well maintained but sparsely populated. Most beings cannot afford the luxury of permanent memorial. The Spirit leads him to a freshly dug grave. The marker is simple, standard imperial issue for deceased officials. Name, rank, dates of service. Nothing personal. Nothing to suggest a life lived beyond duty. No epitaph declaring love or legacy or any of the things beings hope to be remembered for. Moff Tian Gergerod, the marker reads. Imperial service 35 years. Efficiency commended. That is all. 35 years of relentless work, of sacrificing every human connection, of choosing power over compassion, reduced to 2 lines of text noting his efficiency. This is his legacy. This is what remains when everything else is stripped away. No mourners stand beside the grave. No beings gather to share memories or offer respect. The cemetery worker who dug the hole has already left. Gergerod's entire funeral appears to consist of this, an empty hole waiting to be filled, a simple marker waiting to be forgotten. The Spirit watches him absorb this reality. Then it points again, directing his attention to a separate scene appearing in the air like a hollow projection, but more vivid and terrible. Lieutenant Tranne stands in a cantina, sharing drinks with other mid-level Imperial officers. The mood is relaxed, the conversation flowing freely now that they're off duty. "To the old bastard," one officer says, raising his glass. "Gergerod, dead at last." "About time," another agrees. 3 decades of that man making everyone's life miserable. Did you hear he died alone? No one even knew for 2 days. "Can't say I'm surprised," Train says, and his voice carries a bitterness that cuts deeper than hatred. "I worked for him for 12 years. He never once asked how I was doing, never acknowledged that I was a person rather than a tool. My mother died while I was processing his reports, and when I finally told him, do you know what he said? He said her timing was inconvenient." The other officers shake their heads, disgusted but not surprised. "The galaxy is better without him," one says quietly. "One less cold-hearted bastard making life harder for everyone else." They drink to this sentiment, to Gergerod's death as improvement, to the relief of knowing they will never again have to endure his cruelty. This is how he is remembered, not with respect or admiration, but with relief that he is gone. The Spirit shows more scenes. Admiral Throst, learning of Gergerod's death, shaking his head sadly. "What a waste," he tells his wife. "All that intelligence, all that potential spent on accumulating power he could never enjoy. He died as he lived, completely alone." A former Academy classmate hearing the news, barely remembering Gergerod beyond a vague recollection of someone ruthlessly competitive who made enemies of anyone who might have been friend. The charitable organization Gergerod rejected, noting his death in their records with a brief comment. Finally, someone more compassionate may take his position. Scene after scene shows the same pattern, either relief at his passing or such complete indifference that it amounts to the same thing. No one mourns, No one grieves. No one feels that the galaxy has lost anything of value. The spirit points one final time, and the most devastating scene yet appears. On Tarakan the Alfor, in the settlement where Jerjerrod was born, his sister sits in a simple home surrounded by her family. Someone has brought news of her brother's death. She listens quietly, her weathered face showing sadness but not surprise. "I hoped he might reach out before the end," she says softly. "I hoped he might remember he had family who never stopped loving him. But I suppose he made his choice long ago." Her granddaughter, the one who looks like Sarah, puts a gentle arm around her. "Did you ever meet him, our uncle?" "Once, long ago. He was my big brother. He threw me in snowdrifts and taught me to ride the farm equipment and protected me from everything frightening." The old woman's eyes glisten with tears. "Then he left and never came back. He became someone else, someone I didn't know." "I'm sorry, grandmother." "So am I, dear. So am I." The scene fades. The spirit turns its faceless hood toward Jerjerrod, and though it says nothing, the question is clear. Is this the future you desire? Is this the legacy you wish to leave? Is this cold, lonely ending the culmination of all your efficiency and order? Jerjerrod falls to his knees, no longer able to maintain the rigid control he has cultivated for decades. Emotion overwhelms him. All the feelings he suppressed for 30 years surging forward at once. Grief for the life he wasted, regret for the connections he severed, horror at the lonely death awaiting him, despair at the realization that no one will mourn his passing because he gave no one reason to care. "Please," he whispers, his voice breaking, "please tell me this can be changed. Tell me this future is not certain. Tell me I can choose differently." The spirit remains silent, but slowly it raises one skeletal hand and points. Not toward another scene, but toward Jerjerrod himself. The meaning is clear. You have always had the power to choose. The future is not written. The path can change, but only if you change. "I will," Jerjerrod says desperately. "I will change. I will honor Life Day and keep it in my heart. I will acknowledge connection. I will choose compassion over cruelty. I will try to be the person I was before fear convinced me that feeling nothing was safer than feeling everything. Please give me the chance to change." The spirit watches him for a long moment. Then, slowly, it begins to fade. But unlike the previous spirits, this one does not dissolve gradually. Instead, it seems to fracture, breaking apart into shadows that rush toward Jerjerrod like a wave. He throws his arms up defensively, terrified of what might happen when that absolute darkness touches him. But the shadows do not consume him. They pass through him, and in passing, they show him one final vision. Two futures diverge from this moment. In one, he wakes tomorrow unchanged. He returns to his office and continues as before. The years pass in cold accumulation of power until the lonely grave awaits. Everything the spirit showed him comes to pass exactly as witnessed. In the other, he wakes tomorrow different. Transformed by what he has seen, he makes one small choice toward kindness, then another, then another. The changes are gradual, difficult, constantly challenged by decades of habit. But they accumulate. Connections form, walls crumble. By the time he reaches that grave, decades hence, he is surrounded by beings who mourn genuinely because he gave them reason to care. The choice is his. It has always been his. The shadows pass. The spirit vanishes completely. and Gergerod finds himself back in his apartment, collapsed on the floor of his bedchamber, gasping for breath as dawn light streams through his windows. The chronometer reads 0700. Life Day Morna has arrived. Tian Gergerod lies on the floor of his bedchamber, his body trembling with emotion he has not allowed himself to feel in decades. Tears stream down his face, his chest heaving with sobs that shake his entire frame. For the first time since he was a boy crying beside his mother's grave, he weeps without restraint or control. The visions replay in his mind: his mother's warm kitchen, Sarah's lover's smile, his father's patient teaching, Lieutenant Train's hidden grief, his sister's family celebrating Life Day without him, the empty grave waiting at the end of his current path, the relief beings feel at his death. "I'm alive," he whispers to the empty room. "I'm alive, and it's Life Day morning, and I have time. I have time to change." He pulls himself to his feet, moving with frantic energy. His reflection in the bathroom mirror shows a man he barely recognizes, face wet with tears, eyes red from weeping, expression raw with feeling instead of masked in cold control. He looks vulnerable, human, alive in a way he has not been in 30 years. "I don't know how to do this," he tells his reflection. "I don't know how to be anything other than what I've become. But I will try. By everything sacred, I will try." He showers quickly, his mind racing with possibilities. What does one do to change? How does someone repair 30 years of deliberate cruelty and isolation? The task seems impossible, overwhelming, but the Spirit said to choose one kindness at a time, to take one step toward warmth. Very well. He will start with the smallest step he can manage. Gergerod dresses in casual clothes rather than his uniform, choosing comfort over authority for perhaps the first time in decades. He accesses his personal accounts and begins making transfers, watching credits flow out to causes he has always dismissed as sentimental waste. The charitable organization he rejected yesterday receives a donation large enough to fund their operations for a year. The medical facility treating wasting disease gets an anonymous contribution earmarked for patients who cannot afford treatment. The community centers in the lower levels receive funding for Life Day celebrations and ongoing support. The credits flow out, and instead of calculating the loss of potential investment returns, Gergerod feels something unexpected: relief, as if shedding weights he did not realize he carried. Next, he composes messages. The first goes to Lieutenant Train, marked urgent. "Lieutenant Train, you are granted immediate leave for the next 7 days. Your position and pay are secure. I apologize for denying your previous request. Please spend this time with your family. Your mother's health is far more important than my reports. Moff Gergerod." The second message goes to his office, broadcast to all staff. All personnel are granted the day off for Life Day, with full pay. This includes manufacturing, administrative, and support staff across all facilities. Spend this time with your families and loved ones. These are not just words. This is a direct order. Celebrate. Connect. Remember that efficiency serves life, not the reverse. Moff Gergerod. He sends both messages before he can second-guess himself. Then he sits at his comm terminal, staring at a much harder task. His sister. He needs to contact his sister. But what does he say to someone he abandoned 40 years ago? How does he apologize for decades of silence? The words seem impossible to find. Gergerod accesses the planetary database, searching for information about Tarakan IV. His sister's name appears in settlement records, Kala Gergerod Torin. Still alive, thank the Force. Still living in the settlement where they were raised. He could send a message, but that feels inadequate, cowardly even. No, if he is truly going to change, he needs to face what he has done. Face the people he hurt. Make amends in person rather than hiding behind text communication. He books passage on the next transport to Tarakan IV, scheduled to depart this evening. Then he begins composing a physical letter, handwritten on actual flimsy, because some communications deserve the effort of permanence. Dear Kala, he writes, then stops. What comes next? How do you compress 40 years of regret into a letter? He writes, scratches it out, writes again, struggles with every word. But gradually, a letter takes form. Dear Kala, I am your brother, though I have not been a brother to you in any meaningful way for 40 years. I do not know if you will even read this, or if you do, whether you will care. I would not blame you for either response. I am writing to apologize. For leaving, for never returning, for refusing to respond to your letters, for missing every important moment in your life and the lives of your children, for choosing pride and ambition over family and love. I convinced myself that I made the right choice, that power and efficiency mattered more than connection. I was wrong. I was so profoundly wrong that I have wasted the better part of my life believing a lie. I do not expect forgiveness. I do not deserve it. But I wanted you to know that I remember. I remember our childhood. I remember our parents. I remember that once I was someone capable of love, someone you could be proud to call brother. I am coming to visit if you will permit it. I will arrive on Tarakan IV in 3 days. If you do not wish to see me, I will understand. I will leave the credits I would have spent on gifts with the settlement administrator and depart without troubling you further. But if you can find it in your heart to give me a chance to apologize in person, to meet the family I abandoned, to try to be a brother again, even if I do not deserve the title, I would be grateful beyond words. Whether or not you choose to see me, please know this. I am sorry. I am so deeply, truly sorry, and I love you. I have always loved you, even when I was too broken to show it. Your brother, Tian. He reads the letter 3 times, tears blurring his vision. It is inadequate. Words can never repair the damage he has done. But it is a start. It is a step toward warmth instead of cold. Gergerod seals the letter and sends it via priority courier, paying extra to ensure it arrives today. Then he sits in his apartment, which suddenly feels less like a fortress and more like a prison of his own making. Outside, Coruscant celebrates Life Day. He can hear the distant sounds of gatherings, the music drifting up from lower levels, the speeder traffic of families traveling to visit loved ones. For the first time in decades, instead of dismissing these sounds as inefficient noise, he listens to them as music, as proof of life and connection that persists despite every effort to suppress it. There is a soft chime at his door. Gergerod tenses, unused to visitors. When he opens it, he finds Lieutenant Train standing in the corridor, looking confused and uncertain. "Sir," the young officer says, "I received a message. I wanted to confirm that it wasn't a mistake, or it was not a mistake," Gergerod says gently, surprising himself with the softness in his voice. You are granted leave. Go to your family. Be with your mother. Every moment matters, Lieutenant. I learned that too late in my own life. Do not repeat my mistake. Train stares at him as if he has grown a second head. Sir, are you feeling well? The question almost makes Gerard laugh. No, Lieutenant, I am not well. I have not been well for 30 years, but I am trying to become better. Now go. Your mother is waiting. The young officer nods slowly, still uncertain, but gratitude begins to show in his face. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Do not thank me, Gerard says quietly. I should never have made you choose between duty and family in the first place. That was cruelty, not leadership. Now go, before I remember how to be the person I was yesterday. Train leaves quickly, as if afraid Gerard might change his mind. Once he is gone, Gerard returns to his apartment and does something he has not done in years. He sits without working, without reviewing reports or planning strategies or calculating advancement. He simply sits by his window and watches Coruscant celebrate Life Day. The day passes slowly. Messages begin arriving on his personal comm, responses to his staff directive. Some are confused, some are grateful. Some ask for clarification, unable to believe the offer is genuine. He responds to each one, confirming that yes, they truly have the day off. Yes, with full pay. Yes, he means everyone. By mid-afternoon, the city transforms visibly. The production facilities in his sector go quiet for the first time in years. The administrative buildings empty. Beings pour into the streets, heading home or to gatherings or simply walking together through the manufactured snow that still falls gently across the upper levels. Gerard watches families reunite, sees beings embrace with joy, observes the simple beauty of connection acknowledged and celebrated. And for the first time in 3 decades, he does not view this as inefficiency. He sees it as what it is, life, in all its messy, beautiful, necessary complexity. As evening approaches, he leaves his apartment. The streets are crowded with Life Day celebrants, but no one recognizes him out of uniform. He is just another being moving through the city, anonymous and unremarkable. The freedom of it is intoxicating. He walks for hours, with no destination in mind. He passes gatherings and overhears conversations. Children laugh, couples hold hands, families tell stories. The galaxy continues its ancient rhythm of connection and renewal. And for once, instead of standing apart from it, Gerard allows himself to be part of it. He finds himself in a lower-level district, drawn by the sound of music. A community center has thrown its doors open for a public Life Day celebration. Beings of every species crowd inside and spill out onto the street. Someone is roasting nuts on a portable heater. Someone else has brought musical instruments. Children run through the crowd, playing games Gerard remembers from his own childhood. He stands at the edge of the gathering, uncertain whether he belongs. An elderly Twi'lek woman notices him and gestures welcomingly. Come in, she calls. Everyone is welcome on Life Day. You look cold. Have some warm cider. She presses a cup into his hands before he can refuse. The cider is sweet and spiced, warming him from within. Around him, beings celebrate with the same joy his family showed on Tarakan 4 40 years ago, the same joy he witnessed in the visions the Spirit showed him, the same joy he rejected and mocked and tried to crush. But it endures, despite him, despite the Empire, despite every effort to reduce beings to numbers and productivity metrics. Joy endures because connection is fundamental to life itself. Gerard stands in the crowd, sipping his cider, listening to the music, and slowly, tentatively, he begins to smile. Not the calculating expression he uses to manipulate subordinates, not the cold smirk of someone deriving satisfaction from another's weakness, but a genuine smile, rusty from disuse, but real. Someone starts singing the Life Day song he remembers from childhood. Others join in. The melody swells, filling the street with sound that echoes off buildings and rises toward the distant stars. Gerard finds his own voice joining in, quietly at first, then stronger. The words come back to him from memory buried deep. Verses about connection and hope and the force that binds all living things together. His mother's song, his family's tradition, the heritage he rejected but which waited patiently for him to return. The song ends. The gathering continues. Gerard slips away quietly, unwilling to intrude further on their celebration. But as he walks back toward his apartment through the snowy streets, something has changed inside him. The transformation is not complete. The damage of 30 years cannot be repaired in a single day, but he has begun. He has taken the first step toward warmth. He has made the smallest choice toward compassion instead of cruelty. Tomorrow, he will take another step. He will reach out to more of the people he has hurt. He will make more changes to his policies, his leadership, his life. And in 3 days, he will return to Tarakan IV and face his sister, ready to accept whatever response his apology receives. The path ahead is uncertain, difficult, filled with opportunities to slip back into the comfortable coldness of who he was, but the spirits showed him what awaits if he continues unchanged: a lonely grave and the relief of being glad he is dead. He will not let that be his legacy. He will not waste what life remains to him. He will try every day to be someone worth mourning, someone who leaves the galaxy warmer than he found it, someone his mother would recognize, someone his father would be proud of. Tian Gerard returns to his apartment as darkness falls over Coruscant. The city sparkles with Life Day lights, with hope that persists despite oppression, with connections that endure despite every effort to break them. He stands at his window, looking out at the celebration, and whispers a promise to the spirits who visited him, to the people he has hurt, to the person he once was and might yet become again. I will honor Life Day and keep it in my heart. I will acknowledge connection. I will choose compassion. I will try. The manufactured snow continues to fall, covering the city in temporary beauty. Tomorrow it will melt, and Coruscant will return to its usual state. But the changes beginning tonight will endure, growing slowly stronger with each choice toward warmth, each step away from cold. The Empire may not notice, the galaxy may not care, but the beings whose lives Tian Gerard touches will feel the difference. And when he finally reaches that grave, decades from now, he will not lie there alone and unmourned. He will rest surrounded by the connections he rebuilt, the love he remembered how to give and receive, the legacy of choosing compassion over cruelty, even when cruelty was easier. Life Day ends, but its lessons remain, and Tian Gerard, transformed by visions of past, present, and future, steps forward into a different kind of life, one where feeling matters, where connection has value, where being efficient is less important than being human. The spirits kept their promise. They showed him truth. Now He will keep his promise in return. He will change, one choice at a time, one step toward warmth, one moment of kindness when cruelty would be easier. Starting now, starting today, starting with this first life day morning when he woke to a second chance and chose not to waste it. The galaxy continues its ancient dance, but in one corner of it, on the capital world of an oppressive empire, during the celebration of an ancient tradition about connection and renewal, one man remembers what it means to be alive. And that is worth celebrating indeed. Thank you for watching this Star Wars take on the classic tale of redemption and renewal. If you enjoyed this journey through Life Day past, present, and future, please consider liking this video and subscribing to Sith Lore for more deep dives into the darker corners of the Star Wars galaxy. What other classic stories would you like to see reimagined with Star Wars characters? Let me know in the comments below. May the Force be with you, and may your own Life Day celebrations be filled with genuine connection and warmth. Until next time, sleep well and dream of distant galaxies. In the vast darkness of space, where stars burn like ancient candles against the infinite night, there exists a truth that even the Sith cannot fully extinguish. Hope is not merely an emotion or a fleeting feeling, it is a force unto itself, woven into the very fabric of a galaxy, expressed through traditions that span millennia and connect billions of beings across countless worlds. This is a story about one who sought to steal that hope and what he discovered in the process. The ancient festival of Midwinter's Light, long before the Republic rose to dominance, before the first hyperspace lanes were charted and the core worlds established their supremacy, civilizations across the galaxy marked the turning of seasons with celebration. On worlds that tilted on their axes, where winter brought darkness and cold, where the sun seemed to retreat and leave populations vulnerable to the harshness of nature, sentient beings gathered together. They lit fires, they shared food, they told stories. They reminded one another that spring would come again, that warmth would return, that life would persist despite the temporary reign of ice and shadow. These celebrations took many forms across the diverse tapestry of galactic civilization. On Alderaan, the festival was called Midwinter's Light, a week-long celebration that combined ancient traditions from before the planet's unification. Families would gather in their homes, decorating with boughs of evergreen phalana trees, their needles staying vibrant and green even in the deepest cold. They hung crystalline ornaments that caught the light, each one representing a wish or hope for the coming year. At the center of every celebration stood the beacon tree, a tall phalana adorned with thousands of small lights, symbolizing the stars that guided lost travelers home. The Alderaanian tradition emphasized giving rather than receiving. Citizens would spend months creating handmade gifts for loved ones, putting thought and care into each item. The wealthy opened their homes to those less fortunate, sharing elaborate feasts where social rank meant nothing and everyone sat as equals. Musicians filled the streets with songs passed down through generations, melodies that spoke of perseverance, family, and the eternal cycle of seasons. Children learned these songs from their parents, who had learned them from their parents, creating an unbroken chain of cultural memory stretching back thousands of years. On Karelia, the winter celebration focused on community rather than family units. The Karelian Festival of Lights was a raucous, joyful affair where entire neighborhoods competed to create the most elaborate displays of illumination. Buildings were covered in strings of colored lights, creating rivers of luminescence that could be seen from orbit. The competitive spirit that defined Karelian culture transformed into friendly rivalry, with districts trying to outdo one another in creativity and spectacle. At midnight on the festival's final night, every light in every city would extinguish simultaneously, plunging the world into darkness. Then, one by one, they would reignite, symbolizing how individual lights combine to banish darkness together. The Wookiees of Kashyyyk celebrated Life Day, honoring the diverse ecosystem of their forest world and the connections that bound all living things together. Wookiee families would travel through the dangerous lower levels of the Rosher forests to gather at the Tree of Life, a massive ancient growth at the heart of their civilization. There, they would share gifts representing the three tenets of Wookiee philosophy: loyalty, courage, and honor. The celebration was quieter than those on human worlds, filled with contemplative moments where Wookiees reflected on their place in the natural order and renewed their commitment to protecting the forest that sustained them. On Naboo, the Festival of Illumination blended the traditions of the human population with those of the Gungans, creating a unique dual celebration. In Theed, the capital city's waterfalls were illuminated with colored lights, creating cascades of rainbow brilliance. The streets filled with merchants selling traditional foods, artists displaying winter-themed paintings, and performers reenacting the ancient story of how light conquered the long dark. Meanwhile, in the underwater cities of the Gungans, bioluminescent creatures were released into the lakes, creating swirling patterns of natural light that the Gungans believed carried prayers to the gods of the depths. Each world, each culture, had its own variation, but certain threads connected them all: light triumphing over darkness, community overcoming isolation, hope persisting despite hardship, generosity replacing selfishness. These themes resonated across species and planetary environments because they touched something fundamental in sentient consciousness. The celebrations were not merely cultural artifacts or empty traditions. They served a deeper purpose, binding communities together during the hardest times, reminding people that they were part of something larger than themselves. The Jedi Order recognized the spiritual significance of these winter celebrations, though they approached them from a philosophical perspective rather than participating in the material aspects. To the Jedi, the festivals represented a manifestation of the Force's eternal balance. Winter was necessary for spring to have meaning. Darkness existed so that light could be appreciated. The celebrations marked moments when ordinary beings, without any connection to the Force, instinctively aligned themselves with its fundamental nature. By choosing hope over despair, generosity over greed, and community over isolation, they were unconsciously serving the light side of the Force. Jedi Masters often meditated on this phenomenon. How could billions of beings across thousands of worlds with no formal Force, training and no direct experience of the cosmic energy field still managed to create traditions that so perfectly embodied the light side's core principles. The answer, they concluded, lay in the force's pervasive nature. It flowed through all living things, guiding them even when they didn't realize it. The winter celebrations were proof that the light side was not merely the domain of the Jedi, but something inherent to life itself. In the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, younglings learned about these festivals as part of their cultural education. Master Yoda himself would sometimes speak of how the celebrations demonstrated an essential truth, that the light side was sustained not by the few who wielded it consciously, but by the many who embodied its principles in their daily lives. A farmer sharing his harvest with neighbors, a mother teaching her child to think of others, a community coming together to support its weakest members. These small acts, multiplied across the galaxy, created a reservoir of light side energy that the Jedi could draw upon in times of darkness. The Republic itself had adopted elements from various planetary celebrations to create a unified holiday called Republic Day of Light, celebrated in the Senate and across the core worlds. It was less a religious or spiritual observance and more a political statement about unity and shared values. Senate chambers would be decorated with symbols from dozens of member worlds, demonstrating the diversity that made the Republic strong. Politicians who spent the rest of the year arguing and scheming would temporarily set aside their differences to share a ceremonial feast. It was imperfect and often hollow, more theater than genuine celebration, but it served as a reminder that even in a vast bureaucratic government, the ideals of community and mutual support still held symbolic power. On the fringes of Republic space, on colony worlds where settlers from various planets had intermingled, hybrid celebrations emerged. These frontier communities often faced genuine hardship during winter months: failed crops, equipment breakdowns in the cold, supply shortages. Their celebrations took on a more practical character. Neighbors would pool resources to ensure everyone had enough food and fuel. The wealthy and successful were expected to contribute more, not as charity, but as obligation. Community bonds formed during these festivals often meant the difference between survival and catastrophe when things went wrong. The celebrations were literally life-sustaining, not just symbolically. Even in the lower levels of Coruscant, where sunlight never reached and the concept of seasons seemed meaningless, the winter celebrations persisted. The poorest citizens, living in darkness and squalor, would somehow find the resources to string up a few lights, to share meager portions of food with neighbors, to create moments of joy in the crushing weight of urban poverty. These celebrations in the depths were perhaps the most genuine of all, stripped of material excess and commercial corruption. They were pure expressions of the human need to connect, to hope, to resist the darkness that surrounded them both literally and metaphorically. The Force itself seemed to respond to these galaxy-wide celebrations. Jedi sensitives reported feeling a subtle shift in the cosmic energy field during the winter festival season. The light side felt stronger, more present, as if the collective positive emotions of billions of beings created ripples in the Force that even non-Force sensitives contributed to. It was a phenomenon that Jedi scholars had documented for centuries but never fully understood. How could the feelings and actions of ordinary people, affect the Force? Or did the Force influence them to create these celebrations in the first place? The causality was unclear, but the correlation was undeniable. This connection between celebration and the Force made the winter festivals particularly important during times of galactic conflict. When the Republic faced external threats or internal strife, the festivals became rallying points for morale. Soldiers serving far from home would receive care packages timed to arrive during the celebration period. Holovids would broadcast images of families celebrating on various worlds, reminding people what they were fighting to protect. The festivals transformed from simple seasonal markers into symbols of civilization itself, representations of everything that separated sentient beings from the chaos and violence of the uncivilized galaxy. And it was precisely this symbolic power that made the festivals a target. In the philosophy of the Sith, such celebrations represented everything weak and contemptible about the light side. The Sith saw the universe as fundamentally competitive, an arena where the strong dominated and the weak perished. Cooperation was a lie that the weak told themselves to avoid facing their inadequacy. Generosity was a waste of resources that could be used to increase one's own power. Hope was a delusion that prevented beings from seeing the harsh truth of reality. The winter celebrations, with their emphasis on community, sharing, and optimism, were antithetical to everything the Sith believed. Yet most Sith simply ignored these celebrations, viewing them as the pathetic rituals of inferior beings. They had their own dark observances, ceremonies steeped in blood and sacrifice, rituals designed to concentrate power rather than distribute it. The contrast between Sith ceremonies and Republic celebrations perfectly illustrated the philosophical divide between the dark and light sides of the Force. Where one sought to elevate the individual through the subjugation of others, the other sought to elevate communities through mutual support. But there was one Sith Lord who saw something more in these celebrations, one who recognized that destroying material symbols was far less effective than corrupting the very idea those symbols represented. One who understood that the true threat posed by the winter festivals was not in their lights or gifts or songs, but in the hope and unity they fostered. If that hope could be extinguished, if that unity could be shattered, the psychological damage would far exceed anything that conventional warfare could achieve. His name was Darth Malgus, and he was about to attempt something no Sith had tried before. He would not simply attack the celebrations, he would steal them. He would take hope itself and watch as the galaxy descended into despair. Darth Malgus and the Discovery Darth Malgus stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Tyrant's Fist, staring out at the swirling vortex of hyperspace. His massive frame was perfectly still, a statue carved from violence and will. The respirator that covered the lower half of his face hissed rhythmically, the only sound in the otherwise silent command center. His crew knew better than to speak unless directly addressed. Malgus preferred silence. It made it easier to think, to plan, to contemplate the nature of power and how best to wield it. The Great Galactic War had been raging for years now. The Sith Empire locked in a brutal struggle against the Republic and their Jedi defenders. Malgus had led countless campaigns, conquered dozens of worlds, and killed more enemies than he could count. Each victory fed his connection to the dark side, each act of destruction reinforcing his belief in the Sith philosophy. The strong survived. The weak perished. It was the natural order of the universe. Yet for all the planets he had conquered, for all the fleets he had destroyed, the Republic persisted. Their resolve seemed unbreakable, their morale mysteriously resilient even in the face of devastating losses. Malgus had analyzed countless intelligence reports, trying to understand the source of this resilience. The answer, when he finally recognized it, infuriated him with its simplicity: hope. The Republic forces fought not just for territory or resources, but for an idea. They believed in something larger than themselves, a vision of civilization where different species and cultures could coexist peacefully. The Jedi reinforced this belief, serving as living symbols of the light side's power and benevolence. But there was something else, something more subtle, that sustained Republican morale through even the darkest moments of the war. Malgus had first encountered it during the occupation of a minor Republic world in the Expansion region. The planet had fallen quickly to Imperial forces, its defenses overwhelmed by superior Sith military tactics. The population had been subdued, their government dissolved, their infrastructure brought under Imperial control. By all logical measures, they should have been broken, ready to accept their new masters and move forward under Sith rule. Instead, Malgus had found resistance where none should have existed. Not armed resistance, the Imperial garrison made that impossible, but something more insidious. The population refused to cooperate fully. Workers performed their assigned tasks at minimum efficiency. Information networks that should have been dismantled continued operating underground. Small acts of defiance occurred daily, too minor to warrant severe punishment, but collectively disruptive. Then, during the winter season, something changed. The occupied population began preparing for what they called the Festival of Lights. Despite Imperial regulations forbidding large gatherings, families found ways to celebrate in small groups. Decorations appeared overnight and disappeared before Imperial patrols could identify who had placed them. Songs were sung in hushed voices, traditional foods were shared in secret. The entire population seemed to come alive with an energy that had been absent during the occupation. Malgus had watched this phenomenon with growing irritation. He recognized it as a form of psychological resistance, a way for the conquered population to maintain their cultural identity and sense of autonomy despite military defeat. What troubled him was how effective it seemed to be. After the celebration ended, the previously dispirited population showed renewed determination. Resistance activities increased. Productivity decreased even further. The festival had accomplished what weapons and propaganda could not. It had reminded people that they were part of something larger than the Empire, something that couldn't be taken from them by force. That experience had planted a seed in Malgus's mind, one that grew as he learned more about these winter celebrations and their prevalence across Republic space. Every world had some variation of the festival. Every population drew strength from it. The traditions were deeply embedded in galactic culture, passed down through generations, resistant to external suppression. They were, in effect, a weapon, one that the Republic wasn't even consciously wielding, but that served their interests nonetheless. Malgus had studied the enemy extensively during his rise through the Sith ranks. He knew that simple military victory was insufficient for lasting conquest. The Republic had to be broken, not just physically, but psychologically. Their will to resist had to be shattered so thoroughly that they would never rise against the empire again. And to accomplish that, he would need to strike at the source of their resilience. The winter celebrations were distributed across thousands of worlds, embedded in countless cultures, sustained by billions of individuals. Trying to suppress them through force would be impossible and counterproductive. It would only transform the festivals into symbols of resistance, making them more powerful rather than less. No, what was needed was something more subtle, more devastating. The celebrations had to be corrupted from within, their meaning perverted, their ability to inspire hope turned into a source of despair. Malgus had contemplated this problem for months, studying the festivals from every angle. He analyzed their common elements: light, gifts, community gatherings, symbolic decorations. He examined their psychological effects: increased morale, strengthened social bonds, renewed sense of purpose. He considered various methods of attack: poisoning food supplies to create association between celebrations and death, using propaganda to mock the traditions, staging false flag attacks during festivals to create fear. None of these approaches satisfied him. They were crude, likely to backfire, and ultimately ineffective against something so deeply rooted in cultural consciousness. What he needed was an approach that struck at the conceptual level, that attacked not the physical manifestations of the celebrations, but the very idea they represented. The solution came to him during a meditation session in his private chambers. Malgus practiced a form of dark side meditation that involved emptying his mind of all conscious thought and allowing the Force to guide his understanding. In this state, he had received some of his most profound insights into the nature of power and conflict. On this occasion, the Force showed him something unexpected. He saw the winter celebrations not as distributed phenomena occurring independently across many worlds, but as a single unified concept existing in the collective consciousness of the Republic. Like a vast network of lights all connected to the same power source, the individual festivals drew strength from their connection to this larger conceptual whole. People celebrated not just because it was their local tradition, but because they knew billions of others across the galaxy were celebrating simultaneously. The sense of galactic unity was part of what made the festivals so powerful. This unified nature was both the celebration's greatest strength and their critical vulnerability. If the concept itself could be attacked, if the fundamental meaning of the festivals could be corrupted or eliminated, every individual celebration would be affected. It would be like cutting the power source to that vast network of lights. They would all go dark together. But how could one attack a concept? How could the very idea of celebration be stolen or destroyed? The answer lay in the symbolic nature of the festivals. The physical elements, the lights, the decorations, the gifts, the gathering places were not themselves the source of meaning. They were symbols pointing to something deeper: the human capacity for hope, generosity, and community. If those symbols could be removed or perverted systematically and visibly, the underlying meaning would be called into question. People would begin to doubt whether the celebrations had any real significance, or if they were just empty rituals, hollow traditions maintained out of habit, rather than genuine belief. Malgus began formulating a plan that was breathtaking in its ambition and its cruelty. He would conduct a coordinated operation across multiple key Republic worlds, targeting the most important and visible celebrations. His forces would not simply attack the festivals or prevent them from occurring. Instead, they would infiltrate the celebrations, steal their most sacred symbols and artifacts, and vanish without explanation. The thefts would be carried out with such precision and coordination that they would seem almost supernatural, as if the very spirit of the celebrations had been extracted from the galaxy. The psychological impact would be devastating. Families would gather for their traditional celebrations only to find their most treasured elements missing. The beacon trees on Alderaan, the ancient light crystals on Chandrila, the unity bells on Corellia, all of these symbols that connected current celebrations to thousands of years of tradition would simply disappear. And because the thefts would occur simultaneously across many worlds, the sense of a coordinated attack on the concept of celebration itself would be unmistakable. More importantly, the Republic would be powerless to respond. How could they defend against an enemy who didn't seek to destroy or occupy, but simply to take? How could they protect symbols and artifacts that were meant to be publicly displayed and accessible to all? The very nature of the celebrations, their openness, their inclusiveness, their rejection of barriers between people, made them vulnerable to this kind of attack. Malgus refined his plan over several weeks, identifying primary targets, selecting operatives for the mission, and developing the Force techniques that would make the operation possible. He would need to utilize the dark side in ways he had never attempted before, channeling its power not for destruction, but for subterfuge and manipulation. It would require finesse rather than raw strength, precision rather than overwhelming force. The operation would be called Eternal Night, a name that captured both the literal goal, stealing the lights and symbols of celebration, and the metaphorical impact, plunging the Republic into psychological darkness. If successful, it would accomplish more than a dozen conventional military campaigns. It would strike at the very heart of what made the Republic resilient, leaving their populations demoralized and questioning the values they had fought to defend. Malgus presented his plan to the Dark Council, the ruling body of the Sith Empire. Their reaction was mixed. Some saw the genius in his approach, recognizing the devastating psychological impact it could have. Others viewed it as a distraction from conventional military objectives, a waste of resources on what amounted to a symbolic gesture. The debate was intense, with arguments flowing along predictable lines based on each council member's philosophy and area of expertise. In the end, Malgus received conditional approval. He was granted access to specialized operatives and resources, but he would need to demonstrate results quickly. The Dark Council wanted to see immediate impact on Republic morale before committing fully to this unconventional approach. Malgus accepted these conditions without complaint. He knew that once the operation succeeded, once the Council witnessed the psychological devastation it caused, they would recognize the wisdom of his strategy. Preparation for Operation Eternal Night consumed the next several months. Malgus personally selected each operative, choosing not the most powerful Sith or the most skilled warriors, but those with the specific abilities required for infiltration and theft. He trained them in techniques for masking their force presence, for moving undetected through secured areas, for manipulating perceptions and memories. These were not the typical skills emphasized in Sith training, which focused on combat prowess and raw power. Malgus was creating something new, shadow operatives who combined dark side abilities with espionage tradecraft. The choice of targets required careful consideration. Malgus needed to strike worlds that were symbolically important to the Republic, places where the winter celebrations were most revered and most visible. But he also needed locations where his operatives could insert and extract without triggering alarms that would compromise the operation. After extensive analysis, he identified 7 primary targets, each representing a different aspect of Republic culture and each hosting a unique celebration tradition. Alderaan was the obvious centerpiece. Its Midwinter's Light Festival was perhaps the most famous celebration in the Republic, often featured in HoloNet broadcasts and referenced in Senate speeches as an example of Republic values. The planet's status as a cultural and political center made it the ideal primary target. If the celebration could be disrupted there, the symbolic impact would resonate throughout Republic space. The other targets were selected to represent the diversity of Republic celebrations. Corellia for its industrial heritage, Chandrila for its spiritual traditions, Naboo for its artistic culture, Onderon for its frontier resilience, Balmorra for its technological innovation, and Dantooine for its agricultural communities. Together, these 7 worlds encompass the full spectrum of Republic society. Attacking all of them simultaneously would send an unmistakable message. No aspect of Republic culture was safe from Sith reach. As the operation's launch date approached, Malgus found himself experiencing an unfamiliar sensation, anticipation mixed with something that might have been excitement. In all his years of warfare, he had never attempted anything quite like this. The challenge was not in overwhelming the enemy with superior force, but in achieving objectives through subtlety and precision. It was, in its own way, a pure expression of the Sith philosophy. Power did not always mean brute strength. Sometimes, the greatest power came from understanding your enemy so completely that you could manipulate their very thoughts and emotions. The night before the operation launched, Malgus stood alone in his meditation chamber, reaching out through the Force to sense the currents of the galaxy. He could feel it, the anticipation building across Republic worlds as populations prepared for their celebrations. Families planning gatherings, children dreaming of gifts, communities organizing events. It was a wave of positive emotion rolling across the galaxy, a manifestation of the light side so pure and widespread that even he, devoted to darkness, could sense its presence. Soon, that wave would crash against the rocks of despair. Soon, the lights would go out, not just literally, but metaphorically. Soon, the Republic would learn what it meant to have hope stolen from them. Darth Malgus smiled behind his respirator, a cold expression of satisfaction. The great galactic war was about to enter a new phase, one where victory would be measured not in conquered worlds, but in broken spirits. The gathering storm on Alderaan. The city of Aldera, capital of Alderaan, had never looked more beautiful. As the winter season descended upon the mountainous world, the entire city had transformed into a wonderland of light and color. Every building, from the grandest palace to the humblest dwelling, had been decorated for the Midwinter's Light Festival. Strings of lights crisscrossed the streets, creating canopies of illumination that turned evening walks into journeys through tunnels of stars. The famous Alderon crystal formations that dotted the landscape had been carefully illuminated, their natural prismatic properties scattering rainbow patterns across the snow-covered ground. In the royal palace, Princess Solara Organa oversaw the final preparations for the festival's centerpiece event, the lighting of the Great Beacon. This tradition dated back over 3,000 years, to a time when Alderon was still divided into competing kingdoms. A brutal winter had threatened mass starvation, and the various kingdoms had set aside their conflicts to share resources and ensure everyone survived. To commemorate that moment of unity, they had lit a massive beacon visible from every corner of the planet, symbolizing that no matter how dark things became, hope could always shine through. The modern Great Beacon was a technological marvel, a tower of crystalline structures that stood over 200 meters tall in the central plaza of Aldera. When activated, it would project light visible across the entire continent, a symbol that united all Alderanians regardless of their political affiliations or social status. The lighting ceremony was always attended by thousands, broadcast across the Holonet to billions, and marked the official beginning of the festival week. Solara walked through the palace halls, checking on various preparations. In the grand ballroom, servants were arranging tables for the festival feast, where over 1,000 citizens from all social classes would dine together. In the music hall, the palace orchestra was rehearsing traditional songs that would be performed throughout the week. In the gift hall, mountains of donated presents awaited distribution to children across the city. Contributions from wealthy families following the Alderanian custom of anonymous giving. Everything was proceeding perfectly, yet Solara felt an unusual unease. She was Force-sensitive, though not trained as a Jedi. The Organa family had produced several Force users over the generations, and the ability ran strong in her bloodline. She couldn't manipulate objects or predict the future like the Jedi could, but she had learned to trust her instincts when the Force whispered warnings. And right now, it was not whispering, it was screaming. Something was wrong. She couldn't identify what or how, but the feeling of impending danger was unmistakable. She had tried to discuss it with the palace security chief, but without concrete evidence, there was little he could do beyond the standard security protocols already in place. Alderaan maintained only a modest military force, relying on diplomacy rather than weapons for protection. The very idea of a military attack during the festival season seemed absurd. Even the Sith Empire, for all its brutality, had historically observed informal ceasefires during major cultural celebrations. What Solara didn't know was that at that very moment, 7 unmarked shuttles were approaching Alderaan from different vectors, their transponders broadcasting false civilian identification codes. Aboard these shuttles were Malgus's hand-picked operatives, dark side users who had spent months training for this moment. They wore no armor, carried no obvious weapons, and had suppressed their Force signatures to levels barely detectable even by trained Jedi. To any scanner or observer, they appeared to be ordinary travelers arriving for the festival. The operatives landed at various spaceports around Alderaan, blending seamlessly into the crowds of tourists and visiting family members. They had studied Alderanian culture extensively, learning local customs, memorizing common phrases, and understanding social expectations well enough to avoid suspicion. They wore clothing appropriate for festival celebrations, carried bags that suggested they were bearing gifts, and smiled with the appropriate level of enthusiasm when greeted by locals. Meanwhile, in orbit above Alderaan, Darth Malgus himself waited aboard a cloaked vessel. His role in the operation was not to participate directly in the theft, but to coordinate the operation and provide dark side support when needed. He had positioned similar cloaked vessels above each of the 7 target worlds, ready to extract operatives once their missions were complete. The ships were equipped with experimental cloaking technology, theoretically undetectable by Republic sensors. It was a risk. If the cloak failed, the operation would be compromised. But Malgus had determined it was necessary to maintain coordination across all target worlds simultaneously. Throughout Aldera, the operatives moved into position. They had multiple objectives beyond simply stealing the Great Beacon. There were dozens of sacred artifacts, historical decorations, and traditional symbols scattered throughout the city, each one playing a role in the celebration. The plan was to remove as many of these as possible, creating a sense that the very essence of the festival had been extracted from Alderaan. In the Grand Temple, where the oldest traditional decorations were stored, an operative disguised as a priest moved through the sacred vaults. He used a dark side technique that Malgus had taught him, a specialized form of force persuasion that didn't control minds directly, but rather made the target want to look away, to focus their attention elsewhere. Guards literally turned their backs without realizing why, their minds convinced that watching this particular hallway at this particular moment was unnecessary. The operative worked quickly, identifying the most significant artifacts. The original Unity Crown, woven from golden vines over 3,000 years ago. The first light crystal, supposedly the same crystal that had powered the very first beacon. The Covenant Tapestry, a massive fabric artwork depicting the historical moment when the Alderaanian kingdoms had united. One by one, these priceless artifacts disappeared into specially prepared containers designed to mask their 4 signatures. In the Children's District, another operative posed as a volunteer distributor of gifts. She moved through the storage facility, where presents awaited distribution, using the Force to subtly influence the emotions of the workers around her. They felt tired, distracted, eager for their break. Within minutes, she was alone in the facility. She didn't take the gifts themselves. That would be too obvious and serve no strategic purpose. Instead, she took the master list that coordinated gift distribution, the ceremonial first gift that was always presented to the youngest child in the city, and the traditional gift wrapping materials that had been passed down through generations. Small things, but their absence would be noticed, would create confusion and disruption. A third operative worked in the music quarter, where the ancient instruments used only during the festival were kept. These weren't just musical tools, but cultural treasures. Some of them had been played at every midwinter's light celebration for over a millennium. The operative used a force technique to create auditory illusions, convincing the guards that they heard a commotion in a distant room. While they investigated the phantom sounds, He carefully removed the instruments from their display cases, replacing them with perfect holographic duplicates that would only be revealed as fakes when someone tried to play them. The coordination was flawless, the execution precise. Across 7 worlds, similar operations were unfolding simultaneously. On Corellia, the massive unity bells that rang to start the Festival of Lights were being stolen from their towers. On Chandrila, the sacred light crystals that had burned for 3,000 years were being extracted from their shrines. On Naboo, the ancient murals depicting the first festival of illumination were being carefully removed from the walls. Each theft was timed to occur during the final hours before the celebrations were set to begin, ensuring maximum impact when the losses were discovered. Back in the royal palace, Princess Silara's unease had grown into genuine alarm. She couldn't shake the feeling that something catastrophic was about to occur. She made her way to the chamber where her cousin, Bail Organa, was preparing for his role in the lighting ceremony. Bail was a senator in the Republic, a respected statesman known for his wisdom and diplomatic skills. If anyone would take her concerns seriously, it would be him. "Bail," she said as she entered his chambers, "I need you to listen to me. Something is wrong. I don't know what, but the Force is warning me that we're in danger." Bail looked up from the speech he was preparing, his expression concerned but skeptical. "What kind of danger? Has there been a specific threat?" "No specific threat, but the feeling is overwhelming. We should increase security, delay the ceremony, something." Bail sighed, setting aside his datapad. "Silara, I trust your instincts, but we can't disrupt the festival based on a feeling. There are thousands of people already gathering in the plaza, millions watching across the HoloNet. Postponing now would create panic, and if nothing happens, we'll look foolish." "And if something does happen," Silara pressed, "then we'll respond appropriately. But right now, I need you to trust in our security forces. They've prepared for every contingency. The palace is secured, the plaza is monitored, and we have Jedi observers in the crowd. Whatever you're sensing, we're prepared for it." Silara wanted to argue further, but she recognized the determination in Bail's voice. He had made his decision, and nothing she could say would change it. She nodded reluctantly and left his chambers, still gripped by the certainty that disaster was imminent. As the sun set over Alderaan, the great plaza began to fill with citizens. Families arrived, bundled in winter clothing, children riding on their parents' shoulders to get a better view. The atmosphere was festive, filled with laughter and the excited chatter of anticipation. Street vendors sold traditional foods, hot cider, roasted nuts, sweet pastries. Musicians played impromptu concerts on street corners. The entire city had come alive with celebration, exactly as it had for 3 millennia. In the palace, technicians were performing final checks on the Great Beacon. They ran through the activation sequence, confirmed the power conduits, and verified the synchronization with the broadcasting systems that would share the moment with the galaxy. Everything checked out perfectly. They had no way of knowing that deep within the beacon's central chamber, a Sith operative had planted a specialized device, not a bomb or conventional sabotage tool, but something far more insidious. The device was a dark side artifact, created by Malgus specifically for this operation. When activated, it wouldn't destroy the beacon, but rather corrupt it. The light it projected would still shine, but it would be infused with dark side energy, twisted from its intended purpose. Instead of inspiring hope and unity, it would subtly drain those emotions, replacing them with unease and despair. The effect would be subtle enough that most people wouldn't consciously notice it, but the psychological impact would be devastating. As the appointed hour approached, Bail Organa made his way to the ceremonial platform. The crowd erupted in cheers as he appeared, waving to acknowledge their enthusiasm. He was beloved on Alderaan, seen as a champion of the planet's values and a worthy representative in the Republic Senate. His speech would formally begin the festival and trigger the lighting of the beacon. High above, in his cloaked vessel, Darth Malgus watched through the Force. He could sense the gathered crowd, their emotions run high with anticipation and joy. He could feel the light side energy concentrating around the celebration, drawn by the collective positive emotions of thousands. It disgusted him, this display of weakness and sentimentality, but it also satisfied him to know that he was about to transform that light into darkness, that collective joy into collective despair. Malgus reached out through the Force, connecting with his operatives on the ground. One by one, they confirmed their objectives had been achieved. The sacred artifacts were secured. The traditional elements had been removed or corrupted. Everything was in place for the final phase of the operation. "Begin," Malgus commanded through their Force link. Bail Organa's voice rang out across the plaza, broadcast to millions across the galaxy. Citizens of Alderaan, members of the Republic, fellow beings of all worlds, we gather here once again to celebrate the midwinter's light, a tradition that has sustained us for 3,000 years. In times of peace and times of war, in prosperity and hardship, we have come together to light the beacon and remind ourselves that darkness, no matter how deep, is always temporary. The light returns, hope persists, unity prevails. The crowd cheered, their voices creating a roar that echoed off the surrounding mountains. Bail smiled, feeling the power of the moment. He continued, "Tonight, as we light the great beacon, we send a message to the galaxy. We are not merely celebrating a holiday. We are affirming our commitment to the values that make civilization possible: compassion, generosity, community, and hope. These are not weaknesses, as some would claim, but the foundations of true strength." As Bail spoke these words, Solara felt the disturbance in the Force intensify. Something was happening right now, in this moment. She scanned the crowd desperately, looking for any sign of threat, but saw only thousands of happy faces turned toward the stage. Bail raised his hand, preparing to give the signal that would activate the beacon. "Let the light shine," he declared, and brought his hand down in a decisive gesture. The technicians initiated the activation sequence. Power flowed into the great beacon. The crystalline structures began to glow, building toward the brilliant illumination that would be visible across the continent. And then, in a moment that would be remembered in horror for generations, everything went wrong. The light that emerged from the beacon was wrong. It flickered and pulsed with an sickly quality, colors shifting in unnatural ways. The crowd's cheers died in their throats as they stared up at the corrupted illumination. Instead of the warm, inspiring glow they expected, the beacon projected something that felt cold, alien, disturbing. Solara gasped as she felt the dark side energy rolling off the corrupted beacon in waves. The Sith had done this. They had infiltrated Alderaan and corrupted the most sacred symbol of their culture. She opened her mouth to shout a warning, but before she could speak, the real devastation began to unfold. All across the city, citizens were making terrible discoveries. In the Grand Temple, priests opened the sacred vaults to retrieve artifacts for the ceremony, only to find them empty. In the music quarter, musicians picked up their ancient instruments, only to watch them shimmer and reveal themselves as worthless holograms. In the children's district, volunteers arrived to begin gift distribution, only to discover the master list missing and the ceremonial first gift gone. The discoveries rippled through the city within minutes, spreading panic and confusion. The HoloNet broadcasts that were supposed to share Alderaan's celebration with the galaxy instead transmitted images of chaos and despair. Across Republic space, billions watched in shock as the most famous celebration in the galaxy fell apart in real time. And in orbit, hidden behind his cloaking field, Darth Malgus felt the dark side swell with power, fed by the anguish and confusion below. He had done it. He had stolen hope itself from the Republic's most precious celebration. The eternal night had begun. The chaos on Alderaan was only beginning. As citizens discovered the theft and corruption of their most sacred symbols, panic spread through the streets of Aldera. The great beacon continued to pulse with its sickly, corrupted light, a constant reminder that something fundamental had been violated. Temple priests rushed to investigate the empty vaults, their minds struggling to comprehend how such a breach could have occurred. Musicians stared at the holographic instruments that dissolved in their hands, confusion turning to anger and disbelief. Princess Solara didn't waste time trying to understand what had happened. The moment she felt the dark side corruption emanating from the beacon, she knew the Sith were responsible. Her Force sensitivity might not have been strong enough to prevent the attack, but it was sufficient to track its source. She reached out through the Force, feeling for the signature of whoever had orchestrated this violation. What she found made her blood run cold. The corruption wasn't centered on Alderaan at all. It was being directed from orbit, from a presence so steeped in the dark side that even her limited training could sense its terrible power. Whoever this was, they were watching, savoring the devastation they had caused. Bail Organa had descended from the ceremonial platform, his face ashen as security forces rushed to brief him on the extent of the thefts. The reports were devastating. Not just the great beacon had been affected, dozens of sacred artifacts, traditional items, historical treasures were all missing. The thefts had been coordinated with precision that suggested extensive inside knowledge and preparation. This wasn't a random attack or opportunistic crime. This was a calculated assault on Alderaanian culture itself. How? Bail demanded of his security chief. How could all of this happen simultaneously without anyone noticing? The security chief, a veteran officer named Dragon, looked equally bewildered. Sir, we had standard protocols in place. Multiple checkpoints, regular patrols, sensor sweeps. There's no indication of a breach in any of our systems. It's as if the perpetrators were invisible. The Sith can manipulate perception, Solara interjected, having joined her cousin. They can make people look away, convince them to focus elsewhere. If they sent Force users trained in stealth techniques, our conventional security would be useless. Then we need the Jedi, Bail said decisively. Contact the temple on Coruscant, tell them what's happened, and request immediate assistance. But even as he gave the order, new reports were flooding in through the HoloNet. Alderaan wasn't the only target. Similar attacks had occurred simultaneously on Corellia, Chandrila, Naboo, Onderon, Balmorra, and Dantooine. On each world, the most important symbols and artifacts of their winter celebrations had been stolen or corrupted. The Unity Bells of Corellia sat silent in their towers, their mechanisms sabotaged. The light crystals of Chandrila had been extracted from shrines where they had burned for millennia. The ancient murals of Naboo showed only blank walls where priceless artwork had hung for generations. The galaxy reeled from the coordinated attack. HoloNet news channels broadcast images from all 7 worlds showing the same story of loss and violation repeating across Republic space. Analysts struggled to make sense of the strategic purpose. This wasn't conventional warfare, wasn't an attack on military targets or infrastructure. It was something more insidious, an assault on the psychological foundations of Republic culture. In the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, the Council convened an emergency session. Master Satele Shan, the current Grand Master, studied the reports with growing concern. The Jedi had felt a disturbance in the Force during the attacks, a coordinated ripple of dark side energy that suggested a single controlling intelligence behind all 7 operations. But what troubled her more was the nature of the attack itself. "This is Darth Malgus," she said to the assembled council members. "The coordination, the precision, the psychological focus, these are his hallmarks. But this goes beyond his usual tactics. He's attempting something we haven't seen before." Master Jarek Kaidan, a Jedi renowned for his strategic thinking, nodded in agreement. "He's targeting our morale, our cultural identity. By stealing the symbols of our most important celebrations, he's trying to convince the Republic that nothing is sacred, that the Sith can reach anywhere and take anything they want." "And it's working," added Master Nostdural, the Order's chief historian. "I'm already receiving reports of despair spreading through the affected worlds. Citizens feel violated, their traditions desecrated. Some are questioning whether celebrating is even worth continuing if it can all be taken away so easily." Satele stood, her expression grave. "Then we must respond swiftly and decisively. Master Kaidan assembled teams to investigate each affected world. We need to understand exactly how the Sith accomplished these thefts and prevent any future attacks. Master Nostdural, research our archives for any precedent or historical parallel. Darth Malgus doesn't act without purpose. There may be ancient Sith rituals or techniques at work here that we need to understand." As the council members dispersed to their assigned tasks, Satele remained behind, reaching out through the Force to sense the broader implications of what had occurred. She could feel the disturbance rippling across the galaxy, the collective shock and sadness of billions of beings who had been looking forward to their celebrations. The dark side fed on such negative emotions, growing stronger with each moment of despair. If left unchecked, this attack could do more damage to the Republic than a dozen conventional military campaigns. But there was something else, something she sensed beneath the surface of the immediate crisis. a deeper purpose to Malgus's actions, a goal beyond simple psychological warfare. She couldn't quite grasp it yet, but she knew it was there, waiting to be revealed. On Alderaan, the immediate aftermath of the attack had given way to a different kind of chaos, the chaos of determination. Yes, their sacred artifacts had been stolen. Yes, their great beacon had been corrupted. But the citizens of Alderaan were not going to let the Sith dictate whether they celebrated or not. Within hours of the attacks, a grassroots movement had begun organizing alternative celebrations. If the traditional decorations were gone, they would create new ones. If the sacred artifacts were stolen, they would honor their memory by refusing to let their loss stop the festival. Families opened their homes wider, inviting more people to share their private celebrations. Musicians composed new songs on the spot, creating music that spoke to the resilience of spirit rather than relying on ancient instruments. Artists began painting new murals to replace what had been stolen, their work depicting not just traditional themes but also the defiance of a culture that refused to be broken. Princess Solara watched this response with a mixture of pride and concern. The spirit of the Alderaanian people was strong, stronger than Malgus had anticipated, but she also knew that this was likely exactly what the Sith Lord wanted, to provoke them into demonstrating their attachment to these traditions, to make clear just how important the celebrations were to Republic morale, knowledge he could use for future attacks. She made a decision. If the Sith were in orbit watching, if Malgus himself was up there savoring his victory, then perhaps she could reach him. Perhaps through the Force she could make contact and at least understand his purpose. It was dangerous. Reaching out to a Sith Lord could expose her to dark side corruption, but she had to try. In her private chambers, Solara centered herself in meditation. She had been taught basic techniques by a Jedi consular who had visited Alderaan years ago, though she had never pursued formal training. Now, she drew on those lessons, quieting her mind and opening herself to the Force. She reached upward, extending her awareness beyond the palace, beyond the city, toward the cold darkness of space. And there he was, a presence of such concentrated malevolence that it nearly overwhelmed her. Malgus didn't hide himself. He had no need to. His power radiated like a dark star, impossible to miss for anyone with even minimal Force sensitivity. Solara steadied herself and pushed forward, making contact with the edge of his consciousness. Malgus felt her attempt immediately. For a moment, he considered crushing her mind, breaking this impudent contact before it could develop. But curiosity stayed his hand. Someone on Alderaan, someone Force-sensitive but clearly untrained, was trying to reach him. He allowed the connection to form, curious what this person wanted. Why? Solara's thought echoed across the Force link. Why do this? These celebrations harm no one. They're about hope and community, not weapons or power. What could you possibly gain? Malgus considered his response. He could simply sever the link and ignore her, but there was potential value in explaining his purpose. Let her carry his message to others. Let them understand the futility of resistance. You celebrate weakness. His thought resonated back to her, heavy with contempt. You gather together and convince yourselves that cooperation makes you strong, that sharing resources somehow multiplies power instead of diluting it. These celebrations are lies you tell yourselves to avoid facing the truth, that the strong survive and the weak perish. By taking your symbols, I take nothing real. I simply reveal the emptiness that was always there. You're wrong, Solara replied, feeling her conviction strengthen even in the face of his dark power. The celebrations aren't about physical objects. The artifacts and symbols are just reminders of something deeper. You can steal Great Beacon, but you can't steal what it represents. You can take the ancient instruments, but you can't silence the music in our hearts. All you've done is show us that we don't need material things to celebrate hope. Malgus felt a flicker of something that might have been surprise. This was not the response he had anticipated. He had expected despair, defeat, perhaps anger, not defiance grounded in genuine understanding. He reached deeper into Solara's mind, seeing her memories of past celebrations, not the grand public displays, but intimate family gatherings. A child singing with her grandmother, friends sharing handmade gifts, community members supporting each other through hardship. These memories weren't tied to the stolen artifacts at all. They existed independent of any material symbol. For just a moment, something within Malgus wavered. A memory from before his fall to the dark side, from when he had been a young man training in the Sith Academy, but still retaining fragments of his humanity. He had once known community, had once felt connected to something larger than himself. That memory was buried deep, crushed beneath years of Sith indoctrination and the corrupting influence of the dark side. But Solara's conviction had momentarily brushed against it. Then the moment passed. Malgus crushed the unwelcome memory, reinforcing the darkness that had long since consumed his soul. Whatever he had once been was irrelevant. He was Sith now, devoted to power and domination. Any whisper of his former self was weakness to be eliminated. "Your defiance is temporary," Malgus sent back. "When the full weight of what I've taken settles upon your people, when they realize that nothing they hold sacred is safe, despair will follow. I will watch it happen. I will savor it, and when your spirit finally breaks, I will have proven that everything you believe is built on sand." He severed the connection abruptly, leaving Solara gasping in her chambers. The contact had drained her more than she realized, and the touch of Malgus's mind had left traces of cold darkness in her thoughts. She would need to meditate for hours to cleanse herself of that taint. But despite the difficulty, she had learned something valuable. Malgus was wrong about one thing. He believed the despair was inevitable, that breaking the spirit of the Republic was merely a matter of time and pressure. But his certainty made him blind to the possibility that he had misjudged his enemy, that the very act of attacking the celebrations might strengthen the Republic's resolve rather than weaken it. She needed to communicate this to Bail, to the Jedi, to anyone who would listen. The proper response to Malgus's attack wasn't to mourn what was lost or to try desperately to recover the stolen artifacts. It was to demonstrate that the symbols weren't the source of meaning. They were just expressions of something deeper and more resilient. As Solara composed herself and prepared to rejoin the others, she became aware of a new presence on Alderaan. Jedi were arriving, their signatures in the Force unmistakable. The Council had responded quickly, sending teams to investigate and assist. Among them, she sensed one particularly powerful presence, a Jedi whose connection to the Force blazed with unusual intensity. This Jedi would prove to be crucial to everything that followed, though Silara didn't yet know it. For among the Jedi sent to investigate the attacks was a young Padawan whose unique perspective would see what others missed, who would understand the true nature of what Malgus had set in motion, and who would ultimately confront the Sith Lord in a way that no amount of combat training could prepare for. The stage was set for a confrontation that would be decided not by lightsabers or force powers, but by competing philosophies and the strength of conviction on both sides. The spread of darkness, the immediate aftermath of Operation Eternal Night, exceeded even Darth Malgus's expectations. Across the 7 affected worlds, the psychological impact rippled outward like waves from a stone dropped in still water. What began as shock and confusion in the first hours transformed into something deeper and more corrosive as the reality of the attacks settled into the collective consciousness of the Republic. On Corellia, the silence of the Unity bells created an eerie void during what should have been the most joyous time of year. The bells had rung every year for over 2,000 years, their sound so integral to the festival that citizens automatically anticipated it, their bodies and minds conditioned by generations of tradition. When the appointed hour came and no bells rang, thousands of Corellians stood in the streets, waiting for a sound that never came. The absence was more devastating than any explosion could have been. It was as if the heartbeat of their culture had simply stopped. The Corellian government responded by trying to replicate the bell's sound through speakers and hollow systems, broadcasting a recording of the previous year's ringing. But the attempt backfired spectacularly. Citizens could tell immediately that the sound was artificial, a hollow imitation of something that had always been authentic. Rather than providing comfort, the recording only emphasized what had been lost. Riots broke out in several districts as frustration and anger boiled over. Citizens demanded to know how the bells could have been sabotaged, how the Sith could have penetrated so deeply into Corellian security without detection. On Chandrila, the loss of the light. Crystals hit particularly hard because of their spiritual significance. The crystals weren't just decorative elements, they were believed to be fragments of the Force itself, made physical. Priests and monks who had devoted their lives to tending the eternal flames now found themselves without purpose, their entire identity built around maintaining something that no longer existed. Some fell into deep depression, unable to reconcile their life's work with its sudden, violent end. Others became radicalized, calling for military retaliation against the Sith Empire, even if it meant total war. The Chandraland Planetary Council convened emergency sessions to address the crisis. They tried to explain that the Force was everywhere, that the loss of the crystals didn't diminish the spiritual power of the celebrations themselves. But their words rang hollow to citizens who had grown up believing the crystals were irreplaceable conduits of divine energy. Faith, once shaken, is not easily restored through rational argument. Naboo's response was unique among the affected worlds. The theft of the ancient murals, while culturally devastating, sparked a remarkable artistic movement. Naboo was a world that prized creativity and aesthetic expression above almost all other values. Within days of the theft, thousands of artists had volunteered to create new murals, new artwork, new expressions of the Festival of Illumination. The Queen of Naboo personally commissioned the finest artists in the galaxy to come to Naboo and contribute to a renaissance of festival art. But even this positive response contained seeds of the very despair Malgus sought to cultivate. Some argued that replacing the murals dishonored the originals, that the new works could never carry the same historical weight and cultural significance. Debates became heated, with traditionalists accusing progressives of betraying their heritage, while progressives accused traditionalists of living in the past. The Sith attack had succeeded in dividing what should have been a unified cultural response. On Onderon, a frontier world where the winter celebration emphasized survival and mutual aid, the attacks had practical consequences beyond the psychological. The stolen ceremonial tools and supplies had been intended for distribution to remote communities during the harsh winter months. Their loss meant real hardship for frontier families who depended on the festival's resource-sharing traditions to make it through the coldest parts of the year. The Onderonian government scrambled to replace what had been taken, but the logistics were complicated, and some communities would suffer genuine privation as a result. This practical impact gave Malgus's philosophical argument unexpected credibility. Some Onderonians began questioning whether traditions that left them vulnerable to such attacks were worth maintaining. If celebrating could be weaponized against them, if their generosity and openness could be exploited by enemies, perhaps the Sith were right that strength and self-sufficiency were the only reliable values. It was a small shift in perspective, but it represented exactly the kind of ideological corruption that Malgus sought to achieve. Balmorra, with its focus on technological innovation, responded by attempting to engineer replacements for what had been stolen. The finest engineers and scientists on the planet worked around the clock to recreate lost artifacts using advanced manufacturing techniques. They succeeded in producing physical duplicates that looked identical to the originals, down to the molecular level. But when these replicas were unveiled, the public response was muted. Everyone knew they were copies, manufactured rather than inherited. They lacked the patina of age, the connection to history that made the originals meaningful. The technological perfection of the replicas only emphasized that what had been lost wasn't merely objects, but continuity with the past. Dantooine, the agricultural world where the celebrations emphasize gratitude for harvest and preparation for lean times, saw perhaps the most visceral response. The stolen items had included seeds from crop lines that had been cultivated for thousands of years, genetic material that couldn't be replicated. The loss of these heritage seeds meant the end of agricultural traditions that had sustained Dantooine through countless cycles of growth and dormancy. Farmers mourned as they would for fallen family members, understanding that something irreplaceable had been taken from them. Yet it was on Alderaan, the centerpiece of Malgus's operation, where the most complex and unpredictable responses emerged. The initial shock had given way to the grassroots determination that Princess Solara had witnessed, but that determination was not universal. The population split into factions with different ideas about how to respond to the attack. One faction, calling themselves the Preservationists, insisted that the festival should be canceled entirely until the stolen artifacts could be recovered. To celebrate without the traditional elements would be to surrender to the Sith, to admit that the sacred objects didn't matter. They organized protests against the Oz makeshift celebrations, arguing that every improvised decoration or alternative tradition was betrayal of Alderaanian heritage. Another faction, the Renewalists, took the opposite position. They saw the attack as an opportunity to revitalize traditions that had perhaps become too dependent on material symbols. They embraced the creation of new traditions, arguing that the spirit of the celebration was more important than any specific artifact. Their slogan became, "The light is within us," emphasizing that no external theft could extinguish the internal commitment to hope and community. A third faction, smaller but growing, began questioning the value of the celebrations altogether. They called themselves the Realists and argued that perhaps the Sith had revealed an uncomfortable truth, that the Republic had grown soft and sentimental, too focused on celebrations and not focused enough on the harsh necessities of survival in a galaxy at war. Their rhetoric echoed Sith philosophy, though they would have been horrified to realize it. They called for abandoning childish traditions and embracing a more pragmatic, strength-focused culture. These divisions played out across all 7 affected worlds, creating fractures in societies that had been unified before the attacks. Malgus monitored these developments through his intelligence networks, satisfied that his operation was achieving its intended purpose. The material thefts were just the beginning. The real damage came from how the Republic responded to those thefts, how they turned against each other in trying to process the loss. But Malgus also noticed something unexpected in the data. Alongside the despair and division, there were also stories of remarkable resilience and creativity. On Alderaan, a group of children had organized their own lighting ceremony using simple candles, creating a display that moved thousands who witnessed it. On Corellia, engineers were working to repair the bells, turning the restoration into a community project that brought people together. On Chandrila, young monks were establishing new meditation practices that didn't depend on the crystals, exploring different ways to connect with the Force. These responses troubled Malgus in ways he didn't fully understand. According to Sith philosophy, the weak should crumble under pressure, not adapt and find new sources of strength. The Republic's response should have been uniform despair, not this messy mixture of grief and determination, loss and renewal. Something about the situation didn't align with his expectations, and Malgus disliked when reality refused to conform to his understanding. In the Jedi Temple, Master Satele Shan was conducting her own analysis of the developing situation. She had sent Jedi teams to all 7 worlds, tasked with both investigating the thefts and providing psychological support to affected populations. The report she received painted a complex picture that defied simple interpretation. The attacks were brilliantly conceived, she admitted to her council. Malgus identified a vulnerability we didn't even realize we had: the psychological dependence on material symbols of cultural continuity. By striking at traditions that stretch back millennia, he's shaken people's confidence in the stability of civilization itself. Yet the response is not uniformly negative, Master Caden observed. On several worlds, we're seeing remarkable examples of resilience and adaptation. Communities coming together in new ways, creating new traditions while honoring the spirit of the old ones. The question is whether that resilience will be sufficient. Nosterol interjected. For every story of adaptation, we have 10 reports of division, despair, or radicalization. The overall trend is toward exactly the kind of psychological collapse Malgus intended. Satele nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. Then we must amplify the positive responses and provide a framework for others to follow. We need to help people understand that what was stolen was never the source of meaning. It was merely a reminder of meaning they carry within themselves. That's a difficult message to convey, Caden said, especially to populations experiencing genuine grief over their losses. Telling them that the objects didn't matter sounds like dismissing their pain. We're not dismissing their pain, Satele clarified. We're redirecting it. Grief over loss is natural and valid, but that grief shouldn't translate into despair about the future or questioning the value of the traditions themselves. We need to help people see that the theft revealed the strength of their traditions, not their weakness. The fact that losing these symbols hurt so much proves how meaningful the underlying values are. As the council discussed strategies for addressing the crisis, one of Satele's most promising students was formulating his own approach to the problem. Padawan Venzalo was young, not yet 20 standard years, but he possessed an unusual gift for perceiving the connections between seemingly unrelated phenomena. Where others saw separate incidents on 7 different worlds, Ven saw a single coordinated attack with a unified purpose. Where others focused on what had been taken, Ven contemplated what had been left behind and why. Ven had been assigned to the investigation team on Alderaan, where he spent days examining the sites of the thefts, interviewing witnesses, and meditating on the dark side traces left by the Sith operatives. His conclusions were beginning to form, though they were still fragmentary pieces of a larger puzzle he hadn't yet fully assembled. What struck Ven most was the precision of the thefts. Malgus had taken sacred artifacts and corrupted important symbols, but he had carefully avoided causing permanent physical damage to the worlds themselves. The great beacon had been corrupted, not destroyed. The bells had been silenced, not shattered. The murals had been removed, not defaced. This suggested that Malgus wanted the capacity for celebration to remain, even as he took away the traditional means of expressing it. But why? If the goal was simply to demoralize the Republic, destroying the symbols would have been equally effective and simpler to accomplish. The thefts required significantly more planning, coordination, and risk than straightforward sabotage. There had to be a deeper purpose, one that Ven couldn't quite grasp yet. He decided to focus on the one element of the operation that didn't fit the pattern: the corruption of the Great Beacon. Unlike the thefts, which removed objects entirely, the beacon remained in place but altered. Ven requested permission to examine it closely, to understand exactly what the Sith had done and why. The beacon had been deactivated immediately after the corruption was discovered, too dangerous to operate while infused with dark side energy. Ven approached it cautiously, extending his 4 senses to probe the nature of the corruption. What he found was sophisticated beyond anything he had expected. The device planted at the beacon's core was not merely a tool for corrupting light into darkness. It was a kind of force battery designed to absorb the positive emotions of anyone who viewed the beacon and convert that emotional energy into dark side power. When the beacon had been activated during the ceremony, it had begun feeding on the hope and joy of the thousands gathered in the plaza, transmuting those feelings into fuel for the dark side. Venn realized with growing horror what this meant. Malgus wasn't just trying to steal symbols to demoralize the Republic. He was attempting to weaponize the celebrations themselves, to turn the collective positive emotions of billions into a source of dark side power. Every person who mourned the loss of their traditions, every community that questioned the value of their celebrations, was unknowingly feeding the dark side with their despair. This was the true genius of Operation Eternal Night. It created a feedback loop where the psychological damage intensified over time rather than healing. The more people despaired, the stronger the dark side became. The stronger the dark side became, the more pervasive the feeling of hopelessness. If left unchecked, this process could fundamentally alter the balance of the force, tilting it toward darkness in ways that would take generations to reverse. Venn knew he needed to report this discovery immediately, but he also knew that understanding the mechanism wasn't enough. They needed to find a way to break the feedback loop, to restore hope without simply telling people to stop feeling despair. The solution would need to address the emotional and spiritual dimensions of the crisis, not just the material or strategic aspects. As he prepared his report, Venn found himself thinking about something his master had once told him. The light side is not maintained by the absence of darkness, but by the conscious choice to embrace hope despite darkness. That principle seemed especially relevant now. The Republic couldn't undo what Malgus had done. They couldn't erase the loss or pretend the attacks hadn't happened, but they could choose how to respond, could demonstrate that hope was not dependent on external circumstances, but was a fundamental orientation of the spirit. The question was whether enough people would make that choice and whether they would make it quickly enough to prevent the dark side's corruption from becoming irreversible. A Padawan's realization, Padawan Venn Zalo presented his findings to the Jedi Council with a mixture of trepidation and determination. He was young, relatively inexperienced, and about to propose an interpretation of events that contradicted the conclusions of much more senior Jedi. But he trusted his connection to the Force, and his meditations had shown him clearly that what he had discovered was true. Master Satele Shan listened to his report with intense focus, her expression giving nothing away. The other council members showed varying degrees of skepticism, though they remained respectful of the young Padawan's presentation. When Venn finished explaining his theory about the Force battery and the feedback loop of despair, silence filled the council chamber. Finally, Master Nos Dural spoke. "This is a disturbing theory, Padawan Zalo. If you're correct, it would represent an unprecedented application of dark side techniques. Do you have evidence beyond your interpretation of the device you examined?" Venn nodded. "I've analyzed the Force signatures across all 7 affected worlds. There's a pattern of dark side accumulation that follows the timeline of the attacks. The corruption isn't dissipating as it normally would. It's growing, fed by the emotional responses of the populations. The despair itself is becoming a dark side phenomenon. But despair is a natural response to loss," Master Caudin objected. "Are you suggesting that grief itself is feeding the dark side?" "Not grief itself," Venn clarified. grief is natural and necessary. What's feeding the dark side is the transformation of grief into hopelessness, the conviction that the loss is irreparable and meaningful. Celebration is no longer possible. That specific mindset is what Malgus is cultivating, and it's working. Satele leaned forward, her eyes searching Ven's face. You speak with unusual certainty for one so young. What makes you so confident in this interpretation? Ven hesitated, then decided to speak the full truth. I felt it, Master. When I meditated on the corrupted beacon, I could sense the mechanism at work. It's like, imagine a wound that's designed to prevent healing. That gets worse the more you try to treat it. The Sith have found a way to make the natural response to trauma serve darkness instead of leading toward recovery. Then what do you propose as a solution? Satele asked. This was the moment Ven had been building toward, the insight that had come to him during his deepest meditation. We need to reframe the narrative. Right now, the focus is on what was lost, the artifacts, the symbols, the traditions. That focus keeps people locked in a mindset of deprivation. We need to shift the focus to what remains and what can be created, not as replacements for what was lost, but as new expressions of the same underlying values. Easier said than accomplished, Nos Dural observed. You're talking about changing the emotional response of entire planetary populations. How do you propose we do that? Ven took a deep breath. By demonstrating it ourselves. The Jedi represent the light side of the Force, the conscious choice to embrace hope and compassion even in the face of darkness. If we show people that meaningful celebration doesn't depend on ancient artifacts or traditional symbols, if we help them understand that the power was always within them and never in the objects themselves, we can break the feedback loop. You're proposing that the Jedi actively participate in the celebrations, Coyden said slowly, understanding dawning. That we use our connection to the Force to demonstrate that the light side is sustained by internal commitment, not external symbols. Exactly, Ven confirmed. And more than that, we need to find Malgus. We need to confront him directly and show him that his plan has failed, that he hasn't stolen hope, because hope can't be stolen. That confrontation, if it can be made public or at least transmitted through the Force, could be the catalyst for reversing the psychological damage. The council members exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, Satele spoke. Your analysis is sound, Padawan Zalo, and your proposed solution has merit. But confronting Darth Malgus directly is no task for a Padawan, no matter how insightful. He is one of the most dangerous Sith Lords in the Empire, a master of combat and dark side techniques. We cannot send you to face him. Then the Council should send a master, Ven replied. But with respect, masters, the confrontation doesn't need to be about combat. It needs to be about demonstrating the truth of the light side's philosophy. Sometimes the most effective weapon against darkness is not a lightsaber, but the simple refusal to surrender to despair. Satele regarded him for a long moment, then made a decision that would alter the course of events in ways none of them could fully predict. Very well, I will accompany you to Alderaan. We will work together to shift the narrative and break this feedback loop. But, she added firmly, I will not permit you to face Malgus alone. If confrontation becomes necessary, it will be on my terms and with appropriate support. Ven bowed respectfully accepting the compromise. It was more than he had hoped for and exactly what was needed. With a Jedi Master's authority and experience combined with his own insights, they might actually succeed in countering Malgus's plan. The journey back to Alderaan gave Ven time to refine his thinking. He meditated on the nature of hope, trying to understand why it was so powerful and why Malgus was so determined to extinguish it. The Force revealed layers of complexity he hadn't previously considered. Hope, he came to understand, was not merely optimism or wishful thinking. It was an orientation toward the future that assumed possibility even in the face of present suffering. It was the fundamental stance that allowed beings to endure hardship, to sacrifice for others, to work toward goals that might not be achieved in their lifetime. Without hope, civilization itself would be impossible. Why build? Why create? Why cooperate if you believed nothing could improve? The Sith rejected hope because it contradicted their philosophy of power through domination. If beings could find strength through cooperation and shared purpose, if they could endure suffering without becoming bitter and cruel, it undermined the Sith claim that only the dark side offered true power. Malgus wasn't attacking the celebrations because they were militarily significant or strategically important. He was attacking them because they proved that the Sith worldview was incomplete, that there were forms of strength the dark side couldn't access or understand. This realization gave Ven confidence in his approach. The confrontation with Malgus, if it came, wouldn't be about proving who was stronger in the Force or more skilled with a lightsaber. It would be about demonstrating that the very premise of Sith philosophy was flawed, that by rejecting hope and community and cooperation, they cut themselves off from the deepest sources of meaning and resilience. When they arrived on Alderaan, Ven and Satele found a world still in turmoil but beginning to stabilize. The initial shock had passed, and the various factions, preservationists, renewalists, and realists, had settled into an uneasy coexistence. The renewalists were making the most visible progress, organizing alternative celebrations that were attracting significant participation. But the divisions remained deep, and the sense of violation and loss still permeated the collective consciousness. Satele suggested they begin by meeting with Princess Selara, whose Force sensitivity and political position made her a natural ally in their efforts. The meeting was arranged quickly, and Selara welcomed them to the palace with obvious relief. "I'm grateful you've come," she told them. "The situation here is precarious. We're holding together, but barely. Every day more people question whether celebrating is worth the risk of another attack. Some are even suggesting we abandon the tradition entirely, which is exactly what Malgus wants. Then we need to show them that abandoning the tradition would be surrender, but so would stubbornly clinging to forms that no longer serve their purpose." Satele replied, "There's a middle path, honoring what was while creating what can be." Ven spoke up. "Princess, you made contact with Malgus after the attack, didn't you? Through the Force?" Selara looked startled. "How did you know that?" "I can sense the trace of his presence on you, very faint but distinctive." "What did he say? What was his purpose in responding to your contact?" Selara recounted the conversation, including Malgus's contempt for the celebrations and his belief that the Republic's despair was inevitable. When she finished, Ven nodded thoughtfully. "He's certain of his victory, Ven observed. That certainty is his vulnerability. He believes he understands hope well enough to destroy it, but his very philosophy prevents him from truly comprehending what hope is. He sees it as a delusion, a refusal to face reality. He doesn't understand that hope is itself a form of reality creation, a way of bringing possible futures into existence through committed action. "Can you defeat him?" Solara asked bluntly. "Defeat isn't the right word," Satele interjected. "We don't need to defeat Malgus militarily or even to recover the stolen artifacts, though both would be welcome outcomes. We need to demonstrate that his fundamental premise is wrong, that he hasn't stolen anything real because the reality of hope exists independent of any symbol or object." "And how do we demonstrate that?" Solara asked. Ven smiled, an expression of pure conviction. "By celebrating anyway, by showing that even after loss, even after violation, even after darkness has done its worst, the light remains. Not because we're naive or delusional, but because we choose it. Because hope is not something that can be given or taken. It's something we create through our choices and actions." Over the following days, Ven and Satele worked with Solara and the Renewalist faction to organize what they called the Celebration of Enduring Light. It would not attempt to replicate the traditional festival or to replace what had been lost. Instead, it would create something new that embodied the same principles: community, generosity, hope, and the choice of light over darkness. The celebration would be simple, stripped of elaborate decorations or ceremonial objects. Citizens were invited to gather in the plaza where the corrupted beacon stood. There, they would light small candles, one for each person attending. The candles would be simple, unremarkable objects, not ancient artifacts or sacred symbols, just basic candles available to anyone. The point was to demonstrate that the light came from the people themselves, not from the objects they carried. As word of the celebration of enduring light spread, response was mixed. The Renewalists embraced it enthusiastically, seeing it as exactly the kind of new tradition they had been advocating for. The Preservationists were suspicious, viewing it as a surrender to the Sith's theft, an admission that the traditional celebrations didn't matter. The Realists dismissed it as sentimental foolishness, a refusal to accept the harsh realities of a galaxy at war. But there was also a fourth group, one that Ven found most significant: those who had been paralyzed by grief and uncertainty, who hadn't known how to respond to the attacks. These individuals saw in the celebration of enduring light a path forward, a way to honor what was lost while refusing to let that loss define them. They began to arrive at the palace asking how they could participate, offering to help organize, bringing their own ideas for how to make the celebration meaningful. Ven observed this gathering with satisfaction. This was the shift he had been hoping for, the transformation of passive despair into active hope. These people weren't denying their grief or pretending the attacks hadn't hurt. They were choosing to respond with creation rather than destruction, with light rather than darkness. But he also knew that Malgus was watching, that the Sith Lord would sense this gathering of light-side energy and would likely respond. The true test was still to come. In orbit above Alderaan, Darth Malgus did indeed sense what was happening. Through his dark side meditation, he felt the shift in the Force as thousands of Alderaanians made the choice to celebrate despite their loss. It should have been impossible. His operation had been perfectly executed, the psychological damage precisely calculated. Yet somehow, instead of descending into despair, they were rallying. Malgus felt anger rising within him, and he welcomed it. Anger was a source of power, a fuel for the dark side. If the Alderaanians wanted to defy him, he would show them the price of defiance. He had kept the stolen artifacts aboard his ship, intending to eventually display them as trophies of his victory. But now he saw a better use for them. He would descend to Alderaan personally. He would appear at their gathering with the stolen artifacts, would demonstrate his power over what they held sacred. He would confront whoever was organizing this resistance and crush them utterly, and the galaxy would watch as hope died in the most visible way possible. Malgus began preparing for descent, his mind already planning the confrontation. He would bring a contingent of Sith warriors as a show of force, would stage his arrival for maximum psychological impact. This celebration they were planning would become a demonstration of Sith dominance, a lesson to the Republic about the futility of resistance. What Malgus didn't realize was that in choosing to confront the celebration directly, he was walking into exactly the situation Ven had hoped to create. The Padawan had understood something that the Sith Lord's philosophy prevented him from seeing, that sometimes the most effective way to defeat darkness was not to fight it on its own terms, but to simply stand in the light and let the darkness exhaust itself against that immovable stance. The stage was set for a confrontation unlike any in the history of the Jedi-Sith conflict, not a battle of lightsabers or force powers, but a clash of fundamental worldviews, with the fate of the Republic's morale and perhaps the balance of the Force itself hanging in the outcome. The evening of the celebration of enduring light arrived with unusual weather for Alderaan. A gentle snow had begun falling over Aldera, covering the city in a blanket of white that seemed to soften the sharp edges of the past week's trauma. The plaza where the great beacon stood was filling with citizens, each carrying a simple candle, each making the choice to participate despite uncertainty and grief. Ven Zalo stood near the base of the beacon, observing the gathering crowd. He could feel the force flowing through the assembly, a current of tentative hope mixed with lingering sorrow. These people were wounded, still processing their loss, but they were here. They had chosen to stand in the light rather than surrender to darkness. That choice, he knew, was more powerful than any ancient artifact or sacred symbol. Master Satele stood beside him, her presence a reassuring anchor. "Can you sense him?" she asked quietly, referring to Malgus. "Yes," Ven replied. "He's descending. He'll be here within the hour." "Are you prepared for this confrontation? Once it begins, there will be no turning back." Ven met his master's eyes with calm certainty. "I've been preparing my whole life, Master, though I didn't know it until now. Every lesson about the nature of the Force, every meditation on the balance between light and dark, every teaching about hope and fear, it's all been leading to this moment." Princess Solara approached, having overheard their exchange. "Should we evacuate the civilians? If Malgus is coming, if there's going to be a fight?" "No," Satele interrupted gently but firmly. "The civilians need to be here. Their presence is not a liability. It's the entire point. This confrontation won't be won with lightsabers." As the sun set and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, the crowd in the plaza swelled to over 10,000. News of the celebration had spread through the HoloNet, and beings from across Alderaan had made the journey to Aldera to participate. Some came out of defiance, others out of hope, still others out of simple curiosity. But they all came carrying their candles, and one by one they began to light them. The effect was gradual, but stunning. As thousands of tiny flames flickered to life in the snow-softened darkness, the plaza transformed into a sea of light. There was no grand beacon projecting illumination across the continent, no ancient artifacts lending their sacred authority to the proceedings. Just ordinary people with ordinary candles, creating something extraordinary through their collective choice. Ven felt the force respond to this gathering. The light side swelled, fed not by ancient power or mystical artifacts, but by the genuine emotion and commitment of thousands of individuals. This was what Malgus couldn't understand, that the source of the light wasn't in the objects at all. The objects were just focusing lenses for what had always existed within the people themselves. Then, cutting through the peaceful atmosphere like a blade, came the roar of engines. 3 Sith assault shuttles descended from the clouds, their dark hulls stark against the white snow. They landed at the edge of the plaza with deliberate theatrical impact, their boarding ramps dropping to reveal Sith warriors in full combat armor. The crowd gasped and drew back, fear rippling through the assembly, but they didn't flee. Despite their fear, despite the very real danger represented by the Sith warriors, the citizens of Alderaan held their ground. They clutched their candles tighter, moved closer together, but they stayed. It was a small act of courage, but in that moment, it meant everything. Darth Malgus emerged from the central shuttle, his massive frame immediately dominating the space. He wore his full armor, dark metal plates that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. His respirator hissed rhythmically, the sound carrying across the suddenly silent plaza. Behind him, his warriors carried the stolen artifacts, the great beacon's crystals, the ancient instruments, the sacred decorations. They displayed them prominently, a deliberate taunt. Malgus surveyed the gathering with barely concealed contempt. Through the Force, he could sense their fear, and it satisfied him. They should fear him. They should understand the futility of their resistance. He began walking toward the center of the plaza, his warriors flanking him, the crowd parting before him like water before a ship's prow. Ven stepped forward to meet him, and Satele moved to join her Padawan. The Jedi and the Sith Lord faced each other across 20 meters of snow-covered ground, representatives of philosophies that had been in conflict for millennia. "I am Darth Malgus," the Sith Lord announced, his voice amplified by Force techniques so that everyone in the plaza could hear. "I have come to witness this pathetic attempt at celebration, to show you the artifacts you believed sacred, to demonstrate that everything you hold dear can be taken from you. You celebrate with candles like children playing at being adults, pretending that your little lights matter against the infinite darkness of the galaxy." Ven felt the crowd's spirit waver under Malgus's assault. The Sith Lord's words were designed to wound, to resurrect the despair that many had worked so hard to overcome. But Ven also felt Satele's steady presence beside him, and he drew strength from it. "You're right, that you've taken our artifacts. Ven called back, his voice also force amplified. And you're right that these candles are simple, ordinary things. But you're wrong about what they represent. You think power comes from possession, from domination, from controlling what others value. But real power comes from creation, from choice, from the capacity to generate meaning even in the face of loss. Malgus laughed, a harsh sound that echoed off the surrounding buildings. Creation? Meaning? These are the delusions of the weak, the lies they tell themselves to avoid acknowledging their powerlessness. I hold your sacred artifacts. I have corrupted your most important symbol. I can destroy everything you built here with a thought. That is power. The capacity to impose your will on reality regardless of what others want or believe. Then destroy us, Ven replied calmly. If you truly believe that's what power is, then do it. Show everyone watching across the HoloNet what Sith power really means. Demonstrate that might makes right, that the strong can crush the weak without consequence. Satela touched Ven's arm, a silent warning. This was dangerous territory, potentially provoking Malgus into an attack that could result in mass casualties. But Ven had sensed something in the Force, a pathway that this confrontation could follow that might achieve what combat never could. Malgus raised his hand, dark side energy crackling around his fingers. The crowd gasped, parents pulling children closer, some people dropping their candles in their fear. The Sith Lord held that pose, savoring the terror he was creating. But then something unexpected happened. A child, no more than 7 or 8 standard years old, stepped out from the crowd. He walked toward Malgus with the fearless confidence that only children possess, before they've fully learned to be afraid. In his small hands, he carried his candle, still lit, its flame dancing in the winter wind. "You can't have my light," the child said, his voice clear in the silence. "It's mine. I made it by lighting my candle. You can take the big beacon and the old stuff, but you can't take this. It's mine." Malgus stared at the child, his hand still raised, dark energy still crackling. For a long moment, nothing happened. The entire plaza seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see what the Sith Lord would do. Then, slowly, Malgus lowered his hand. He didn't attack, didn't strike the child down or lash out with the Force. Instead, he stood there, something like confusion crossing his features, because in that moment, confronted with the child's simple, absolute conviction, he had recognized something he didn't want to acknowledge. The child was right. Malgus could destroy the candle, could kill the child, could obliterate everyone in the plaza. But he couldn't take what the child had created, the choice to light that candle, the decision to stand in the light despite fear. That choice existed in a realm beyond physical power, beyond domination and control. It was, in its way, genuinely unreachable to him. Ven felt the shift in the Force, the crack appearing in Malgus's certainty. He pressed forward, not physically, but philosophically. That child understands something you've forgotten, Malgus, something you gave up when you embraced the dark side. Power isn't just about what you can take or destroy. It's also about what you can create, what you can inspire, what you can build. And that kind of power multiplies when shared, rather than diminishing. "Enough!" Malgus roared. But there was something hollow in the command, something defensive. "I will show you what true power is. I will destroy your corrupted beacon, will scatter your gathered fools, will..." "Will what?" Satela interjected, her voice cutting through Malgus's bluster with surgical precision. "We'll prove that you can break things? We already know that. The dark side has always been adept at destruction. The question is whether that's all you can do, whether there's anything in you capable of creation, of building, rather than tearing down." Malgus turned his gaze to Satele, recognizing a more significant threat. "You speak from philosophy, Jedi, not from understanding. The dark side is not merely destructive, it is transformative. It breaks down the lies of civilization to reveal the truth beneath." "And what truth is that?" Satele asked. "That the strong survive and the weak perish? Look around you, Malgus. These people have survived your attack. They've endured the loss of what they held sacred and chosen to create new light. By your own philosophy, doesn't that make them strong?" "They survive only because I allow it," Malgus shot back. "I could end every life here within minutes." "But you won't," Ven said quietly with absolute certainty. "Because somewhere deep down beneath all the Sith conditioning and dark side corruption, there's still a part of you that remembers what it's like to be part of something larger than yourself. A part that recognizes that these people celebrating together, supporting each other, choosing hope despite fear, that this represents something real, something you lost when you fell to darkness." Malgus's hand went to his lightsaber, his fury building, but he didn't activate it. Instead, he stood there, trapped between his Sith identity and something deeper, something he had spent years trying to suppress. The snow continued to fall, gentle and persistent. The candles continued to burn, thousands of small lights refusing to be extinguished, and in that moment, something fundamental shifted in the confrontation. Malgus looked at the stolen artifacts his warriors carried, these objects he had risked so much to take. He had believed that possessing them would break the spirit of the Republic, would prove the superiority of Sith philosophy. But standing here, watching these people celebrate with nothing but simple candles, he could see his error. The artifacts had never been the source of their strength. They had been convenient symbols, but the reality they symbolized existed independently of any object. He had stolen nothing real. He had taken things, yes, but not hope, not community, not the capacity for light. Those things couldn't be taken because they weren't possessions. They were choices, renewed in each moment by each individual. For the first time in decades, Darth Malgus felt something other than certainty in his convictions. It wasn't doubt exactly. His Sith training was too deep for that. But it was a kind of recognition, an acknowledgement that perhaps the universe was more complex than the stark binary of strong and weak, victor and victim. "You think this changes anything?" Malgus finally said, his voice quieter, less aggressive. "You think because I don't slaughter everyone here, it means you've won? I still hold your artifacts. I've still corrupted your beacon. The damage I've done to Republic morale is real and lasting." "The damage is real," Ven agreed, "but it's not lasting, and we haven't won because this isn't about winning or losing. It's about understanding what actually matters. You wanted to steal hope, but you've only reminded us that hope doesn't come from objects or symbols. It comes from us, from our choices, from our commitment to each other and to the light. You can't steal that. No one can." Malgus stood silent for a long moment, then made a decision that surprised everyone, including himself. He gestured to his warriors. "Return the artifacts." The Sith warriors hesitated, uncertain if they had heard correctly. Malgus's voice hardened. "I said return them. Now." As his warriors moved forward to deposit the stolen objects at the base of the great beacon, Malgus addressed the crowd. "Let it not be said that I fear your judgment, or that I return these out of weakness. I return them because I have proven my point. I took them when I wished, corrupted what you held sacred, and demonstrated that your material symbols are meaningless. I return them now because keeping them would suggest they matter to me, which they do not." It was a face-saving justification, and everyone present recognized it as such. But it didn't matter. The artifacts were being returned, the sacred objects restored. The victory wasn't about forcing Malgus to admit error. It was about demonstrating that his philosophy was incomplete, that power existed in forms he couldn't touch or control. Satele stepped forward, addressing Malgus directly. "You've given us a gift tonight, though you don't recognize it as such. You've shown everyone here that what we value most cannot be taken by force. You've reminded us that hope is a choice, not a possession. And perhaps, in some small way, you've reminded yourself of something you lost when you fell to the dark side." Malgus's eyes narrowed behind his respirator. "Do not mistake pragmatism for conversion, Jedi. I am Sith. I will always be Sith. This changes nothing about our war or the eventual outcome." "Perhaps," Satele conceded, "but something has changed in you whether you acknowledge it or not. I can sense it through the Force, a crack in the absolute certainty, a moment of genuine question. That crack will never fully close, Malgus. It will remain, a reminder that perhaps there are truths your philosophy cannot accommodate." Malgus turned to leave, unwilling to continue the confrontation, but before he boarded his shuttle, he paused and looked back at the gathering, at the thousands of candles still burning despite the snow, despite his presence, despite everything. "Enjoy your celebration," he said, and there was something in his tone that might almost have been respect. "It will not save you when our armies meet again." The Sith shuttles lifted off, disappearing into the snowy night sky. As they vanished, a cheer erupted from the crowd, thousands of voices raised in triumph and relief. They had faced the dark side's champion and had not broken. They had held their ground, kept their lights burning, and witnessed his retreat. But Ven didn't cheer. He simply stood, watching the spot where Malgus had been, feeling through the Force the complicated tangle of emotions the Sith Lord was experiencing. There was anger there, yes, and shame at what Malgus perceived as weakness. But there was also something else, something that would take root in the coming days and weeks. A question, the beginning of doubt. The heart grows. 3 sizes, Darth Malgus stood in his meditation chamber aboard the Tyrant's Fist, staring at the stars through the viewport. The ship was jumping through hyperspace, fleeing Alderaan, fleeing the scene of what he was trying very hard not to think of as a defeat. His warriors were secured in their quarters, confused and uncertain about what had happened in that plaza. The stolen artifacts, or most of them, had been returned. Operation Eternal Night had ended not with triumphant victory, but with strategic withdrawal. And Malgus couldn't stop thinking about that child. The boy who had walked up to him unafraid, holding his simple candle and declaring that Malgus couldn't take his light. The absolute conviction in those words had struck something deep within Malgus, something he had believed long dead and buried beneath years of Sith training and dark side corruption. In his meditation, Malgus tried to analyze what had gone wrong. The operation had been perfectly planned and flawlessly executed. The thefts had succeeded. The psychological impact had been real. Republic morale had suffered exactly as intended. So why did it feel like failure? Because they had adapted, a voice whispered in his mind, because they had found new strength in what you thought was their moment of greatest weakness. Malgus rejected that thought, but it persisted. The people in that plaza hadn't been broken. They had been wounded, yes, grieving the loss of their traditions. But instead of shattering under that loss, they had created something new. Simple candles replacing an ancient beacon. Ordinary people choosing to generate light rather than surrendering to darkness. And he, Darth Malgus, architect of Operation Eternal Night, had stood before them and done nothing. He had possessed every advantage, superior power, military force, the artifacts they valued. He could have destroyed everything they had built in that plaza, yet he hadn't. Why? The question tormented him. Malgus prided himself on understanding his own motivations, on maintaining absolute clarity about his goals and methods. But his decision to return the artifacts and withdraw made no sense according to any strategic calculus he could construct. It was inefficient, tactically unsound, a surrender of advantage for no gain. Unless there had been a gain, he wasn't acknowledging. Malgus reached deeper into his meditation, allowing the Force to guide his understanding. What he found disturbed him profoundly. In the moment when the child had confronted him, in the instant before he lowered his hand and chose not to attack, he had felt something he hadn't experienced in years: uncertainty. Not the tactical uncertainty of not knowing an enemy's position or capabilities, but philosophical uncertainty. Doubt about whether his understanding of power and strength was complete. Recognition that the scene before him, thousands of ordinary beings choosing to stand together in the light, represented something his Sith training had taught him to dismiss as weakness, but that clearly possessed its own form of strength. The dark side thrived on certainty, on absolute conviction that might makes right, and the strong should dominate the weak. But that child's simple statement had introduced a complication. The child was weak by any physical measure, young, small, defenseless. Yet in that moment, he had possessed something Malgus couldn't touch or overcome. Not the candle itself, but the choice to light it. The decision to stand in the light despite overwhelming darkness. Malgus tried to crush this line of thinking, to dismiss it as the confusion of the moment rather than genuine insight. But the Force wouldn't let him. The meditation he had entered to find clarity instead kept showing him the same truths from different angles, forcing him to confront what he had witnessed. He saw himself as others might see him, a figure of immense power built on destruction and domination, capable of taking anything, destroying anything, conquering anything, but not capable of creating, not capable of inspiring genuine loyalty rather than fear, not capable of building something that would persist after he was gone. The Sith Empire he served was built on the same principles. It conquered and dominated, but it created nothing lasting. Its art was stolen from conquered peoples. Its architecture mimicked the achievements of other civilizations. Its culture was parasitic, feeding on what others built, but generating nothing original. The Empire's only unique contribution to galactic civilization was new and more efficient methods of domination and destruction. Malgus felt something stirring in his chest, a physical sensation like pressure building. It was uncomfortable, almost painful. He tried to identify it through his force senses to categorize and control it, but the feeling resisted his attempts at clinical analysis. It took him several minutes to recognize it for what it was: grief. He was grieving for something he had lost long ago, something he had surrendered when he embraced the dark side fully. The capacity for genuine connection, for being part of something larger than himself, for creating rather than only destroying. These weren't weaknesses, he realized with growing horror. They were dimensions of existence that Sith philosophy denied, but that were nonetheless real and powerful. The child in the plaza had those capacities. The thousands of people holding candles had them. Even the Jedi he had confronted possessed them. They could create, could inspire, could build communities that persisted and thrived. They had access to forms of power that the dark side, for all its destructive capability, could never provide. Malgus felt the foundations of his worldview beginning to crack, not shattering. The conditioning ran too deep for that, but developing fissures that let in uncomfortable light. He tried to shore up those cracks with familiar arguments: strength through conflict, power through domination, victory through superior force. These principles had sustained him for decades. They couldn't be wrong, but they were incomplete. He could see that now, could sense through the Force that his understanding of power had been partial, focused on one aspect while deliberately blinding himself to others. The Sith were powerful in destruction, but was that the only form of power that mattered? Was the capacity to break things the highest expression of strength, or was there something more in the ability to build, to heal, to create? The pressure in his chest intensified, and Malgus realized with shock that tears were running down his face beneath his respirator. When was the last time he had cried? Not since childhood, not since before the Sith Academy, not since he had learned to transform every emotion into anger or cold calculation. But here, alone in his meditation chamber, he was weeping for the person he might have been if different choices had been made, different paths chosen. He thought about his life, the trajectory that had led him to this moment, the childhood stripped away by Sith training, the relationship sacrificed to maintain focus on power, the joy and wonder and simple human connection all transformed into fuel for the dark side. He had gained power, yes, tremendous power. But what had he lost? What had he never even had the chance to experience? For the first time in years, Malgus allowed himself to imagine a different life. Not his actual past, that couldn't be changed, but an alternate path, one where his Force sensitivity had led him to the Jedi instead of the Sith, where he had learned to channel his strength toward protection instead of domination, creation instead of destruction, where he might have stood in a plaza holding a candle, part of a community, contributing to something that would outlast him. The vision was both beautiful and agonizing. Beautiful because it showed him possibilities he had never seriously considered. Agonizing because it was too late. He was Darth Malgus, Sith Lord, champion of the dark side. His path was set, his identity fixed. Even if he wanted to change, and he wasn't certain he did, the Empire would never allow it. Sith who showed weakness were eliminated. Turning away from the dark side would be seen as the ultimate weakness. Yet the image persisted. The child with his candle, the thousands of people choosing light, the Padawan who had seen through his justifications and named the truth. That hope couldn't be stolen because it was a choice, not a possession. Slowly, carefully, Malgus examined his heart. Not the physical organ, but the spiritual and emotional center of his being that Sith training had taught him to suppress and control. What he found there surprised him. Beneath the layers of conditioning, beneath the armor of Sith philosophy and dark side power, there remained a core of something human, wounded, nearly destroyed, but not quite extinguished. It was like that child's candle, he realized, a small flame that had somehow persisted despite every effort to put it out. A spark of the person he might have been, the capacity for light that even years of darkness hadn't completely eliminated. Malgus didn't know what to do with this discovery. The safe choice would be to crush it, to redouble his commitment to the dark side and dismiss tonight's events as a temporary confusion. But something in him resisted that choice. The spark wanted to burn, wanted to grow, and part of him, a part he had thought long dead, wanted to let it. He couldn't become a Jedi. That path was closed to him, both practically and philosophically. But perhaps there were possibilities between the absolutes of Jedi and Sith, options he had never considered because Sith teaching presented only binary choices, light or dark, strength or weakness, victory or defeat. What if reality was more complex? What if strength could coexist with compassion, power with creation, dominance with cooperation? The galaxy was vast and diverse. Surely there were philosophies and approaches beyond the narrow doctrines of either the Jedi or the Sith. These thoughts were dangerous, possibly heretical from a Sith perspective, but Malgus found he didn't care. For the first time in decades, he was thinking for himself, rather than through the lens of Sith conditioning. The experience was disorienting, but also oddly liberating. He made a decision. He wouldn't abandon the Sith Order. That would be both impossible and unwise. But he would stop dismissing everything the Jedi represented as weakness and delusion. He would allow himself to question, to consider alternatives, to acknowledge that his understanding might be incomplete. It was a small change, barely perceptible to outside observers. But Malgus could feel it resonating through his connection to the Force, a subtle shift in how he related to the galaxy and his place in it. His heart, frozen for so long in dark side certainty, was beginning to thaw. Not melting entirely, he was still Sith, still committed to power and strength, but growing, expanding, becoming capable of containing complexities that his previous philosophy had rejected. 3 sizes larger perhaps, though he would have mocked such a poetic description if anyone had suggested it. Still, the metaphor wasn't entirely wrong. He felt expanded, capable of holding contradictions that would have tormented him before. Strength and compassion, power and creation, darkness and the recognition that light had its own legitimacy. Malgus opened his eyes, ending his meditation. The stars still blazed beyond his viewport, infinite and indifferent. But somehow, they seemed different now. Not just balls of burning gas powering the planets of the galaxy, but symbols of light that persisted in the surrounding darkness. Each one a small flame refusing to be extinguished. like that child's candle. The Sith Lord rose, his massive frame unfolding from his meditation position. He had decisions to make, reports to file with the Dark Council, the continuing war to wage, but he would approach those tasks differently now, with new questions informing his strategy and goals. He moved to his communication console, intending to compose his report on the operation. But as he began recording, he found himself deviating from the planned narrative. Instead of describing Operation Eternal Night as a success, he found himself being honest about its limitations and what he had learned from its conclusion. The operation succeeded tactically, but failed strategically, he recorded. We stole the artifacts as planned and caused genuine psychological damage to Republic morale. But the resilience of the population exceeded projections. They adapted to the loss, creating new expressions of their values that proved resistant to our methods. Further operations along these lines are unlikely to produce better results and may strengthen enemy resolve rather than weakening it. I recommend shifting focus to conventional military objectives where our advantages are more decisive. It was an admission of failure, something Sith Lords rarely made without being forced. But Malgus found he didn't care about the political consequences. Accuracy mattered more than pride. Understanding the truth mattered more than maintaining appearances. As he finished the report and transmitted it to the Dark Council, Malgus felt something else stirring in his chest. Not grief this time, but something closer to peace. A sense that despite the evening's complications, despite the philosophical upheaval he was experiencing, he was moving in a right direction. Not toward light or darkness exclusively, but toward something more complex and truthful. He didn't expect the council to understand. Most of them were too committed to absolute dark side philosophy to accept nuance or complexity. They would see his report as weakness or confusion. But Malgus had never particularly cared what the council thought of him. He served the Empire, followed Sith principles, but he had always maintained a degree of independence in his thinking. That independence had just expanded considerably. And while he didn't yet know where it would lead, he was curious to find out. The man who returned to his duties after that meditation was still Darth Malgus, still Sith, still formidable and dangerous. But something essential had changed. A heart once wholly given to darkness had discovered it could hold light as well, not by abandoning the dark, but by accepting that the universe was larger and stranger than Sith philosophy allowed for. It was a beginning, not an ending. But all transformations start with small changes, with moments of recognition that the old certainties no longer suffice. And on a snowy plaza on Alderaan, thousands of candles continued burning, each one a testament to the power of choice, the strength of hope, and the possibility of light persisting even in the deepest darkness. The restoration of light. Dawn broke over Alderaan, and the celebration of enduring light continued into its second day. The crowd in the plaza had grown rather than diminished overnight, as word of Malgus's retreat and the return of the artifacts spread across the planet and beyond. Citizens who had been too afraid or too despairing to participate initially now arrived to join the gathering, bringing their own candles, their own stories, their own renewed commitment to hope. Venzalo had not slept. He had spent the night in meditation, processing what had occurred and monitoring the shifts in the force that rippled across not just Alderaan, but all 7 worlds affected by Operation Eternal Night. What he sensed filled him with cautious optimism. The feedback loop of despair that Malgus had created was breaking, not instantly. The psychological damage couldn't be undone that quickly, but the momentum had shifted. Where before each moment of grief had fed more despair in an endless downward spiral, now the direction had reversed. Each small act of courage, each choice to celebrate despite loss, created space for more courage, more celebration. The upward spiral had begun. Master Satele joined him as the sun fully cleared the horizon, its light mixing with the glow of the still burning candles. "You did well last night, Padawan. Better than I expected, and I had high expectations." "We did well, Master," Ven corrected. "This wasn't about any individual. It was about everyone here making a choice, from the child who confronted Malgus to the last person who decided to light a candle." "Wisdom beyond your years," Satele observed with a smile. "Though I notice you're still calling me Master, when the Council will almost certainly elevate you to Knight after this." Ven looked startled. "I hadn't thought about that." "Of course you hadn't. You were too focused on the mission, on serving the Force and protecting these people, which is precisely why you deserve the elevation." Satele gestured toward the crowd. "But first, we have work to finish here. The artifacts have been returned, but they remain corrupted by the dark side. We need to cleanse them before they can be used again." Over the following hours, Ven and Satele worked with other Jedi who had arrived to assist. They formed a circle around the great beacon and the returned artifacts, channeling light side energy through the Force to purge the dark side corruption. It was delicate work, requiring focus and coordination. Too aggressive an approach might damage the objects themselves. Too gentle, and the corruption would persist. Princess Solara watched the process, fascinated by the display of Force techniques she had never witnessed before. She could feel the energy shifting, the oppressive darkness that had emanated from the corrupted objects gradually dissipating. When the cleansing was finally complete and the Jedi stepped back, the artifacts looked different, brighter, lighter, as though a veil had been lifted. "Can we light the beacon now?" someone in the crowd called out. Satele considered the question, then shook her head. "Not yet. The corruption is purged, but the beacon needs to be reconsecrated, needs to be rededicated to its original purpose. That's not something the Jedi should do. It's work for the people of Alderaan, a renewal of their commitment to what the beacon represents." The suggestion sparked immediate discussion among the Alderaanians present. A priest from the Grand Temple stepped forward, offering to lead a traditional consecration ceremony. But others objected, arguing that traditional ceremonies had failed to prevent the Sith attack in the first place. Perhaps what was needed was something new, a ritual that incorporated the lessons learned from Operation Eternal Night. The debate was spirited but constructive, different factions expressing their views without the bitterness that had characterized earlier divisions. Ven noticed the shift and recognized it as another sign of healing. The attack had fractured Alderaan's unity, but that fracture was being repaired, not by return to exactly how things were before, but by building something new that incorporated both tradition and change. Eventually, a compromise emerged. The beacon would be reconsecrated using traditional liturgy, But the ceremony would include new elements acknowledging the recent crisis. Children would be invited to participate, lighting the beacon with flames from their simple candles, a symbolic gesture indicating that the power of the beacon came not from the structure itself, but from the people who gave it meaning. As preparations for the reconsecration ceremony began, Ven received a communication from the Jedi Temple. Similar processes of restoration and healing were underway on all 7 affected worlds. The Corellian Unity bells had been repaired and would ring again at the next sunset. The light crystals of Chandrila were being returned to their shrines, though the priests there were developing new philosophies that didn't depend entirely on the physical crystals. On Naboo, the new murals were being celebrated as worthy successors to what had been lost, different but equally meaningful. Across Republic space, the narrative was shifting. What had begun as a story of violation and loss was transforming into a story of resilience and renewal. The Sith had struck at the heart of Republic culture, and instead of breaking, that culture had adapted and grown stronger. Malgus's operation hadn't destroyed hope. It had clarified it, had shown that hope was not dependent on any external condition, but was a fundamental orientation of the spirit. The reconsecration ceremony took place at sunset as the natural light began to fade. Thousands gathered once more in the plaza, this time not in defiance or fear, but in genuine celebration. The traditional prayers were recited, connecting the present moment to thousands of years of history. Then, in the new addition to the ceremony, a dozen children were called forward, each carrying one of the candles that had burned through the previous night. One by one, they approached the great beacon, using their small flames to ignite its mechanisms. The symbolism was powerful and deliberate. The ancient structure, with all its sacred significance, was being lit not by some special source of power, but by the ordinary faith and hope of children, the younger generation carrying light forward into the future. As the last child touched their candle to the beacon, the structure blazed to life. But this time, the light was pure, untainted by dark side corruption. It projected upward and outward, visible across the continent, just as it had for 3,000 years. The crowd erupted in cheers, tears streaming down faces, people embracing one another in relief and joy. Ven felt the force surge with light-side energy, a wave of positive emotion and renewed hope washing across not just Alderaan, but rippling outward to touch all the affected worlds. This was the counter to Malgus's feedback loop, a cascade of light and hope that would strengthen itself with each iteration, healing the damage that darkness had inflicted. He also felt something else, something unexpected. Through the Force, across the vast distance of space, he sensed Darth Malgus. The Sith Lord was monitoring what happened on Alderaan, watching as his carefully planned operation was not merely reversed but transformed into something that strengthened the very hope he had sought to destroy. And Malgus was not angry. There was frustration, yes, and confusion, but also something that might have been acceptance or even understanding. The Sith Lord's presence in the Force felt different than it had before. Not lighter exactly, but more complex, less absolutely certain. As if by confronting hope directly and failing to destroy it, Malgus had absorbed some small measure of it himself. The connection between them lasted only a moment before Malgus withdrew, retreating back into the darkness of his flagship and the role he still played in the Sith Empire. But Ven knew that something fundamental had shifted in their enemy. The absolute certainty that made Sith Lords so dangerous had been cracked. Malgus would remain a threat, would continue to wage war against the Republic. But he would do so with questions where before there had been only conviction. And questions, Ven reflected, were the beginning of transformation. Over the following weeks, life across the 7 affected worlds gradually returned to normal, or rather, to a new normal that incorporated the lessons learned from the crisis. The winter celebrations continued, but with a renewed understanding of their purpose and meaning. The material symbols were valued, but people no longer confused them with the deeper realities they represented. The Jedi Order studied Operation Eternal Night intensively, documenting its methods and the Republic's response. Master Nost Dural produced a comprehensive analysis that would become required reading at the Jedi Temple for generations. His conclusion: the Sith can destroy our symbols, occupy our worlds, and take our possessions, but they cannot take our commitment to light unless we surrender it willingly. The surest defense against darkness is not greater weapons or stronger shields, but unshakable hope rooted in genuine understanding of what matters. Princess Solara wrote her own account of the events, focusing on the moment when the child had confronted Malgus. Her essay, titled "The Power of Simple Light," was distributed across the Republic and became something of a cultural touchstone. Parents read it to their children. Teachers discussed it in the classrooms. It articulated something that people needed to hear, that even in their ordinary lives, even without force powers or military training, they possessed the capacity to stand against darkness through simple moral courage. The child himself, whose name was Kale Tarn, became briefly famous before his parents wisely shielded him from too much attention. But his act in that plaza would be remembered, depicted in art and referenced in speeches, a reminder that heroism came in many forms and that sometimes the smallest gestures carried the most profound meaning. As for Ven Zallow, he was indeed elevated to Jedi Knight in a ceremony that felt both momentous and strangely anticlimactic. The real test had come in that snowy plaza on Alderaan, in the confrontation with Malgus and the philosophical battle that had ensued. The formal ceremony simply acknowledged what the Force had already confirmed, that he had demonstrated mastery of the Jedi path and commitment to its principles. His first act as a Jedi Knight was to request assignment to the ongoing war effort, but not in a combat role. Instead, he asked to work with civilian populations affected by Sith attacks, helping them maintain hope and resilience in the face of ongoing conflict. The Council approved the request, recognizing that Ven's gifts were particularly suited to this kind of work. And so, as the winter celebrations concluded across Republic space and life returned to its wartime routine, the legacy of the Sith who tried to steal hope continued to unfold. Malgus had set out to break the Republic's spirit, to prove that their values were illusions and their traditions meaningless. Instead, he had inadvertently strengthened exactly what he sought to destroy, while introducing doubts into his own previously absolute convictions. The irony would have amused the Force if the Force had been capable of amusement. Instead, it simply flowed onward through light and dark, maintaining the eternal balance that neither Jedi nor Sith fully understood, but both served in their own ways. Epilogue. Lessons in the Force. 5 years passed, and the Great Galactic War continued to rage across the galaxy. Worlds were conquered and liberated in an endless cycle. Fleets clashed in the darkness of space. Heroes rose and fell on both sides. The conflict that Malgus and others of his generation had sparked showed no signs of resolution. But beneath the surface of military campaigns and political maneuvering, something had shifted. The Republic's morale remained strong despite ongoing losses, sustained by the memory of how they had responded to Operation Eternal Night. The story of the winter celebrations, of communities choosing hope despite every reason for despair, had become a foundational myth in Republican culture. It wasn't just history, it was identity. Ven Zalo, now a respected Jedi Knight with his own Padawan, traveled the war-torn regions of the galaxy. His work brought him to worlds recently freed from Sith occupation, where populations struggled with trauma and uncertainty. He helped them rebuild not just their physical infrastructure, but their psychological resilience, teaching the lessons he had learned on Alderaan. That hope was a choice. That community was strength. That light persisted through darkness, not because it was never challenged, but because people chose to maintain it. His reputation spread, and with it, a curious phenomenon. Sith forces began to avoid certain operations where Ven was known to be working with civilian populations. Not because he was a great warrior, his combat skills were adequate but unremarkable, but because attempting to break the spirit of populations under his guidance invariably backfired, strengthening resolve rather than shattering it. There were rumors, unconfirmed but persistent, that these orders came from Darth Malgus himself, that the Sith Lord, while continuing to wage war with undiminished intensity, had developed an odd respect for the kind of work Ven represented. Some claimed Malgus had even prevented other Sith Lords from attempting similar psychological operations, arguing that they were inefficient and counterproductive. Ven didn't know if the rumors were true. He had not encountered Malgus again since that night on Alderaan, though he sometimes felt the Sith Lord's presence through the Force, observing from a distance. Whatever transformation had begun in Malgus that snowy evening had not led him to abandon the Sith or defect to the Republic. But it had changed him in subtle ways, introduced complexities into what had been a simple commitment to dark side philosophy. The Jedi Council debated the significance of these changes. Some argued that any weakening of Sith certainty was tactically valuable, even if it didn't lead to full conversion. Others worried that a Malgus capable of questioning and nuance might actually be more dangerous than one locked into rigid ideology. Satele Shan, now entering her late middle years but still vigorous and sharp, took a longer view. "We think of the light side and dark side as opposing forces," she told her council, "and in many ways they are. But they're also two aspects of a larger whole, the Force itself. Individual beings move between light and dark throughout their lives, their choices and experiences shaping which side dominates. Malgus has spent decades as a champion of darkness, and that won't change overnight. But if he's beginning to question, beginning to see that darkness doesn't hold all the answers, that movement matters even if it never reaches completion." "Are you suggesting we might redeem Malgus?" Master Caden asked skeptically. "I'm suggesting that redemption isn't always our choice to grant or withhold," Satele replied. "The Force guides all being toward balance, toward understanding. Sometimes that guidance is accepted, sometimes rejected. Our task is not to force anyone toward the light, but to demonstrate its validity through our actions and let the Force do the rest. On the Sith side, Malgus's subtle transformation had not gone unnoticed. The Dark Council watched him with increased suspicion, concerned that his philosophical questioning indicated wavering commitment to Sith principles. He was called to account for his report on Operation Eternal Night, forced to defend his conclusions that psychological warfare had limited utility. He defended himself with characteristic directness. I remain committed to Sith victory and domination, but domination through delusion is false power. If our philosophy requires us to misunderstand our enemies, to blind ourselves to their genuine strengths, then it's the philosophy that needs revision, not our perception of reality. It was a dangerous argument, one that bordered on heresy in strict Sith terms. But Malgus's record of military success gave him credibility that a lesser figure would have lacked. And his fundamental point was difficult to refute. The Sith Empire needed accurate intelligence and honest assessment of enemy capabilities to win the war. If that honesty revealed uncomfortable truths about Republican resilience, better to acknowledge those truths and adapt strategy accordingly. The debate within the Dark Council reflected a deeper tension in Sith philosophy. The ideology emphasized strength through conflict, but it also risked creating feedback loops of escalating delusion, where any acknowledgement of enemy strength was seen as weakness. Malgus had stumbled into this tension through Operation Eternal Night, and his inability to fully dismiss what he had witnessed on Alderaan forced the question into the open. No resolution was reached. The Dark Council remained divided, some supporting Malgus's call for more realistic assessment, others insisting that any questioning of Sith certainty was the first step toward corruption by the light side. Malgus was allowed to continue his military campaigns, but he was watched carefully for any further signs of ideological deviation. As the war ground on, both sides accumulated victories and defeats, territory changed hands, and the galactic balance of power shifted incrementally. But beneath these surface changes, the deeper conflict continued. The philosophical battle between hope and despair, creation and destruction, light and darkness. And in that deeper conflict, Operation Eternal Night had proven something crucial. Hope could not be stolen. It could only be surrendered. And as long as beings chose to maintain it, to light their candles against the darkness and stand together in community, no amount of military power or dark side sorcery could extinguish it. This was the lesson that Venzalo carried with him across war-torn worlds. This was the truth that Darth Malgus could no longer completely deny. And this was the reality that sustained the Republic through years of brutal conflict, not the certainty of victory, but the commitment to values that transcended victory or defeat. The Force flowed through it all, light and dark, in eternal tension, each testing the other, each defining the other through opposition. Neither side would claim final victory because final victory was impossible. The conflict was eternal, built into the fundamental structure of reality itself. But within that eternal conflict, individual choices mattered. Each decision to embrace hope or surrender to despair. Each choice to create or destroy. Each moment when a being stood at the crossroads of light and darkness and chose one path or the other. These choices rippled through the Force, shaping the galaxy in ways large and small, a child holding a candle, a Sith Lord questioning his certainty, a Jedi Knight teaching resilience to traumatized populations, a community choosing to celebrate despite loss. All of it mattered. All of it contributed to the endless dance of light and dark, the eternal story of beings striving to understand their place in the cosmos and to shape reality according to their deepest values. The winter celebrations would continue year after year across countless worlds. The traditions would evolve, incorporating new elements while maintaining connections to the past. And beings would gather together, lighting their candles, sharing their gifts, supporting their communities, and choosing hope. Not because they were naive about the dangers of the galaxy, not because they denied the reality of darkness and evil, but because they understood something fundamental. That meaning was not found in the universe, but created within it through conscious choice. That the light they sought was not somewhere out there waiting to be discovered, but within themselves, waiting to be expressed. This was the true power of the Force's light side, not overwhelming strength or indomitable will, but the creative capacity to generate meaning, hope, and connection, even in the face of entropy and darkness. And this was what Darth Malgus had failed to steal on that snowy night on Alderaan. Not because he lacked the power, but because the thing he sought to take had never been external in the first place. It was in the hearts of the people themselves, and only they could surrender it. They chose not to. And in that choice, they demonstrated a truth that would echo across the galaxy for generations. That hope, real hope, was not a possession to be taken, but a stance to be maintained. A candle to be lit again and again, no matter how strong the wind or how deep the darkness. The story of the Sith who tried to steal hope would be told for centuries, in different forms across different cultures. Sometimes as a cautionary tale about the limits of power, sometimes as an inspiring example of resilience, sometimes as a complex meditation on the nature of good and evil. But always, at its heart, it would carry the same message. That light persists not because darkness is weak, but because beings choose to maintain it. That hope endures not because suffering is an illusion, but because suffering can be met with courage and community. That the Force itself, in all its complexity and mystery, supports those who align themselves with creation, connection, and the choice to stand in the light. And so remember, as you drift off to sleep tonight, that within you burns a light that cannot be extinguished by any external force. You carry the capacity for hope, for community, for choosing creation over destruction. In the vast darkness of the galaxy, you are one small candle, but when combined with others, when joined in community and common purpose, those small lights become a beacon visible across worlds. If you enjoyed this journey through the tale of the Sith who tried to steal hope, please like and subscribe for more Star Wars lore to fall asleep to. May the Force be with you always, and may your dreams be filled with light. Snow was falling on Naboo, not the gentle flurries that sometimes grace the planet's temperate zones, but heavy, thick snowflakes that blanketed the capital city of Theed in a way the locals hadn't seen in generations. Each flake was unique, a crystalline masterpiece formed in the upper atmosphere, drifting down through layers of air that grew progressively warmer until these frozen travelers kissed the stone streets and ornate buildings of the capital. The Winter Festival was approaching, that special time when families across the galaxy celebrated the turning of the year, when light triumphed over the longest darkness, when hope rekindled even in the coldest hearts. The festival had roots stretching back thousands of years, predating even the formation of the Galactic Republic. Different cultures celebrated it in different ways. On Coruscant, they illuminated the Senate building with 1 billion lights, turning the massive structure into a beacon visible from orbit. On Kashyyyk, the Wookiees climbed to the highest branches of their Rasha trees and sang songs that resonated through the forests for days. On Tatooine, where snow was a concept rather than reality, moisture farmers would gather under the twin suns and share precious water, symbolizing abundance and community even in scarcity. Here on Naboo, the tradition involved decorating homes and public spaces with handcrafted ornaments, preparing elaborate feasts that brought extended families together, and most importantly, lighting ceremonial candles at midnight on the longest night. These candles represented the persistent light of civilization, the warmth of community, the endurance of hope against overwhelming darkness. Children were told that if they watched the candles carefully, if they believed strongly enough, they might glimpse something extraordinary, the Force itself manifest in invisible form, blessing those who maintained faith during the difficult times. Young Kyle Vries pressed his face against the frost-covered window of his family's modest apartment in Theed's outer districts. At 11 years old, he was caught in that awkward space between childhood wonder and adolescent skepticism, that delicate age when magic begins to seem implausible and the universe reveals itself as governed by physics rather than miracles. His breath fogged the transparent steel as he watched snowflakes dance in the glow of the street lamps below, each one unique, each one temporary, melting the moment it touched something warmer than itself. The apartment where Kyle lived with his family occupied the third floor of a building that had stood for 2 centuries, its stone facade weathered by time and elements, but still beautiful in the characteristic Naboo style. Arched windows looked out over narrow streets that wound through the older sections of Theed, far from the opulent palaces and government buildings that tourists flocked to see. This was where ordinary citizens lived, where mechanics and teachers and merchants raised their families in comfortable obscurity, content with their modest lives. Kyle's family had lived in Theed for 3 generations. His grandfather had been a pilot in the Royal Security Forces, flying N-1 starfighters in defense of Naboo during various small conflicts that occasionally troubled a peaceful world. His grandmother had been a teacher at one of the city's public schools, spending 40 years educating children in mathematics and basic science. They were gone now, both of them, but their presence still permeated the apartment in subtle ways. The furniture they'd chosen, the artwork on the walls, the heavy wooden table where the family gathered for meals, its surface marked with decades of use, scarred by hot pots and scratched by utensils, but solid and enduring. Cale's father, Torvin, had followed a different path than his pilot father. He joined the Republic merchant fleet as a young man, seeing dozens of worlds during his 10 years of service. He'd hauled cargo from the core worlds to the outer rim and back, witnessed the incredible diversity of life the galaxy contained, and eventually returned to Naboo with stories that filled Cale's childhood with wonder. But merchant fleet life was hard, demanding, and poorly compensated. When Torvin met Lyra, a local girl working in her family's textile shop, he'd made the choice to settle down, to trade adventure for stability and the unknown for the known. Now Torvin operated a small repair shop in the lower levels of their building, fixing household appliances and navigation computers for neighbors who couldn't afford the official service centers. It was honest work, but barely provided enough to support the family. Lyra supplemented their income by taking in sewing, creating elaborate garments for Theed's wealthier citizens who wanted custom work. Between them, Cale's parents managed to keep food on the table and a roof over their heads. But there was never anything extra, never room for luxuries or unexpected expenses. Cale understood their struggles even though they tried to hide them from him and Mira. He'd overheard late-night conversations about mounting debt, about whether they could afford to keep the apartment or would need to move to an even cheaper district. He'd seen his mother's hands, cramped and calloused from endless hours working fabric, her fingers moving with mechanical precision through tasks that brought her no joy. He'd watched his father's shoulders bow under the weight of responsibility, saw how each passing year added new lines to his face, new gray to his hair. This was the reality Cale knew, not the glamorous, exciting galaxy promised by holodramas and adventure stories, but the grinding, difficult existence of ordinary people trying to survive in a universe that cared nothing for their struggles. And increasingly, Cale found himself wondering if there was any point to it all, any meaning beyond the daily grind of work and worry, any larger purpose that made the suffering worthwhile. Behind him, his younger sister Mira was arranging handmade decorations around their small dwelling. Paper stars cut from old datapad printouts, strings of lights salvaged from broken equipment at their father's repair shop, and in the corner, a small synthetic tree their mother had purchased from the market. It wasn't much, but it was theirs, and Mira treated each ornament like it was crafted from pure orodium. "Cale, come help me hang the star," Mira called, her voice bright with that unshakable enthusiasm only 8-year-olds could maintain. "I can't reach the top." Cale turned from the window, a slight frown creasing his features. "It's just a decoration, Mira. It doesn't mean anything." His sister's face fell, and immediately Cale regretted his words. But lately, he couldn't help himself. Everything felt hollow, empty of the meaning adults insisted was there, the force that the old story spoke of, the mystical energy field that supposedly connected all living things that gave the Jedi their legendary powers. Cale had never felt it, not once. And if the force was real, if it truly bound the galaxy together, shouldn't he be able to sense something? Anything? Their mother, Lyra, emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of warm Nuna cakes, their spiced aroma filling the apartment. She was a kind woman with patient eyes that had seen too much hardship but refused to let it extinguish her gentleness. "Cale, help your sister, please." With a sigh, Kyle crossed the room and lifted Mira onto his shoulders. She giggled as she placed the star atop the tree, a simple thing made of twisted wire and reflective foil. But in the soft light, it sparkled like a real star might, like the stars he'd watched through his window on clearer nights, wondering if anyone out there among them knew the truth about the Force, about the Jedi, about whether any of it mattered. "There," Mira announced proudly. "Now it's perfect." Their father, Torvin, looked up from the Holonews terminal where he'd been reading about increased separatist activity in the Outer Rim. The Clone Wars were still years away, but tensions were building, and men like Torvin, who'd served in the Republic's merchant fleet, knew how to read the signs. "It looks wonderful, little star," he said to Mira, then glanced at Kyle with an expression that mixed concern and understanding. "You know, when I was your age, I didn't believe in much either. The galaxy seemed too big, too complicated, too full of suffering for there to be any real meaning to it." Kale set Mira down and shoved his hands in his pockets. "So, what changed?" Torvin smiled, but it was a sad smile, weighted with experience. "I grew up, and I realized that meaning isn't something you find out there in the stars. It's something you create right here with the people you love. The Force, if it exists, isn't some distant power wielded only by Jedi Knights in ancient temples. It's in every choice we make to be kind when we could be cruel, to hope when despair seems easier, to believe in something larger than ourselves even when we can't prove it's real." The words were meant to comfort, Kale knew, but they only deepened the restlessness in his chest. He'd heard these platitudes before. They were what adults said when they didn't have real answers, when they wanted you to stop asking difficult questions and just accept things as they were. Later that evening, after Mira had been tucked into bed and his parents had retired to their room, Kale lay on his sleeping mat, staring at the ceiling. The snow continued to fall outside, heavier now, accumulating on windowsills and rooftops, transforming Theed into something from a storybook. The kind of storybook that promised magic and wonder and heroes who could move objects with their minds and see the future and bring hope to the hopeless. But those were just stories, weren't they? Kyle had read everything he could find about the Jedi Order in the public archives. The ancient texts spoke of the Force as an energy field created by all living things, surrounding them, penetrating them, binding the galaxy together. They described Jedi who could sense emotions across vast distances, who could influence the weak-minded with mere suggestions, who could leap impossible heights and deflect blaster bolts with weapons made of pure light. It all sounded incredible, literally incredible, as in not credible, not believable. And yet sometimes, in quiet moments, Kale thought he felt something, a whisper at the edge of perception, like the echo of a song he'd never heard but somehow knew all the words to. When Mira had fallen from the balcony last summer, he'd known before he'd seen it, had been running toward her, before her scream even reached his ears. When his mother was sad, even when she smiled and pretended everything was fine, he could feel the weight of her sorrow pressing against his chest like a physical thing. Were those just coincidences? Enhanced intuition? Or was there something more? Something he was afraid to acknowledge because acknowledging it would mean accepting that the galaxy was far stranger and more wonderful and more terrifying than the simple, mundane reality he'd built for himself. The clock on the wall chimed midnight. Outside, the snow fell in absolute silence, that peculiar quiet that comes when the world is blanketed in white, when sound itself seems muffled and distant. Cale pulled his covers tighter and closed his eyes, trying to quiet his racing thoughts. That's when he heard it. A sound unlike anything he'd experienced before, low and resonant, like the hum of a massive engine, but smoother, almost musical. It vibrated through the walls of the apartment, through the bed beneath him, through his bones themselves. Cale sat up, heart pounding, and turned toward the window. The snow had stopped falling. The entire street was illuminated by a pale blue light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Cale scrambled to the window and looked down. There, hovering silently above the street, was a ship. But not just any ship. This vessel was unlike the sleek Republic cruisers or the boxy cargo haulers that frequented Naboo's spaceports. It was ancient, its hull plated in what looked like tarnished silver that caught the streetlights and reflected them in rippling patterns. The design was elegant, almost organic, with sweeping curves and elaborate filigree etched into every surface. Symbols Cale didn't recognize covered the hull, glowing faintly with that same pale blue luminescence. The ship was perhaps 50 meters long, shaped vaguely like an elongated teardrop, with viewing ports along its sides that emanated warm golden light. A boarding ramp had extended from its underside, touching the snow-covered street with barely a whisper, and standing at the base of that ramp, looking directly up at Cale's window, was a figure in flowing robes. Cale's breath caught. Even from this distance, even through the frost-touched window, he could see the figure clearly. Tall and slender, wearing robes of deep blue trimmed with silver thread that matched the ship's hull. The figure's face was obscured by a hood, but Cale could see the faint outline of features, could feel eyes upon him with an intensity that made his skin prickle. The figure raised one hand in a gesture that was unmistakably an invitation. Cale's rational mind screamed warnings. Strange ship, unknown person, middle of the night. Everything about this was wrong, dangerous, the kind of situation his parents had warned him about countless times. He should wake them, should call security, should do anything except what every instinct in his body was suddenly urging him to do. He should go. The thought wasn't his own, or rather it was his own, but it came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought, from that place where the whispers lived, where the knowing without knowing resided. This was important. This was meant to be. This was the answer to questions he'd been asking without words for as long as he could remember. Cale dressed quickly, pulling on warm clothes and his winter coat. He moved through the apartment like a ghost, careful not to wake his family. At the door, he paused, hand on the latch, giving himself one last chance to be sensible, to be safe, to stay in the warm, known world of his ordinary life. Then he opened the door and stepped into the snow. The cold hit him immediately, sharp and clean, filling his lungs with air that tasted of ice and something else, something he couldn't name, but recognized nonetheless. His boots crunched through fresh powder as he made his way down the stairs from their apartment to street level. With each step, his heart beat faster, but it wasn't fear exactly. It was anticipation, electric and thrilling, the feeling of standing on the edge of something vast and unknown. The figure at the base of the ramp hadn't moved, hadn't shifted position even slightly. As Cale approached, details became clearer. The robes were indeed deep blue, the color of the sky just before full dark, and the silver threading wasn't just decoration but symbols, words in a language Cale didn't know, but that seemed to shimmer with meaning, just beyond his comprehension. "Hello, young one," the figure said, and the voice was warm and ageless, neither male nor female, but something beyond such simple categories. "We've been waiting for you." Cale stopped a few meters away, suddenly aware of how small he was, how young, how unprepared for whatever this moment represented. "Who are you?" The figure lowered their hood, revealing a face that confirmed Cale's suspicion that simple categories didn't apply. The features were humanoid, but refined to an almost ethereal degree, with skin that held a faint luminescence and eyes that were pools of deep amber flecked with gold. Hair the color of starlight fell in intricate braids decorated with tiny crystals that chimed softly with each movement. "I am called Varen," the figure said. "I am the conductor of this vessel, and I have come to offer you passage on a very special journey." "Where?" Cale asked, finding his voice, though it came out smaller than he'd intended. Varen's smile was gentle, understanding. "To a place that exists between myth and reality, between what you think you know and what you've always suspected might be true. To the Temple of Eternal Winter, where the Force itself gathers during the longest night of the year, where those who seek understanding can find answers to questions they didn't know how to ask." Cale's skepticism warred with the strange pull he felt toward the ship, toward this mysterious being, toward the promise of something extraordinary. "The Force isn't real," he said, but the words lacked conviction. "Isn't it?" Varen gestured to the ship behind them. "This vessel was built 4,000 years ago by Jedi artisans who wove the Force into every rivet and weld. It has sailed the currents of hyperspace for millennia, appearing only once each year, only to those who stand at the threshold between belief and doubt. You feel it, don't you? That pull, that certainty that something greater than yourself is calling." Cale wanted to deny it, but he couldn't. He did feel it, had felt it his entire life without knowing what it was. This sense that reality was larger and stranger than what his eyes could see, that there were forces at work beyond the purely physical, that meaning and purpose and something resembling magic existed if only he knew where to look. "I don't understand," he admitted. "Understanding comes through experience, not explanation," Varen said. "The choice is yours, Cale Vries. Board this ship and journey with us to the Temple of Eternal Winter, or return to your warm bed and your safe, ordinary life. But choose now, for we cannot linger. The currents of the Force wait for no one." How did this being know his name? Cale hadn't introduced himself, but somehow that detail seemed less important than the fundamental choice before him. Stay or go, doubt or believe, continue as he was or step into the unknown and let it change him. Behind him, the apartment building where his family slept stood solid, real, a monument to the life he knew. Before him, the ancient ship hummed with energy that made his teeth ache and his skin tingle, promising answers and mysteries in equal measure. Cale took a step forward, then another. Then he was walking up the ramp, leaving footprints in the snow that would be covered by morning, erased as if he'd never stood there at all. The interior of the ship was breathtaking. The corridor beyond the ramp opened into a passenger compartment that defied the vessel's external dimensions. It was vast, far larger than should have been possible, with a vaulted ceiling that seemed to ripple with captured starlight. Seats lined both sides, each one crafted from some dark wood that gleamed with an inner warmth, upholstered in fabric that shifted colors as Cale looked at it, flowing from deep blue to purple to crimson and back again. But what truly caught his attention were the other passengers, children, perhaps 24 of them, ranging in age from very young to adolescent, each one sitting or standing in various states of wonder and nervousness. They came from different worlds, Cale could tell immediately. A Twi'lek girl with pale green skin and a nervous Leku that twitched with every emotion. A human boy with a dark complexion and ritual scars of the Echani warrior culture, his posture suggesting martial training despite his youth. A small Rhodian child clutching what looked like a handmade stuffed toy, its large eyes darting around a compartment with barely contained anxiety. A Mirialian girl with geometric tattoos covering her face, sitting with perfect stillness that suggested deep meditation. A human girl in expensive clothes that marked her as nobility, probably from one of the core worlds. Others he couldn't immediately identify, species he'd only seen in holodocs or read about in educational materials, all of them wearing the same expression Cale suspected was on his own face, a mixture of awe and uncertainty and barely contained excitement. The diversity of the group was extraordinary, not just in species, but in apparent socioeconomic background. Some children wore clothes that screamed wealth and privilege, garments crafted from expensive fabrics with elaborate designs. Others were dressed more like Cale himself, in practical, well-worn clothing that had been mended multiple times and would be worn until it literally fell apart. A few looked like they'd come from genuine poverty, their clothes patched and frayed, their faces bearing a gaunt look of chronic hunger. But despite these obvious differences in background and circumstances, they all shared one fundamental quality. Each of them had been touched by the Force. Each of them had experienced something that set them apart from ordinary children, that made them question the nature of reality, that suggested the galaxy contained mysteries beyond conventional understanding. "Welcome aboard," Varen said from behind him. "Please, find a seat. We'll be departing momentarily." Cale moved down the aisle, acutely aware of the eyes following him. He chose a seat near the middle of the compartment, next to a viewing port that showed the snow-covered street outside. As he settled into the seat, he was struck by how comfortable it was, how it seemed to adjust to his body, supporting him in ways he hadn't known he needed supporting. The Twi'lek girl across the aisle leaned toward him. "Did you think this was real?" she asked in accented basic. "When you first saw the ship?" Cale shook his head. "I thought I was dreaming. I'm still not convinced I'm not." "I know what you mean," she said, offering a shy smile. "I'm Neela, from Ryloth." "Cale, from right here on Naboo." He paused, then asked the question that was burning in his mind. "Do you know where we're going?" "The conductor said something about a temple, a place where the Force gathers." Neela's Leku twitched with nervousness. "My parents don't believe in the Force. They say it's superstition, stories the Jedi tell to maintain their power. But I have always felt like there was something more, like There's this energy running through everything, connecting us, and if I could just learn to touch it. I know exactly what you mean, Kyle said, and realized he was telling the truth. For the first time in his life, he was speaking with someone who understood, who shared this strange sense of otherness, of being slightly out of step with the ordinary world. Around them, other children were having similar conversations, quiet exchanges of wonder and relief and tentative hope. The Achani boy was showing a group the bruise on his arm where he'd apparently deflected a falling tool without touching it, insisting it had moved on its own at his thought. The Rhodian child was demonstrating how they could sometimes sense their parents' emotions even when separated by walls and distance. These were force sensitives, Kyle realized, all of them. Children who'd been touched by the force in small ways, who'd experienced hints of its power without understanding what it was. Children who'd been called to this ship, to this journey, for reasons that were becoming clearer with each passing moment. Varen moved to the front of the compartment, and immediately all conversation ceased. The conductor didn't raise their voice or call for attention, but somehow their presence commanded it, drew it naturally like gravity pulled objects toward a planet's surface. "You have each been chosen," Varen said, their voice carrying easily through the space despite its softness. "Not by me, not by any individual, but by the Force itself. You stand at a crossroads in your young lives, a moment when the path you choose will determine not just your future, but the future of countless others whose lives will intersect with yours in ways you cannot yet imagine." The ship shuddered slightly, and Kale realized with a start that they were moving. He pressed his face to the viewing port and watched as the street fell away below them, as Theed spread out like a map of lights and shadows, as Naboo itself became a sphere of blue and green hanging in the darkness of space. "We travel now to a place that exists outside normal space," Varen continued, "a convergence point where the Force flows like water, where the barriers between the physical and the spiritual grow thin, where those who seek truth can find it if they have the courage to look. The Temple of Eternal Winter sits upon an ice moon in a system known only to those who serve the Force's will. There you will each be tested, not by me, but by yourself, by your own fears and doubts and hopes. Some of you will find what you seek, others will find what you need. They are not always the same thing." Kyle felt his heart hammering. This was real. Impossibly, incredibly, terrifyingly real. He was in a ship with dozens of other Force-sensitive children, leaving his home planet behind, traveling to some mythical temple to be tested by the Force itself. The rational part of his mind insisted this was impossible, but that part was growing quieter, drowned out by the certainty that radiated from somewhere deep in his chest, the place where the whispers lived, where the knowing resided. "The journey will take several hours," Varen said. "I suggest you rest, speak with your fellow travelers, prepare yourselves. When we arrive, everything will change. The question each of you must answer is whether you're ready for that change, whether you're willing to let go of who you thought you were and become who you're meant to be." With that, the conductor withdrew to the front of the compartment, leaving the children to their thoughts and conversations. Slowly, the initial shock began to wear off, replaced by a buzz of excited chatter. Children moved between seats, introducing themselves, sharing stories of the strange experiences that had led them to board this ship. Kale found himself in conversation with a young Myrialian girl named Senna, who claimed she could sometimes see events before they happened, though never clearly enough to be useful. "It's like looking through frosted glass," she explained, her geometric facial tattoos shifting as she spoke. "I see shapes, colors, feelings, but never details. My teachers thought I was making it up trying to get attention, but I knew it was real. I knew." "Do you think that's what the Force is?" Kyle asked. "Seeing the future?" Senna shook her head. "I think it's everything. The future, the past, the present, all woven together. I think it's what connects us to each other, to the galaxy, to something bigger than ourselves. And I think we've only just started to understand what we're capable of." As they spoke, Kyle became aware of a sensation he'd never experienced before. It was like being in a crowded room, but instead of hearing voices, he was feeling emotions. Not invasively, not overwhelming, but present, like background music in a cantina. He could sense Nyla's nervousness mixed with excitement, could feel Senna's fierce determination, could detect the Echani boy's pride and the Rodian child's fear. He could feel the Force. The realization hit him like a physical blow. All his life, he'd been sensing it without recognizing what it was. Every intuition, every moment of inexplicable knowing, every time he'd felt connected to something larger than himself, it had been the Force. And now, surrounded by others who shared his gift, in a ship that was itself infused with Force energy, the sensation was amplified 1,000-fold. Tears pricked his eyes, and he didn't try to hide them. Senna reached across and squeezed his hand, understanding without words what he was experiencing. Around them, other children were having similar moments of recognition and release, years of doubt and isolation fallen away like old skin being shed. The ship sailed through hyperspace, that dimension beyond dimensions, where time and space bent according to rules that defied conventional physics. Through the viewing ports, Kale watched reality twist and flow, saw colors that had no names and shapes that hurt to look at directly, beautiful and terrible in equal measure. Hours passed, though time felt malleable here, elastic. Some children slept, curled in their seats with the trust only the young could maintain. Others stayed awake, talking in hushed voices about their lives, their hopes, their fears. Kyle learned about worlds he'd never visited, cultures he'd never imagined, experiences both tragic and triumphant. The Echani boy, whose name was Joran, had lost his entire family in a pirate raid. He'd survived only because he'd somehow made himself unseeable, a trick he couldn't replicate but knew had saved his life. The Rodian child, Biko, came from a family of merchants who considered Force sensitivity a genetic defect, something to be hidden and denied. A human girl named Cassia from Alderaan spoke of sensing the plants in her family's garden, feeling their slow, patient contentment in a way that both comforted and isolated her. Each story was different. Each story was the same. They were all searching for something they couldn't name, for validation of experiences that set them apart, for understanding of abilities that defied explanation. The Echani boy, Joran, had lost his entire family in a pirate raid on their merchant vessel. He'd survived only because, in the moment of maximum terror, when raiders burst into the cargo hold where he'd been hiding, he'd somehow made himself unseeable. Not invisible exactly, he could still see his own body, but unnoticeable, as if he'd convinced the universe to forget he existed for those crucial minutes. The pirates had searched the hold thoroughly, had passed within arm's reach of where he crouched behind storage containers, and never once looked in his direction. Later, rescue crews had found him nearly catatonic with shock and dehydration, but alive. He'd tried to explain what he'd done, how he'd survived, but no one believed him. They thought it was trauma-induced delusion, a child's mind creating a comforting fantasy to cope with impossible horror. But Jaren knew the truth. He'd touched something, used something, accessed some power that saved his life. He'd tried to replicate it dozens of times since, sitting in his room at the orphanage on Eshan, concentrating until his head throbbed, trying to recapture that sensation of becoming nothing, of slipping between the cracks of reality. Sometimes he thought he felt it again, a momentary flicker where he seemed to fade, but he could never sustain it, could never control it. The Rhodian child, Biko, came from a family of merchants who considered force sensitivity a genetic defect, something shameful to be hidden from neighbors and business associates. Biko's ability manifested as empathic sensitivity so acute it was painful. The young Rhodian could feel the emotions of everyone nearby, waves of joy and anger and sadness and fear washing over them constantly, making it almost impossible to distinguish their own feelings from the emotional noise of others. In crowded places like markets or spaceports, the sensation became overwhelming, driving Biko to hide in dark corners with hands pressed over their auditory receptors, trying to block out the emotional cacophony. Biko's parents had tried everything to make the ability go away. They'd consulted doctors who prescribed medications that dulled all sensation. They'd visited faith healers who performed elaborate rituals meant to exorcise what they believed were malevolent spirits. They'd even considered more extreme measures, medical interventions that would damage the neural pathways believed responsible for force sensitivity. Only the intervention of a sympathetic physician, someone who recognized what Biko actually was, had prevented them from going through with it. The Myrialian girl, Senna, experienced something entirely different. She had visions. Not constantly, not controllably, but at random moments an image would superimpose itself over her normal vision, showing her something that hadn't happened yet. Sometimes the visions were trivial. A friend dropping a glass 5 minutes before it occurred, giving Senna time to warn them. Sometimes they were more significant. A vision of her younger brother falling from a balcony led her to insist he stay inside that day, likely saving his life when strong winds damaged the structure hours later. But the visions were never clear, never complete. They came wrapped in symbolism and metaphor, showing her echoes and shadows rather than concrete details. She'd learned to interpret them through painful trial and error, gradually developing an intuition for what the images meant. But she was never certain, never confident. The uncertainty was agonizing, knowing she might be seeing something important, something that could save lives or prevent disasters, but not knowing what exactly she was seeing or how to act on it. Cassia, the human girl from Alderaan, had a different gift entirely. She could sense the life force of plants, feel their slow, patient consciousness in ways that ordinary beings couldn't. In her family's extensive gardens, she could walk among thousands of different species and know which ones were thriving, which ones were sick, which ones needed more water or sunlight or specific nutrients. Gardeners twice her age with decades of experience couldn't match her innate understanding of what each plant needed. But this ability came with a curse. She felt it when plants died. When workers trimmed hedges or pulled weeds or harvested crops, Cassia experienced echoes of their ending, small deaths that left her emotionally drained. Her parents thought she was overly sensitive, too attached to mere vegetation. They couldn't understand that to Cassia, these weren't mere plants but living beings with their own form of awareness, their own right to exist. Killing them felt like murder, even when done for practical purposes. A human boy named Tarsin from Karelia could make small objects move with his thoughts, but only when he wasn't trying. The ability activated in moments of intense emotion, anger, fear, joy, causing items to lift or slide across surfaces. His parents thought their apartment was haunted until they realized the disturbances only occurred when Tarsin was present. They'd adapted, learning to avoid startling him, keeping breakables secured, treating his ability as an inconvenience to be managed rather than a gift to be developed. A Togruta girl named Rila experienced something she called time echoes. When she touched certain objects, especially old ones, she'd sometimes perceive flashes of their history. A worn book might show her the person who'd read it most frequently. An old tool could reveal the hands that had wielded it, the work it had performed. The visions were brief and fragmentary, never showing complete events, but they gave her a sense of connection to the past that both comforted and disturbed her. These were the children who'd been called, not the strongest Force sensitives. Those were usually identified early by Jedi recruiters and brought to the temple on Coruscant for proper training. These were the ones who'd slipped through the cracks, who came from worlds where the Jedi rarely visited, from families who didn't recognize Force sensitivity for what it was, from circumstances that had kept them isolated and uncertain. They'd all felt the same pull, that irresistible compulsion to go outside, to approach the mysterious ship, to board despite every rational warning against doing so. And now, gathered together in this impossible vessel, they were finally experiencing something they'd each been denied their entire lives. The knowledge that they weren't alone, that others shared their strange gifts, that they weren't broken or defective or cursed, but part of something larger and more wonderful than they'd imagined. Kyle shared his own story, found himself speaking more honestly than he ever had before. He told him about feeling his mother's sadness, about knowing when Mira would fall, about the constant sense that reality was larger and stranger than what he'd been taught to see. He admitted his doubt, his skepticism, his fear that believing in something beyond the physical world would make him weak or foolish. "I used to think that too," Joran said quietly, that acknowledging the Force meant giving up on logic and reason. But I don't think that's true anymore. I think the Force is just another part of reality, like gravity or electromagnetism. We don't understand it fully yet, but that doesn't make it any less real. Varen appeared among them again, moving down the aisle with fluid grace. The conductor stopped beside Coyle's seat and looked down at him with those amber eyes that seemed to see through flesh and bone to the essential truth beneath. "You've begun to feel it," Varen observed. the connections between yourself and others, the currents of the Force as they flow through this vessel. How does it feel? Kyle considered the question carefully. Like coming home, he said finally. Like finding something I didn't know I'd lost. Varen smiled. An excellent description. The Force is our home in the deepest sense. It is where we come from and where we return to, the source and the destination. But to truly understand it, you must be willing to let it change you. Are you prepared for that? I don't know, Kyle admitted. I want to be, but I'm scared. Good, Varen said. Fear is not the enemy. Ignorance is the enemy. Fear is simply information telling you that something matters, that you care about the outcome. The question is not whether you're afraid, but what you do with that fear. Do you let it stop you, or do you acknowledge it and move forward anyway? Before Kale could respond, the ship shuddered. A deep, resonant tone filled the compartment, vibrating through the walls and floor and ceiling. Outside the viewing ports, hyperspace began to collapse back into normal reality, the twisted colors and impossible shapes resolving into the familiar stars and darkness of real space. We have arrived, Varen announced, their voice carrying to every corner of the compartment. Behold, the ice moon of Hoth's northern pole, home to the Temple of Eternal Winter. Kyle pressed his face against the viewing port, and his breath caught in his throat. Below them, filling the entire frame of the window, was a moon of impossible beauty. It was covered entirely in ice and snow, its surface a landscape of frozen mountains and vast glacial plains that sparkled in the light of the distant star it orbited. But what made it truly extraordinary was the aurora. Waves of color danced across the moon's atmosphere. Brilliant greens and blues and purples and golds swirling and flowing like living things, creating patterns that seemed almost deliberate, almost conscious. The aurora pulsed with a rhythm that Kale could feel even through the ship's hull, a heartbeat that resonated with his own. The aurora is the force made visible, Varen explained. In this place, at this time, the barrier between the physical and the spiritual is so thin that the force itself can be seen by those with eyes to see it. The colors you perceive are not just light, but emotion, intention, the collective consciousness of all living things touching this place and being touched by it in return. The ship began its descent, gliding through the moon's thin atmosphere with barely a tremor. As they dropped lower, details of the surface became visible. Mountains that seemed carved from a single piece of ice, their peaks impossibly sharp and gleaming. Canyons that plunged into darkness, their depths unknown and unknowable. And there, in the distance, rising from a plateau of pristine snow, a structure that could only be the temple. It was built from the same ice as the mountains, but shaped and refined by hands that understood the force's nature. The temple was a symphony of spires and domes, of arches and pillars, all flowing together in a design that was both organic and intentional. The aurora danced above it, seeming to focus there, to concentrate its energy on that single point like light through a lens. The ship touched down on the plateau with barely a whisper, settling into the snow as if it belonged there. Through the viewing ports, Kale could see that the temperature outside must be far below freezing, but somehow he wasn't afraid of the cold. The force was here, thick and present in a way he'd never experienced before, and it felt like protection. like welcome, like coming home to a place he'd never known existed. "Before you disembark," Varen said, and all the children turned to face the conductor, "understand this. What awaits you in the temple is not a lesson you can fail. It is an experience, a revelation. You will each face something different, something personal, something that speaks to your individual journey. Trust in the Force. Trust in yourself. And most importantly, trust that you were meant to be here in this moment for reasons that will become clear in their own time." The boarding ramp extended and a blast of cold air rushed into the compartment. But it wasn't the biting, painful cold Cale had expected. It was crisp and clean, refreshing rather than harsh, carrying with it a scent like nothing he'd ever smelled before. Like winter itself had a fragrance, like ice and starlight and ancient secrets. One by one, the children filed down the ramp and onto the snowy plateau. Cale's boots crunched in the fresh powder, and he looked up at the temple looming before them. It was even more magnificent up close, its ice walls carved with symbols and images that seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. Scenes of ancient battles and peaceful meditations of Jedi knights and their trials, of the endless cycle of light and dark, conflict and harmony, death and rebirth. The aurora overhead painted everything in shifting colors, and Cale realized he could feel it now, could sense the force flowing through those curtains of light, could almost hear it singing with a voice that was every voice and no voice, that spoke in a language older than words. Nyla came to stand beside him, her breath forming clouds in the cold air. "It's incredible," she whispered. "It's home," Cale replied, and knew it was true. Varen led them toward the temple's entrance, a massive archway carved from solid ice that pulsed with inner light. As they approached, the light grew brighter, warmer, more inviting, and Cale felt something shift inside him, some fundamental barrier between what he'd been and what he was becoming beginning to dissolve. The journey had brought him here. The tests that awaited would transform him. And somewhere deep in his soul, in that place where the whispers lived and the knowing resided, Cale understood that nothing would ever be the same again. He took a deep breath of the cold, clean air, felt the force flowing through him and around him and in him, and stepped forward into the light. The entrance to the Temple of Eternal Winter swallowed them whole, not with darkness, but with light. The archway led into a vast antechamber where the ice walls themselves seemed to glow from within, radiating a soft blue luminescence that eliminated any need for artificial lighting. The temperature, which Cale had expected to be brutally cold, was instead perfectly comfortable, as if the temple itself maintained an environment suited to living beings despite being constructed entirely from frozen water. The floor beneath their feet was ice as well, but not slippery. Instead, it provided perfect traction, its surface somehow textured in a way that defied the normal properties of ice. Carved into this floor were intricate patterns, geometric designs that flowed and connected in ways that made Cale's eyes water if he tried to follow them too closely. They reminded him of the hypnotic spirals he'd seen in certain Naboo artwork, patterns meant to induce meditative states. Varen stopped in the center of the antechamber and turned to face the assembled children. In the temple's blue light, the conductor's features seemed even more ethereal, as if Varen existed partially in this world and partially in some other, more rarefied reality. "We have entered the temple," Varan said, and their voice echoed strangely, multiplying and harmonizing with itself until it seemed like a chorus was speaking. "But before you proceed further, you must understand what this place is and what it represents." The children gathered closer, forming a semicircle around the conductor. Kyle noticed that he wasn't the only one whose breath had quickened, whose eyes were wide with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Neela's leku were twitching constantly, a sign of nervous energy among Twi'leks. Joran stood with the rigid posture of Achani martial training, but Kale could sense the boy's underlying tension. Even Biko, the young Rhodian who'd seemed so timid on the ship, now stood straighter, as if the temple itself was lending them all courage. "This temple was built nearly 4,000 years ago," Varan explained, "by a sect of Jedi who believed that the Force could be understood not through combat or politics, but through contemplation and communion with the natural order. They chose this moon because of its unique properties. The ice here is not ordinary frozen water. It is infused with kyber crystals, microscopic fragments distributed throughout the moon's core. These crystals resonate with the Force, amplifying it, making it visible and tangible in ways that exist nowhere else in the known galaxy." Varan gestured upward, and Kale followed the motion to see that the ceiling of the antechamber was not solid, but instead open to the sky. The aurora danced overhead so close it seemed he could reach up and touch those flowing ribbons of color. And perhaps, in this place, he actually could. "The aurora you see is the Force itself," Varan continued, "not a representation or a symbol, but the actual living energy that binds all things. Here, in this confluence of kyber crystal and magnetic field and the turning of seasons, the Force becomes visible to even those without sensitivity to it. For those of you who can touch the Force, the experience is exponentially more profound." As if responding to Varan's words, the aurora pulsed brighter, and Kale felt it. Not just saw it, not just sensed it distantly, but felt it like a physical touch against his skin. The sensation was overwhelming, like being submerged in an ocean of pure emotion, pure intention, pure connection to everything that lived and had ever lived and would ever live. His knees weakened, and he might have fallen if Nyla hadn't grabbed his arm, steadying him even as she herself swayed. "Breathe," Varan instructed gently. "The Force here is intense, concentrated in a way that can overwhelm those not accustomed to it. Do not try to control it or understand it. Simply allow it to flow through you. You cannot drown in the Force, though it may feel that way initially. Trust it. Trust yourself." Kyle did as instructed, focusing on his breathing, in through his nose, out through his mouth, slow and steady. With each breath, the overwhelming sensation became more manageable, less like drowning and more like swimming, less like chaos and more like an intricate dance where he was learning the steps as he moved. Around him, the other children were having similar experiences. Some were handling it better than others. Senna, the Mirialian girl with prophetic visions, seemed almost at ease, her eyes closed and a small smile on her face, as if she was hearing beautiful music. Cassia, the Alderaanian who could sense plant life, was crying quietly, but not from sadness. Tears of wonder streamed down her face as she experienced the Force in its purest, most undiluted form. "Each of you will now proceed deeper into the temple," Varan said. "You will go alone. though you are never truly alone while the force surrounds you. The temple will guide you to where you need to be, show you what you need to see. Some of what you experience will be pleasant. Some will be challenging. All of it will be true in the way that matters most. Are you ready? No one spoke, but Cale could sense the collective agreement, the shared determination. They had come this far. They would see it through. Then go, Varen said, and gestured toward multiple corridors that led away from the antechamber. Cale hadn't noticed them before, but now he saw there were dozens of passages, each one glowing with its own subtle variation of the blue light, each one calling to specific individuals in the group. Cale felt the pull toward one particular corridor, a passage to his right that seemed slightly warmer than the others, that promised something he couldn't name but desperately wanted to find. He moved toward it without conscious decision, his feet carrying him forward as if they knew the way better than his mind did. Behind him, he heard Nyla call out, "Good luck!" And he turned to see her heading toward a different passage, one that pulsed with green light. All around the antechamber, children were separating, each drawn to their own path, their own experience. Within moments, Cale was alone in his corridor, the sounds of the others fading behind him, until there was only the soft whisper of his own breathing and the quiet hum of the force. The corridor was narrow, just wide enough for Cale to walk without his shoulders touching the walls. The ice on either side was perfectly smooth, almost like glass, and as he walked, he could see his reflection keeping pace with him, but it wasn't quite his reflection. The figure in the ice was him, but older, taller, with the bearing of confidence he didn't yet possess. The reflection that wasn't smiled at him, encouraging, and then faded as he continued forward. The corridor began to slope downward, descending into the heart of the moon. Cale had no idea how far he walked. Time felt meaningless here, elastic and unreliable. It might have been minutes or hours when the corridor finally opened into a chamber that stole his breath completely. It was a cavern of impossible proportions, carved from solid ice but vast enough to hold a starship. The walls soared upward until they vanished into darkness, and scattered throughout the chamber were formations that looked like frozen waterfalls, cascades of ice suspended in mid-flow, eternally falling but never reaching the ground. And everywhere, embedded in the ice like stars in the night sky, were kyber crystals, thousands upon thousands of them, ranging in size from grains of sand to formations as large as Cale's entire body. They glowed with internal light, each one a different color: blue, green, yellow, purple, even rare shades of white and black. The light from these crystals reflected off the ice walls, creating a kaleidoscope of color that danced and shifted with every tiny movement of air in the chamber. In the center of this crystal cavern was a single structure that drew Cale's attention immediately. It was a raised platform, circular and perhaps 10 meters in diameter, with a surface that looked like it was made from compressed snow rather than solid ice. And in the exact center of this platform stood a figure. Cale's heart stuttered. The figure was humanoid, wearing robes of simple brown cloth, a hood covering their face. In their hands, they held a walking stick carved from some dark wood, and they stood with the patient stillness of someone who had been waiting a very long time and was content to wait longer still. "Hello, Cale," the figure said, and the voice was kind, warm, grandfatherly. "I've been expecting you." Cale approached slowly, his boots leaving impressions in the thin layer of snow that covered the chamber floor. "Who are you?" he asked, though part of him wondered if he was ready for the answer. The figure lowered their hood, revealing the face of an elderly human man with a long white beard and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and gentle humor. He looked like someone's grandfather, like the kind old man who ran the bakery near Cale's apartment and always had an extra treat for children who visited his shop. "Who I am is less important than who you are," the old man said. "But if you need a name, you may call me Master Corrin. I was a Jedi consular who helped build this temple many centuries ago. Or rather, I was. Now I am something else. A memory, perhaps. An echo in the Force. A teacher for those who need teaching." "Are you a ghost?" Kyle asked, the word feeling inadequate even as he spoke it. Corrin chuckled. "Ghost, Force spirit, lingering consciousness. Choose whichever term helps you understand. The Force preserves those who serve it faithfully in ways that defy simple explanation. I chose to remain here, in this place, to guide younglings like yourself who come seeking answers." Kyle stepped onto the platform, and immediately the crystals around the chamber flared brighter. The aurora overhead intensified, its colors more vivid, more alive. He could feel the Force thick as honey in the air, could taste it on his tongue like electricity before a storm. "I don't know what I'm seeking," Coyle admitted. "I came here because I felt called. Because I needed to know if the Force is real, if I'm really capable of touching it, or if I've been fooling myself my entire life." Master Corrin nodded slowly, as if this was exactly what he'd expected to hear. "The doubt is strong in you, stronger than the fear, stronger than the hope. You've built walls around your heart, barriers of skepticism and rationality that you believe protect you from disappointment, but those same walls keep you from experiencing the truth of what you are." The old Jedi gestured with his walking stick, and one of the larger crystals nearby detached from the wall. It floated through the air, spinning gently until it came to rest, hovering between Coyle and Master Corrin. It was perhaps the size of Cale's fist, multifaceted and glowing with a soft blue light. "Do you know what a kyber crystal is?" Corrin asked. "They're used in lightsabers," Kyle said, remembering his research about the Jedi. "They focus the blade's energy." "True, but incomplete," Corrin said. "Kyber crystals are living things in their way. They grow, they change, they resonate with the Force. Each crystal is unique, attuned to specific individuals, responsive to certain frequencies of Force energy. When a Jedi constructs their lightsaber, they do not simply choose a crystal. The crystal chooses them." The floating crystal pulsed, and Cale felt an answering resonance in his chest, like a chord being struck on an instrument he didn't know he possessed. "What does it want from me?" "Not want," Corrin corrected gently. "What does it offer you? What does it show you about yourself?" He nodded toward the crystal. "Touch it, not with your hand, but with your mind. Reach out through the Force and connect with it. Let it show you what it sees." Kyle hesitated. Everything in his rational mind screamed that this was impossible, that crystals couldn't see or know or choose, that the Force was a comforting mythology rather than a measurable reality. But he'd come too far to let doubt stop him now. He'd boarded a mysterious ship, traveled to an ice moon, entered an impossible temple, he'd felt the force flowing through him like a living river. He knew the truth, even if part of him still resisted accepting it. He closed his eyes and reached out, not with his physical senses, but with something deeper, something that had no name, but that he'd been using unconsciously his entire life. He extended his awareness toward the crystal, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence. The moment his consciousness touched the crystals, the world exploded. Kyle was no longer standing on the platform in the crystal cavern. He was everywhere and everywhen at once, experiencing time as a Jedi might experience it, not as a linear progression, but as a vast tapestry where past and present and future existed simultaneously. He saw himself as a child, younger than he was now, playing with Mira in their apartment. He felt the love between them, pure and uncomplicated, a bond that would define both their lives. He saw his parents, struggling to make ends meet, but never complaining, never letting their children see how close to the edge they lived. He felt their fear for him, their worry about his isolation, his skepticism, his inability to connect with other children who didn't share his strange sensitivity. Then the vision shifted, and he saw himself as an older youth, perhaps 15 or 16. He was training with a lightsaber, the familiar weight of the weapon in his hand, feeling completely natural. Around him were other students, some human, some alien, all focused on their practice. He felt determination radiating from his future self, a sense of purpose he couldn't quite grasp in the present moment. The vision shifted again, and now he saw darkness. Not the comfortable darkness of night, but something deeper, more malevolent. He saw himself standing on a battlefield, surrounded by chaos and destruction. Ships burned in the sky above. The ground was scorched and broken, and advancing toward him were figures in armor, their faces hidden behind helmets, their weapons raised to kill. Kyle felt his future self's fear, but also his resolve. He saw himself raise his lightsaber, the blue blade igniting with a snap hiss that seemed to cut through the chaos. He saw himself defend those who couldn't defend themselves, saw himself make choices that would save lives and end lives in equal measure. Then the darkest vision yet. He saw himself, older still, perhaps in his 20s, standing before a choice. On one side, a path of light, of service, of sacrifice. On the other, a path of power, of control, of domination. And in that moment, watching from outside himself, Kale couldn't tell which path his future self would choose. The vision was unclear, the outcome uncertain, as if the decision hadn't been made yet, as if the future was still fluid and his choices in the present would determine which reality came to pass. The crystal released him, and Kale gasped, stumbling backward. Master Corran caught him with surprising strength for someone so elderly, steadying him until he found his balance. "What was that?" Kale demanded, his voice shaking. "What did I just see?" "Possibilities," Corran said calmly. "The Force does not show us certainty, only potential. You saw fragments of what might be, paths you could walk, futures that are neither guaranteed nor impossible. The Force offers us glimpses so that we can make informed choices, but it never removes our agency. We are not prisoners of destiny, Kale. We are its co-authors." Kale looked at the crystal, which had settled gently onto the platform's surface, still glowing but now quiescent. "The darkness I saw, the battlefield, the choice between light and dark, is that what's waiting for me? Is that my future?" It is a possible future, Corran acknowledged. The galaxy stands on the edge of great upheaval. Conflicts are brewing that will shake the foundations of the Republic. The Jedi Order will be tested in ways it hasn't been tested in generations. And those of your generation, children who come into their Force sensitivity during these turbulent times, will have to make choices that will define not just your own lives, but the fate of countless others. The old Jedi's expression grew grave. But I did not bring you here to frighten you with visions of what might be. I brought you here to show you what you are capable of. You touched the Force, Kale. You connected with a Kyber crystal and received its wisdom. Do you still doubt that you're Force sensitive? Do you still wonder if this is all elaborate delusion? Kyle thought about lying, about maintaining the comfortable skepticism that had protected him for so long, but he couldn't. Not here, not now, not after everything he'd experienced. No, he said quietly, I don't doubt anymore. I can feel it. The Force, it's real, and I'm part of it, connected to it in ways I'm only beginning to understand. Good, Corran said, and his smile was proud, approving. That acceptance is the first step on a journey that will last the rest of your life. But acceptance alone is not enough. You must also commit. You must decide whether you will embrace this gift you've been given, whether you will train yourself to use it wisely and well, or whether you will turn away from it and try to live an ordinary life. Can I? Kyle asked. Turn away from it, I mean. Can someone just ignore the Force once they know it's real? In a manner of speaking, Corran said, you can choose not to develop your abilities, not to seek training, not to engage with the Force actively. But you cannot unknow what you now know. You cannot unfeel what you now feel. The Force is part of you, woven into your very being. Ignoring it would be like trying to ignore your own heartbeat. Possible, perhaps, but it requires constant effort and comes at great cost to your spiritual and emotional well-being. The old Jedi gestured around the chamber at the thousands of crystals embedded in the walls. Each of these crystals represents a potential. Each one is waiting for someone to claim it, to build it into a lightsaber, to use it in service of the Force. And each one knows that many will never be chosen, that they will remain here in this temple until the moon itself crumbles to dust. They do not regret this. They do not mourn their unrealized potential. They simply exist, trusting that their purpose will be fulfilled in its own time, in its own way. What's your point? Kyle asked, though he suspected he already knew. My point is that you have a choice to make. Not now, not today, but soon. You can be like these unchosen crystals existing with potential that is never realized. Or you can allow yourself to be claimed by your destiny, to be shaped and refined into something that serves a purpose greater than yourself. Neither choice is wrong, Kyle, but one of them will fulfill you and the other will leave you forever wondering what might have been. Before Kale could respond, the chamber began to change. The walls seemed to ripple, becoming translucent, and through them, Kale could see the other children, not physically present, but visible as if through a scrying glass, each one in their own chamber having their own experience. He saw Nyla standing before what looked like a projection of her own future, tears streaming down her face as she witnessed something both beautiful and terrible. He saw Joran engaged in combat with a figure made of shadow, his Echani training evident in every movement. He saw little Biko surrounded by glowing orbs of light that seemed to respond to the Rhodian child's emotions, pulsing in rhythm with their heartbeat. They are all being tested, Corin explained, each according to their nature, each shown what they most need to see. The Force is infinitely adaptable, infinitely personal. It speaks to each individual in the language they best understand. For you, that language is visions of possibility and choice. For others, it is different. The images faded, and Kale found himself once again alone with Master Corin in the crystal chamber. The old Jedi picked up his walking stick and began to move toward the edge of the platform. "Our time together is nearly over," he said. "But before you leave this chamber, I want you to take something with you." He gestured to the crystal that had shown Coil his visions. It rose from the platform and floated toward the boy, coming to rest in his outstretched hand. The moment his fingers closed around it, Coil felt a surge of warmth, of connection, of rightness. This crystal was his. Perhaps it had always been his, waiting here for 11 years for him to find it. "Keep that safe," Corin instructed. "When the time comes for you to construct your lightsaber, that crystal will be its heart. But that time is not yet. First, you must find a teacher, must train in the ways of the Force, must learn to control the power that flows through you. The crystal will wait. It is patient. Be patient as well." Kyle slipped the crystal into his pocket, feeling its weight, its presence, like carrying a piece of the Force itself. "What do I do now? How do I find a teacher? The Jedi don't exactly advertise their training programs." Corin's laugh was gentle. "The Force will guide you, as it has guided you to this place. Trust in it. When you return to your normal life, opportunities will present themselves. People will enter your path who can help you grow. Stay open to these possibilities. Don't let your old skepticism wall you off from the gifts the universe is trying to give you." The old Jedi began to fade, becoming translucent, his form losing solidity. "Remember this place," his voice echoed. "Remember what you learned here, and remember that you are never alone. The Force is always with you, always accessible, always ready to guide you if you're willing to listen. May the Force be with you, Kyle Vrias." Then he was gone, and Kyle stood alone on the platform in the crystal chamber. But he didn't feel alone. He felt connected, part of something vast and eternal and incomprehensibly beautiful. He felt the Force flowing through him and around him, felt the presence of every living thing on this moon and beyond it, felt the threads that linked him to Nyla and Jorin and all the other children who'd made this journey. He looked up at the aurora dancing overhead, and for the first time in his life, he understood what he was seeing. Not just light, not just magnetic phenomena, but the visible manifestation of the Force itself, the energy that connected all things, that bound the galaxy together in ways that transcended mere physics. Kyle took a deep breath, feeling that energy fill his lungs, feeling it flow through his bloodstream, feeling it settle into his bones like it had always belonged there. Then he turned and walked back toward the corridor he'd entered from, ready to rejoin the others, ready to continue this journey wherever it led. The corridor seemed shorter on the return trip, or perhaps Kale was simply less afraid, more confident in his steps. When he emerged into the antechamber, he found several other children already there, each one wearing an expression similar to what he imagined was on his own face, a mixture of wonder and solemnity and profound change. Neela saw him first and rushed over, grabbing his hands. "Did you see?" she asked urgently. "Did you see what the Force showed you?" "I saw," Kyle confirmed. "Did you?" She nodded, her leku twitching with residual emotion. "I saw my home world. I saw Ryloth being attacked, saw my family in danger, and I saw myself, older, fighting to protect them. I saw myself as a Jedi Knight. Kyle, an actual Jedi with a lightsaber and everything. I didn't think that was possible for someone like me, from a world like mine. But the Force showed me it was not only possible, it was meant to be." More children emerged from their corridors, each one carrying their own revelations, their own transformative experiences. Joran spoke of confronting his fear of abandonment and learning that true strength came from connection, not isolation. Cassia described communing with ancient tree-like Force entities that taught her the patience and perspective of beings who measured time in centuries rather than years. Little Biko, clutching their stuffed toy, whispered about meeting a vision of their future self who told them they would be a great healer, someone who mended not just bodies, but spirits. As they shared their stories, Kale realized something profound. They were no longer just children who happened to be Force sensitive. They were a community, bound together by shared experience and collective transformation. They had each faced their trials alone, but they would carry the memory of this night together, a bond that would connect them no matter how far apart their paths might diverge. Varen appeared among them again, materializing so smoothly that Coil wondered if the conductor had been there all along, simply unseen. "You have each completed your journey through the temple," Varen said, pride evident in their ageless voice. "You have faced your fears, accepted your gifts, and glimpsed your potential. The Force has shown you what you needed to see, and you have proven yourselves worthy of its trust." The conductor gestured toward the entrance they'd come through, and Kale saw that the aurora outside had changed. Where before it had been primarily blue and green, now it incorporated every color imaginable, a full spectrum celebration that pulsed with joy and approval. "The Temple of Eternal Winter has one final gift for each of you," Varen continued, "a remembrance of this night, a token to carry with you as proof that what you experienced was real." The conductor raised their hands, and from the depths of the temple came floating spheres of soft light, each one drifting to a specific child and settling into their palms. Kyle's sphere was warm and pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. As he watched, it solidified, transforming into a small medallion attached to a silver chain. The medallion was carved from ice that somehow didn't melt, depicting the symbol of the Jedi Order, a stylized representation of wings and a rising sun. "These tokens are linked to this place," Varen explained. "No matter where you go, no matter how far you travel, you will always be able to feel the temple's presence. In your darkest moments, in times of doubt and fear, touch this medallion and remember what you learned here. Remember that you are connected to something larger than yourself, that you are never truly alone." Kale slipped the chain over his head, feeling the cool weight of the medallion settle against his chest. The moment it touched his skin, he felt a surge of connection, as if invisible threads were linking him to every other person who'd ever received such a token, to every Force-sensitive being who'd stood in this temple and experienced its revelations. "Now," Varan said, "it is time to return. The night grows long, and your families will wonder where you've gone. The ship awaits to carry you home." They filed out of the temple back onto the snowy plateau where the ancient vessel waited. The aurora overhead seemed to wave farewell, its ribbons of color rippling in patterns that looked almost like words in a language Cale couldn't read, but somehow understood. The temple itself seemed to pulse with light as they departed, as if bidding them well on their journeys. Inside the ship, the children settled into their seats with a quiet reverence that was very different from the nervous excitement of the journey here. They were changed. They were beginning to understand what that change meant. As the vessel lifted off, leaving the ice moon of Hoth's northern pole behind, Cale looked back through the viewing port. The temple grew smaller, becoming just a point of light among the ice and snow. But he could still feel it, could sense its presence, even as they accelerated away. The medallion against his chest grew warm, confirming what he already knew. He would carry this place with him forever, not just in memory, but in the very fabric of his being. The journey back through hyperspace passed in quiet contemplation. Some children slept, exhausted by the intensity of their experiences. Others stared out the viewing ports, watching reality twist and flow in patterns that no longer seemed quite so alien, quite so impossible. Cale found himself in conversation with Senna, the Myrialian prophet, comparing what they'd each learned. "I saw the war," Senna said quietly, her geometric tattoo seeming to shift in the dim light. "The one that's coming. I've been seeing it in fragments for months, but tonight the Force showed me clearly. There's a darkness rising, Cale. Something that will challenge everything the Jedi stand for. Something that will force all of us to choose sides." "I saw it too," Cale admitted, "or a version of it. Master Corran, the Force spirit I met, he said the galaxy was standing on the edge of great upheaval. He said our generation would have to make choices that would define the fate of countless others." Senna nodded slowly. "My vision showed me that some of us won't survive what's coming. Some will fall to the dark side. Some will sacrifice themselves to protect others. But it also showed me that together, if we trust in the Force and in each other, we can weather the storm. We can emerge on the other side changed, but not broken." It was a sobering thought, but somehow Cale didn't feel frightened. He felt prepared, or at least more prepared than he'd been before this night. He had knowledge now, understanding, a foundation upon which to build. Whatever the future held, he would face it with open eyes and an open heart. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes, time flowing strangely in hyperspace. Eventually, Varan announced they were approaching their destinations. "Each of you will be returned to the exact moment you left," the conductor explained. "No time will have passed in your world, though you have spent hours in mine. Your families will not know you were gone, but you will know. You will carry the truth of this night with you, always." One by one, the ship stopped at different worlds, letting children off to return to their ordinary lives that would never be quite ordinary again. Cale watched as Nyla departed on Reloth, as Joran stepped off into the night on Ashan, as little Biko scurried down the ramp on Rhodia. Each departure felt like losing a piece of himself. These connections formed over mere hours, but feeling as deep as bonds forged over years. Finally, the ship descended through Naboo's atmosphere, gliding through the snow that still fell in Theed, touching down on the same street it had lifted off from. Varen came to stand beside Cale's seat as he prepared to depart. "What happens now?" Cale asked. "After tonight? Do I just go back to my normal life and pretend none of this happened?" "You could never pretend that," Varen said with a gentle smile. "And you shouldn't try. What happens now is you live, Kyle. You make choices. You grow. You learn to trust the Force and let it guide you. The Jedi will find you when the time is right, or perhaps you will find them. The Force has a way of bringing together those who are meant to meet." The conductor placed a hand on Kyle's shoulder. "You have a great destiny ahead of you. Not great in the sense of famous or powerful necessarily, but great in the sense of meaningful, of consequential. The choices you make will ripple outward, affecting more lives than you can imagine. Trust in that. Trust in yourself. And never forget what you learned this night." Kyle stood and made his way to the boarding ramp. At the threshold, he turned back one last time. "Thank you," he said simply, "for everything." Varen bowed slightly. "It was my honor to be your guide. May the Force be with you, Kale Vrees, always." Then Kale was walking down the ramp, his boots crunching in fresh snow, the medallion warm against his chest, and the kyber crystal a comfortable weight in his pocket. The ship lifted off behind him, rising silently into the snowy sky until it vanished as if it had never been there at all. Kyle looked up at his apartment building. In the window, he could see his own face pressed against the glass, watching the street below. He smiled, understanding now that he was seeing himself from just a few hours ago, from the moment before he'd made the choice to board the mysterious ship. He walked up the stairs, entered the apartment, and stood for a moment watching his younger self by the window. Then, as if responding to some unspoken signal, that version of himself turned away from the window and moved toward the door, beginning the journey that would bring him to where he now stood. Time resolved itself. The paradox collapsed. Kyle was suddenly back in his sleeping mat, the covers pulled tight, his family sleeping in the other rooms. Had it been a dream? Had any of it been real? Then he felt the medallion around his neck, reached into his pocket and found the kyber crystal, closed his eyes, and sensed the Force flowing through him and around him, present and powerful and unmistakably real. It had happened. All of it. He had traveled to the Temple of Eternal Winter, had met a Force spirit, had glimpsed his own possible futures, had been transformed in ways both subtle and profound. Kale settled back into his sleeping mat, the crystal clasped in one hand, the medallion resting against his chest. Tomorrow, his ordinary life would resume, but he would never be ordinary again. He was Force-sensitive. He had potential. He had purpose. And somewhere in the galaxy, in a temple on Coruscant or a hidden academy on a remote world, there were Jedi who would one day help him realize that potential, who would train him and guide him and prepare him for the trials ahead. Kyle closed his eyes and let sleep claim him, his dreams filled with visions of lightsabers and distant stars, of battles fought and won, of a future that was no longer terrifying but full of promise and possibility. The Force was with him. It would always be with him, and that made all the difference. 20 years had passed since that winter night, when Kale Vrees had boarded a mysterious ship and traveled to a temple that existed between myth and reality. 20 years during which the galaxy had transformed in ways that the young boy pressing his face against that frost-covered window could never have imagined, ways that were both more wonderful and more terrible than the visions shown to him by a kyber crystal in an ice cavern. Kyle stood now on the observation deck of a Republic Star Destroyer, watching Coruscant's endless cityscape scroll past beneath them. He was 31 years old, a Jedi Knight in his prime, and the meditation chamber on the ice moon of Hoth's northern pole felt simultaneously like yesterday and a lifetime ago. The Clone Wars raged across the galaxy. The conflict that Senna the Mirialian prophet had foreseen, that Master Corran's spirit had warned about, had finally erupted into full-scale war. The separatist movement, led by Count Dooku, a former Jedi who turned to the dark side, had fractured the Republic. Millions had died. Trillions more lived under the shadow of violence and uncertainty. And through it all, the Jedi had been thrust into a role they'd never been meant to play. No longer peacekeepers and diplomats, they were now generals and warriors, leading clone armies into battle across countless worlds. The change had been gradual, subtle enough that many hadn't recognized it for the corruption it represented until it was far too late to turn back. Kyle touched the medallion that still hung around his neck, hidden beneath his Jedi robes. He'd worn it every day for 2 decades, through his discovery by a Jedi recruiter on Naboo, through his years as a youngling in the Jedi Temple, through his apprenticeship to Master Talia Kor, through his trials and his knighting ceremony. It had never tarnished, never lost its connection to that place, where the Force itself was visible, where possibility and choice had first revealed themselves to him. Deep thoughts, young Vrees? The voice belonged to his former master, Talia Kor, a Zabrak woman whose horned cranium was decorated with intricate tattoos that marked her lineage. She'd been his teacher for 12 years, had shaped him from a promising but uncertain youngling into the Jedi he'd become. "Just remembering," Kyle said, turning to face her. "How different things were. How much has changed." Talia moved to stand beside him, her own gaze turning toward the planet below. "Change is the nature of the Force," she said, a teaching she'd repeated countless times over the years. "Nothing remains static. Everything flows, transforms, becomes something new. The question is whether we flow with it or allow ourselves to be battered by currents we refuse to acknowledge." "Master Yoda says we're losing our way," Kyle said quietly. "He believes the Jedi have become too involved in politics, too focused on military victory rather than understanding. He thinks we're blind to dangers that should be obvious." "Master Yoda is wise," Talia acknowledged. "But even wisdom can become paralysis if it prevents action when action is needed. The Separatists would crush the Republic if we stood aside. The alternative to our involvement isn't peace. It's subjugation under Dooku and his dark side allies." The argument was familiar. Kale had heard it 1,000 times from 100 different Jedi, all trying to justify their participation in a war that felt fundamentally wrong despite the rightness of their cause. They were trapped in a paradox where every choice led to suffering, where inaction and action both had terrible consequences. His hand went to his lightsaber, hanging from his belt. The weapon he'd constructed at 16, using the blue kyber crystal given to him by the Force itself on that winter night so long ago. The crystal had called to him from his pocket throughout his youngling years, patient as Master Corran had promised it would be, waiting until Kale had learned enough to channel its power properly. When he'd finally assembled the lightsaber, fitting the crystal into the hilt he'd crafted with his own hands, the weapon had ignited with a blade of the purest blue he'd ever seen, blue like the ice of the temple, blue like the aurora that had danced overhead while the Force revealed its mysteries. Looking at that blade, Kyle had felt the same connection he'd experienced in the crystal chamber, the same sense of rightness and purpose. But lately, that connection felt strained. The war was changing him, changing all the Jedi. They spoke of defending life and preserving peace, but they spent their days planning battles and leading soldiers to their deaths. They meditated on the Force, but struggled to hear its voice over the screams of the dying and the thunder of artillery. "I had a dream last night," Kyle said, breaking the silence that had fallen between him and his former master. "I was back on the ice moon, back in the temple, but it was different. The crystals in the walls were cracking, darkening. The aurora overhead was red instead of blue and green. And Master Corran was there, but he was warning me. He kept saying, 'The choice is coming, the choice is coming.' But he wouldn't tell me what choice, or when, or what it meant." Talia's expression grew grave. "Prophetic dreams are rare gifts and terrible burdens. My own master told me they're usually metaphorical, showing us truths in symbolic form rather than literal future events. But in times of great upheaval, when the Force itself is in flux, such dreams can be more direct." "You think it means something specific? Something I need to prepare for?" "I think it means you should trust your instincts," Talia said. "You've always had strong intuition, Kale. Even as a youngling, you could sense things others missed. That's why I chose you as my apprentice. Don't let the chaos of war dull that gift. Stay attuned to the Force, even when it's difficult, even when its guidance seems unclear." A chime sounded, and a hologram materialized in the air between them. It was an urgent summons from the Jedi Council. Master Windu requested their presence for a briefing on a situation developing in the Outer Rim. Another battle, another mission, another chance to prove themselves as warriors in a war that seemed to have no end. Kyle and Talia exchanged glances, then headed toward the briefing room. The conversation about dreams and warnings faded into the background, replaced by the immediate demands of duty and service. But Kale couldn't quite shake the feeling that Master Corran's warning meant something important, that somewhere in the galaxy, events were converging that would force him to make the choice the Force Spirit had spoken of. 3 months later, Kyle found himself on a frozen world in the Outer Rim territories. The planet was called Selvaris, a mining colony that had become strategically important due to its deposits of cortosis ore, a rare mineral that could short-circuit lightsaber blades. The Separatists had seized control of the planet, and the Republic needed it back. The battle had been brutal, clone troopers and battle droids clashing across ice fields that reminded Kale painfully of that winter night on Naboo, of the journey to the temple, of the simpler time when the Force had seemed like pure possibility rather than a tool for war. Now, standing in the ruins of the main mining facility, Kale surveyed the aftermath of victory. Hundreds of droids destroyed, dozens of clone troopers dead or wounded, the facility itself heavily damaged, its ability to produce cortosis compromised for months. They'd won technically, but the cost had been enormous, and the gain minimal. "Sir," one of the clone commanders approached, his armor scorched from plasma fire. "We've secured the facility. The droids are in full retreat." "Casualties?" Kyle asked, dreading the answer. 43 clones KIA, 67 wounded. We estimate over 300 droids destroyed. Numbers, statistics, lives reduced to reports and data. Kyle felt something twist in his chest, a wrongness that had been growing stronger with each battle, each campaign, each strategic victory purchased with blood and suffering. "See to the wounded," he instructed, "and prepare the facility for Republic occupation. I'll be in the command center reviewing our next objectives." The clone saluted and departed, leaving Kale alone among the wreckage. He closed his eyes and reached out through the Force, trying to find a peace that had always sustained him before the war. But all he felt was turmoil, conflict, the echoes of violence and death that permeated this place like radiation. His comm device chirped, a priority message from Coruscant. Kyle activated the hologram and found himself facing the blue-tinted image of Master Yoda, the ancient Jedi Grand Master, whose wisdom spanned centuries. "Kale Vreese," Yoda said, his voice raspy but strong. "A mission for you I have. Return to Coruscant you must. Speak with you privately I need to." "Of course, Master," Kyle responded, bowing slightly despite the fact that Yoda couldn't see the gesture through the hologram. "I'll depart immediately." "Good. Urgent this is. Come quickly." The hologram flickered and died. Kyle stood in the frozen ruins, trying to process this unexpected summons. Master Yoda rarely called individual Jedi for private meetings. Whatever this was about, it was important. Perhaps even connected to the prophetic dream he'd had months earlier, the warning about a coming choice. He gathered his things and made his way to his starfighter, a modified Eta II Actis-class interceptor that had served him well throughout the war. As he settled into the cockpit and began pre-flight checks, he found his hand unconsciously moving to the medallion around its neck, the ice token that had never melted, never lost its connection to the temple on the ice moon. He squeezed it gently, and for just a moment, he felt what he always felt when he touched it. The presence of something vast and timeless, the echo of that night when he'd been 11 years old and the galaxy had seemed full of possibility rather than pain. The journey to Coruscant took 2 days through hyperspace. Kyle spent much of that time in meditation, trying to quiet his thoughts and open himself fully to the Force. But the visions that came were troubling. He saw shadows gathering around the Jedi Temple, saw familiar faces twisted with anger and betrayal, saw the temple itself burning, its ancient halls consumed by fire and darkness. Were these prophetic visions or merely his own anxieties given form? Kale couldn't tell. The line between genuine foresight and projection of one's own fears grew blurrier the more chaotic the galaxy became, the more the dark side gained strength. When he finally arrived at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, Kale was immediately struck by how different it felt from when he'd first seen it as a youngling. Then it had radiated peace and wisdom, a beacon of light in the urban sprawl of the galactic capital. Now it felt beleaguered, weary, like a fortress under siege, even though no enemy army stood at its gates. Master Yoda received him in the room of 1,000 fountains, the vast meditation garden at the heart of the temple. The ancient Jedi sat on a bench beside a reflecting pool, his eyes closed, his breathing slow and measured. Kyle approached quietly and knelt beside the pool, waiting for his elder to acknowledge his presence. "Troubled you are," Yoda said without opening his eyes. "Feel it, I do. The weight of war upon your spirit, heavy it has become." "Yes, Master," Kyle admitted. "I find it harder each day to reconcile what we do with what we're meant to be. We're supposed to be peacekeepers, but all I do is fight. We're supposed to preserve life, but I've led countless beings to their deaths. I'm losing sight of why we fight, of what we're trying to preserve." Yoda's eyes opened, and in them, Kale saw a sorrow that went bone deep, a pain that came from watching an order he'd served for 900 years lose its way. The right question, that is, what preserve do we? The Republic, the Jedi Order, our own lives, or something deeper, something that transcends all these things? The old master gestured for Kyle to sit beside him. "A story, I will tell you. Long ago, before even I was born, the Jedi faced another time of darkness. The Sith had risen, threatened to consume the galaxy. Many Jedi thought the only way to survive was to fight fire with fire, to embrace combat and warfare as our primary purpose." "What happened?" Kyle asked. "Lost our way, we did," Yoda said simply. "Became so focused on defeating the Sith that we forgot what we fought for. Forgot that the Force is not about victory or defeat, but about balance, understanding, connection. When finally the Sith were driven back, the Jedi who remained had to rebuild not just their order, but their understanding of what it meant to serve the Force." Yoda's gaze turned toward the reflecting pool, and in its surface, Kale could see the reflection of lights from the upper levels of the temple, thousands of tiny stars mirrored in still water. "Happening again, this is. Losing ourselves in war, we are becoming soldiers when we should remain guardians, and the Force itself grows dark in response, unbalanced by our actions." "What can we do?" Kyle asked. "The war won't end just because we recognize we're losing our way. The Separatists won't stop their attacks. Dooku and his allies won't suddenly embrace peace." "True, all of this is," Yoda acknowledged. "But change what we can. We must change ourselves. Change how we engage with the conflict. Remember that first. Always Jedi we are. Warriors only when no other choice exists." The ancient master fixed Kyle with a penetrating stare. "Called you here, I did, for a reason specific. A mission you will undertake, but not a mission of war, a mission of remembrance." Yoda produced a small data crystal from his robes and held it out to Kale. "Records of the old Jedi temples this contains, sanctuaries built in ages past, places of meditation and communion with the Force. Lost, many of them are, forgotten in the rush of war. But needed now they are, needed more than ever." Kyle took the crystal, feeling its weight in his palm. "You want me to find these temples? In the middle of a war?" "Not find them all," Yoda clarified, "but one temple in particular, the Temple of Eternal Winter. Know of it, do you?" Kyle's heart stuttered. The medallion around his neck grew suddenly warm, responding to the mention of the place from which it had come. Yes, Master, I know of it. How do you—" "Many youngling have been called there over the centuries," Yoda said with a slight smile. Rare it is, but not unique. Those touched by the Force in special ways, they find their way to that place. Or it finds them. Test them, it does. Show them their potential, their possible futures. The old Jedi's expression grew more serious. But not in many years has any youngling reported being called there. Since the war began, the temple has gone silent. No ships appear, no children are taken on midnight journeys. Something wrong is, something changed. Kyle felt cold dread settling in his stomach. You think the temple has been damaged, compromised? No, not I do, Yoda admitted, but find out, you will. Go to the Ice Moon. Enter the temple, learn what has changed and why. This mission, more important it may be than any battle you have fought. For if the temples fail, if the old places of power go dark, then lost forever the Jedi may be, no matter how many wars we win. I'll leave immediately, Kale said, rising to his feet. Wait, Yoda instructed. Alone, you should not go. Companion you need. Someone who understands what that place means, who shares your connection to it. Who? Kyle asked, though part of him already suspected the answer. Another who was called there as a child. Another who carries a medallion like yours. Her name, Neela San it is. The name hit Kale like a physical blow. Neela, the Twi'lek girl who'd sat across the aisle from him on that ancient ship, who'd shared her fears and hopes with him during the journey. He hadn't seen her in 20 years, hadn't even known if she'd survived to adulthood, if she'd joined the Jedi Order or chosen a different path. She's here? Kyle asked. On Coruscant? Arriving tomorrow, she is, Yoda said. Summoned her as well, I did. Together, you will journey to the temple. Together, you will discover what has changed. And together, perhaps, you will find something the Jedi have lost, something we need desperately if survive this darkness we hope to. Kale bowed deeply. Thank you, Master, for trusting me with this. Trust you I do, Yoda confirmed, but trust the Force more. Listen to it. Let it guide you. And remember, young Vrees, that the choices we make define us more than the powers we possess. Choose wisely, you must. Choose with your heart, your mind, and the Force together. The meeting concluded, and Kale made his way to the quarters assigned to him in the temple. He spent the night in restless anticipation, memories of that winter night 20 years ago flooding back with startling clarity. He remembered Nyla's nervous Leku twitching as they'd talked on the ship, remembered her confession that her parents didn't believe in the Force, that she'd felt isolated and alone until finding others who shared her gift. What had become of that young girl? Had she joined the Order? Become a Jedi Knight like himself? Or had she chosen a different path, using her Force sensitivity in ways that didn't require formal training? The next day, Kyle waited in one of the temple's meditation gardens, watching the sky for incoming ships. When the transport finally landed, he felt his pulse quicken. The boarding ramp extended and a figure emerged. She was taller than he remembered, her green skin darker, more vibrant. Her Leku, which had been thin and nervous on that long-ago night, were now thick and decorated with traditional Twi'lek patterns. She wore the robes of a Jedi consular, and at her belt hung a lightsaber with a curved hilt, suggesting training in Makashi, the elegant dueling form. But it was her eyes that truly captured Kale's attention. They held the same mixture of wonder and determination he remembered from that child on the ship, but tempered now with experience, with hardship, endured, and overcome. Their gazes met across the landing platform, and recognition bloomed simultaneously in both their faces. Nyla's hand went immediately to something around her neck, hidden beneath her robes, and Cale knew without seeing that she touched a medallion identical to his own. "Cale," she called out, her voice uncertain despite the obvious recognition. "Nyla," he confirmed, moving toward her. "I can't believe, after all these years." They met in the middle of the landing platform, and without conscious decision, both reached for their medallions, pulling them out to show each other. The ice tokens clinked gently as they brought them close together, and both artifacts flared with sudden warmth, responding to their proximity. "You kept it," Nyla said, wonder in her voice. "All this time." "Never took it off," Kyle admitted. "You?" "Same. It's been my anchor, through youngling training, through the trials, through the war. Whenever I felt lost, I'd touch it and remember that night. Remember the temple, the visions, the sense that I was part of something larger than myself." They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of 2 decades and countless experiences hanging between them. Finally, Nyla spoke again. "Master Yoda told me why he summoned us both. The temple is in trouble. We're being sent to investigate." "We're being sent home," Kyle corrected gently, "back to the place where we first understood what we could become. It's fitting, in a way. The galaxy is falling apart, the Jedi are losing their way, and we're being sent back to the beginning, back to the source." "Do you think we can help?" Nyla asked. "If something has corrupted the temple, if the Force itself is damaged there, what can 2 Jedi Knights do about it?" "I don't know," Kyle admitted, "but I trust Master Yoda, and I trust the Force. If we've been called to do this, there's a reason. We just need to find out what it is." They spent the rest of the day preparing for the journey. Cale requisitioned a small transport vessel, one with enough range to reach the Ice Moon's remote coordinates. Nyla gathered supplies and equipment, medical kits and survival gear in case they needed to spend extended time in the temple's harsh environment. As they worked, they talked, sharing stories of the past 20 years. Nyla had indeed joined the Jedi Order, recruited from Ryloth when she demonstrated her Force abilities to a passing Jedi Master. Her training had focused on healing and diplomacy rather than combat, though the war had forced her to learn lightsaber technique out of necessity. "I spent 5 years on Ilum," she told Cale as they loaded supplies into the transport. "Working with younglings as they went through their gathering trials, helping them connect with their kyber crystals. It was beautiful work, meaningful. But when the war started, they pulled almost all of us back to Coruscant. Now, I serve in field hospitals, mending clone troopers who've been torn apart by battle droids." "It's not what we thought it would be," Kyle said quietly, "being a Jedi. When we were children on that ship, we imagined we'd be peacekeepers, diplomats, maybe adventurers exploring the galaxy and helping those in need. Instead, we became soldiers," Nyla finished. "Generals and warriors and participants in a conflict that seems to corrupt everything it touches." They fell silent, the truth of their shared disillusionment hanging heavy between them. But there was comfort in it, too, in finding someone who understood, who'd walked a similar path and reached similar conclusions. The journey to the Ice Moon took 3 days through hyperspace. During that time, Kale and Nyla fell into an easy companionship that felt both new and ancient, as if they'd known each other for years, despite spending most of their lives apart. They meditated together, practiced lightsaber forms in the transport's small cargo hold, and talked late into the ship's artificial night about everything they'd seen and done and feared. "I've been having dreams," Nyla confessed on the second night as they sat in the transport's common area drinking synthesized tea. "About the temple. In them, I see it corrupted, twisted. The ice has turned black, and the aurora overhead burns red like fire, and there are figures moving through the halls, but I can't see their faces. They feel wrong, dark, like they don't belong there." "I've had similar dreams," Kyle admitted. "Master Corran appears in mine, the Force spirit who guided me when I was there as a child. He keeps warning me that a choice is coming, but he won't say what choice or when." "Do you think the dreams are prophetic?" Nyla asked, "or just our fears about what we might find?" "Maybe both," Kyle suggested. "The Force shows us what we need to see, but it doesn't always distinguish between literal future events and symbolic warnings. Whatever we find when we arrive, I don't think it will be what we're expecting." On the third day, they emerged from hyperspace in the system containing the ice moon. Kyle felt his breath catch as the moon came into view on the transport's forward screens. It looked exactly as he remembered. Ice and snow covering every surface, mountains carved from frozen water, vast plains of pristine white stretching to curved horizons. But something was different. The aurora was absent. Where vibrant curtains of color should have danced across the moon's atmosphere, there was only darkness. The sky above the moon was as black and empty as the void of space itself. No trace of the Force-made visible phenomenon that had defined this place. "The aurora is gone," Nyla whispered, her leku twitching with distress. "How is that possible? The aurora was the Force itself. It can't just disappear." "Nothing is impossible," Kyle said grimly, beginning their descent toward the moon's surface. "But it's definitely not a good sign." They landed on the same plateau where the ancient ship had deposited Kale 20 years earlier. The temperature outside read minus 60 degrees Celsius, well below what should have been survivable without environmental suits. But when they opened the transport's hatch and stepped out onto the frozen surface, they found the air no colder than a winter's day on Naboo. "The temple is still protecting the area," Nyla observed, "maintaining an environment where life can exist. That's something, at least." They trekked across the snow toward the temple, following the path Kale remembered from his childhood. As they approached, details became visible that filled both of them with growing dread. The ice walls that had once gleamed with inner light were now dull, almost opaque. The carvings that had seemed to move with captured life were still, frozen in place like insects in amber. The entrance archway still stood, but the light that had pulsed within it was gone. They stepped through into absolute darkness. Kyle ignited his lightsaber, and the blue blade cast dancing shadows across walls of dead ice. Beside him, Nyla activated her own weapon, a green blade that hummed in harmony with his. Together, they advanced into the temple, their lights revealing a scene of devastation. The antechamber where Varen had greeted them, where they'd learned about the temple's history and purpose, was in ruins. The floor patterns were shattered, great cracks running through the ice like wounds. Chunks of ceiling had fallen, creating obstacles they had to navigate around, and everywhere there was darkness, not just the absence of light, but presence of shadow, thick and cloying and wrong. "Something terrible happened here," Neela said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I can feel it in the force. Violence, corruption. A battle was fought in this place." But against what? Cale wondered. Who would attack a temple dedicated to understanding the Force? And more importantly, where is Varen? Where are the Guardians? They pressed deeper into the temple, following corridors that Cale remembered leading to the crystal chambers. But the paths had changed. Where once there had been clear routes illuminated by gentle light, now there were collapsed passages and dead ends, as if the temple itself had been wounded and was struggling to maintain its structure. Finally, they reached what Cale believed was the chamber where he'd met Master Corran. But it was almost unrecognizable. The thousands of kyber crystals that had adorned the walls were gone, either removed or destroyed. The platform where he'd stood and received his visions was cracked down the middle, and the aurora visible through the open ceiling was absent, replaced by an empty black sky that seemed to press down on them with physical weight. "This is wrong," Cale said, horror creeping into his voice. "This is all wrong. The crystals should be here. The Force should be thick in the air. Instead, it's like a void. Like the Force itself has been drained from this place." "Not drained," a voice echoed from the shadows. "Stolen." Both Jedi spun, lightsabers raised in defensive positions. From the darkness at the edge of the chamber stepped a figure, and Cale's heart nearly stopped when he recognized them. Varen, the conductor who had guided him and so many other children to this place, but changed, corrupted. The ethereal beauty that had defined them was gone, replaced by something twisted and dark. Their robes were tattered, their skin marked with what looked like burns or scars, and their amber eyes now glowed with a sickly yellow light. "Varen?" Nyla gasped. "What happened to you?" "What happened?" Varen laughed, and the sound was bitter, broken. "I remained faithful. I served the Force. I protected this temple for 4,000 years. And when darkness came, when the Sith Lords arrived seeking the crystal's power, I fought them, alone, unaided, because the great Jedi Order was too busy with their war to protect the sacred places they'd sworn to guard." Cale felt shame burn in his chest. "Sith Lords came here? When?" "6 months ago," Varen said. "They'd learned of this place through ancient records, discovered that the kyber crystals here were unique, infused with pure Force energy that could be corrupted and turned to dark purposes. They came with armies, with weapons designed to drain the Force itself. And I fought them. For weeks, I held them back. But I was alone, and they were many." The corrupted conductor gestured around the ruined chamber. "They took the crystals, stole them to power some terrible weapon they're building, and in taking them, they wounded the Force itself in this place. The Aurora died because the connection between this temple and the greater cosmic Force was severed. The medallions you carry, the tokens given to children over the centuries, they're the only fragments of this temple's original power that remain." Nayla stepped forward, her weapon still raised, but her voice gentle. "Varen, we're sorry. We didn't know. If you had known, what would you have done?" Varen demanded. You serve the council, you follow their orders, and they ordered you to fight their war, to defend the Republic, while the true treasures of the Force were left vulnerable to those who would corrupt them. The conductor's form began to shift, shadows gathering around them like smoke. I tried to preserve what remained, tried to hold the temple together, but the darkness they left behind was too strong. It infected me, corrupted me. I am no longer the guide I once was. I am something else now, something that exists between light and dark, unable to fully be either. Kyle felt his hand move to the medallion around his neck. The ice token was warm against his skin, pulsing with what felt like recognition or maybe sympathy. An idea began to form, desperate but possible. The medallions, he said slowly. You said they contained fragments of the temple's original power. What if we returned them? What if we gave them back, added their energy to what remains here? Would it be enough to heal this place? Varen's glowing eyes fixed on him, and for a moment the corruption faded slightly, revealing a glimpse of the being they had once been. It might, they admitted. The medallions were crafted from the temple's ice, infused with its essence. They're pieces of this place, scattered across the galaxy in the hands of those who were called here. If enough were returned, if enough of that power was concentrated in one place again, the temple might recover. The connection to the Force might be restored. How many? Nyla asked. How many medallions would it take? All of them, Varen said. Every token given over 4 millennia. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. Some belonging to Jedi who are long dead. Others carried by beings who may have left the Order or never joined it at all. Finding them would take years, decades. Or, Kyle said, the idea crystallizing in his mind, we start with what we have. We give our medallions now, begin the healing, and trust that others will follow. The Force connects all who were called to this place. If we return our tokens, they'll feel it. They'll know the temple needs them, and they'll come. It was audacious. It required a level of faith that Kale wasn't sure he possessed. But as he looked around at the ruined chamber, at the corrupted conductor, at the empty sky where the aurora should have been dancing, he knew it was the only choice that made sense. The choice Master Corran had warned him about. Not a choice between light and dark, not a decision about which side to fight for in the war, but a choice about what he valued most, what he was willing to sacrifice to preserve something that mattered more than his own comfort or certainty. Nyla met his eyes, and he saw his own resolve reflected back at him. Without words, they both reached up and removed the medallions from around their necks. For 20 years, these tokens had been their connection to the moment that had defined them, the night that had shown them their potential and purpose. Giving them up felt like giving away a piece of their souls, but it was necessary, it was right. Together, they approached the center of the chamber where the cracked platform stood. They placed their medallions on the ice side by side and stepped back. For a moment, nothing happened. The medallions sat there, small and insignificant, 2 tiny tokens trying to heal a wound that encompassed an entire moon. Then they began to glow, soft at first, barely visible, but growing brighter with each passing second. Blue light radiated from the ice, spreading across the platform, flowing into the cracks and beginning to knit them together. The light intensified, became brilliant, almost blinding in its purity, and then impossibly, wonderfully, the aurora began to return. High above, through the open ceiling, curtains of color started to materialize. Faint at first, like memories of what had been, but strengthening, growing more solid and vivid with each heartbeat. Green and blue and purple, dancing across the black sky, reclaiming territory from the darkness. Cale felt it through the forest. The temple was waking up. Not fully, not completely, but enough. Enough to begin healing. Enough to send out a call to all who had ever received its gifts, summoning them home. Across the galaxy, in meditation chambers and starship cockpits, in battle zones and peaceful gardens, beings who had once journeyed to the Temple of Eternal Winter would feel a pull, a warmth against their chests where medallions hung, a whisper in their minds, gentle but insistent. The temple needed them. The temple called them home. And in the ruined chamber, Varen began to change. The corruption that had twisted them started to recede, not disappearing, but becoming more manageable, more contained. The sickly yellow glow in their eyes faded, revealing amber once more. "You did it," the conductor whispered, wonder in the voice. "You gave up where you treasured most, not knowing if it would be enough." That's what the Force requires sometimes. Not power or knowledge or even sacrifice exactly, but trust, absolute faith that if we do what's right, the Force will provide what's needed. Kael and Nyla stood together, watching as the temple slowly came back to life around them. It would take time, years, perhaps decades, for the temple to fully recover, but it would recover. And when it did, it would once again serve as a beacon for Force-sensitive children across the galaxy, a place where they could discover their potential and make the choices that would define their futures. "What happens now?" Nyla asked quietly. "Now we go back to Coruscant," Kyle said. "We report to Master Yoda. We continue our service in this war that we didn't choose but can't ignore. But we do it differently, with the understanding that the war isn't the most important thing. The temples are the most important thing. The old places of power, the connections to the Force itself. Those are what we're really fighting for. The war will end eventually," Nyla added, "but the Force is eternal. If we lose the temples, if we let the sacred places fall into darkness, we lose something that can never be replaced." Varen approached them, moving with some of their old grace restored. "I have a gift for you," the conductor said. "Since you gave yours so freely, it's only right you receive something in return." The being produced two objects from within their tattered robes. They were crystals, each the size of a thumb, glowing with soft inner light. One was blue, the other green, matching the colors of Kael and Nyla's lightsabers. "These are the last uncorrupted crystals from this chamber," Varen explained. "Keep them, not as replacements for what you gave, but as reminders. When the war ends, when peace returns, come back here. Help rebuild what was lost. Train the next generation of younglings. Teach them what you've learned. Pass on the wisdom you've gained through struggle and doubt and eventual understanding." They accepted the crystals, feeling their weight, their power, their promise. These weren't just Kyber fragments. They were commitments to the future, obligations to ensure that what had been nearly lost would be preserved and strengthened for those who came after. As Kael and Nayla prepared to leave the temple, they turned back one last time to see Varen standing on the platform, arms raised toward the aurora that now danced overhead with growing strength. The conductor was chanting in a language Cale didn't recognize, words that seemed to resonate with the Force itself, calling to all who had ever walked these halls. The journey back to their transport was made in contemplative silence. The temple corridors were already beginning to repair themselves, ice flowing like water to fill cracks and restore pathways. By the time they reached the entrance, the archway was glowing again, pulsing with welcome rather than warning. Aboard their ship, as they prepared for the journey back to Coruscant, Kyle found himself thinking about Master Corran's warning, "The choice is coming." He'd thought it meant some dramatic decision between light and dark, some pivotal moment where he'd have to choose between obvious good and obvious evil. Instead, it had been much simpler and much harder. The choice to let go of something precious in faith that it would return multiplied. The choice to trust the Force rather than his own understanding. The choice to remember that being a Jedi wasn't about the battles you won or the wars you fought, but about the connections you preserved and the hope you maintained even in the darkest times. "Do you think they'll come?" Nyla asked as they entered hyperspace, the ice moon falling away behind them. "The others who were called to the temple, do you think they'll feel the summons and return their medallions?" "I think some will," Coyle said. "Not all. Some of the tokens belong to beings who are dead. Others were lost or destroyed over the centuries, but enough will return. Enough will answer the call. The Force will see to that." He looked at the green crystal Varen had given Nyla, at the blue one he now carried. "And when the war ends, when peace returns, we'll go back. We'll help rebuild. We'll ensure that future generations have what we had. That chance to discover their potential in a place where the Force itself is visible and tangible." "When the war ends," Neela repeated. "Do you really think it will? Sometimes it feels like it will go on forever." "All wars end," Cale said with more certainty than he felt. "The question is what remains when they do. Whether we've preserved the things worth fighting for or sacrificed them in the pursuit of victory." They fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts as the ship carried them back toward Coruscant, toward their duties and obligations, toward the war that consumed the galaxy. But they were changed by what they'd done, by the choice they'd made, by the trust they'd placed in the Force. Above the ice moon of Hoth's northern pole, the aurora danced with growing brilliance. And across the galaxy, beings who had thought their medallions were merely nostalgic tokens felt them warm against their skin. Some would ignore the sensation, others would wonder at it, but do nothing. But some would remember, would recall a childhood journey to an impossible temple, would feel the Force calling them home. And one by one, across months and years, they would make their own choices. They would return what they'd been given, adding their light to the growing restoration, becoming part of something larger than any individual, any war, any single moment in time. The temple of eternal winter would heal. The Force would flow again, and children not yet born would one day board a mysterious ship on winter nights, would journey to a place between myth and reality, would discover their potential and make the choices that would define not just their own futures, but the future of the galaxy itself. That was the true meaning of the Force, not power or knowledge or even victory, but connection, preservation, the patient work of maintaining light in darkness, of nurturing hope when despair seemed easier, of trusting that if you did what was right, the Force would provide what was needed. Kyle and Neela had learned that lesson. They would carry it with them through the war and beyond. And when their time came to guide the next generation, they would pass it on, ensuring that the wisdom gained in that crystal chamber on a frozen moon would echo through the ages, a gift given freely and returned multiplied, forever and always. If you enjoyed this journey to the Temple of Eternal Winter and want to explore more Star Wars lore, please consider subscribing to the channel and hitting the notification bell. Your support helps create more comprehensive deep dives into the rich history of the galaxy far, far away. Share your thoughts in the comments below. What Force vision would you want to see if you visited the temple? Which era of Jedi history fascinates you most? And what other Star Wars topics should we explore in future videos? May the Force be with you always. And may your dreams be filled with the dancing light of distant auroras and the promise of potential waiting to be realized. In a galaxy far, far away, where twin suns set over desert planets and frozen worlds glittered with eternal ice, where hyperspace lanes connected billions of souls across unfathomable distances, there existed a tradition older than the Empire itself, a tradition that predated the Clone Wars, that survived the fall of the Republic, and that continued in secret even under Imperial rule, whispered about in homes from the core to the outer rim. This was the tradition of Life Day, a celebration of family, hope, and the interconnected nature of all living things. And at the heart of this tradition was a delivery operation so vast, so impossibly complex, that only one family in the entire galaxy could possibly coordinate it. The tradition itself had roots stretching back into the mists of galactic history, to a time before the Republic was even a dream in the minds of idealistic senators. Life Day had begun on Kashyyyk, the Wookiee homeworld, as a celebration of the fundamental interconnectedness of all living beings. The Wookiees believed that life itself was precious, that every creature from the smallest microbe to the largest tree was part of a greater whole, a cosmic family bound together by invisible threads of existence and purpose. The celebration originally involved elaborate ceremonies, sacred rituals performed in the Rasher trees that formed the very foundation of Wookiee civilization. As the Republic expanded and species began to mingle across the stars, Life Day transformed from a Wookiee tradition into something more universal. Different cultures added their own customs, their own meanings, their own ways of celebrating the fundamental truth that life was interconnected and precious. Some focused on family gatherings. Others emphasized charity and giving to those less fortunate. Still others used the day for reflection, for meditation on their place in the grand tapestry of existence. But across all these variations, one element became nearly universal: the giving of gifts, particularly to children. The reasoning was simple, yet profound. Children represented the future, the continuation of life itself. By giving them tokens of appreciation and love, by showing them that they were valued and remembered, communities reinforced the idea that every life mattered, that no one was forgotten in the vast cosmos. It was a way of saying, you are seen, you are cherished, you are part of this family we call the galaxy. The Organa family of Alderaan had been the keepers of Life Day for 17 generations. Not the public celebrations, mind you. Those happened everywhere, in homes and communities, across 1,000 systems. No, the Organas handled something far more specific and far more magical. They delivered gifts to every child in the galaxy in a single night. Impossible, you might think, and you'd be right to think it. But the Organas had turned impossibility into clockwork precision over centuries of refinement. They had technology that made the Empire's war machine look primitive by comparison. They had intelligence networks that put Bothan spies to shame. And they had commitment, the kind of absolute dedication that only comes from knowing that millions of children were counting on you, even if they didn't know your name. High above Alderaan, hidden behind a sophisticated cloaking shield that made it invisible to sensors, floated the Life Day Operations Station. It was a massive orbital platform larger than many cities, filled with warehouses, production facilities, packaging centers, and the most advanced logistics computers ever created. The station operated year-round with thousands of workers coordinating gift production, analyzing data on children across the galaxy, and planning delivery routes with mathematical precision that would make an Imperial navigator weep with envy. At the center of this operation was Bail Organa. Not the famous Bail Organa who served in the Imperial Senate and would one day help found a rebellion. That was Bail Organa the Younger, or Bail Jr., as the family called him. No, the Bail Organa who ran Life Day operations was Bail Organa Sr., a man in his 70s with silver hair, laugh lines around his eyes, and the kind of warm presence that made everyone around him feel like family. Bail Sr. had been running the Life Day delivery for nearly 40 years. He'd taken over from his father, who had taken over from his father, stretching back through generations of Organas who had all shared the same mission: bring joy to children across the galaxy, one gift at a time. Under his leadership, the operation had reached heights of efficiency and scale that previous generations could only dream of. They now delivered to nearly 3 billion children across Republic space and even into some Imperial territories where the traditions still quietly persisted. The night of Life Day delivery was the culmination of an entire year's worth of work. Every department, every worker, every droid and computer system all focused on a single objective: complete delivery before the suns rose on the following day. It was coordinated chaos on a galactic scale, and Bail Sr. orchestrated it all from the command center, a massive circular room filled with holographic displays, communication stations, and real-time tracking systems that monitored every delivery speeder in the fleet. Bale Jr., by contrast, was a man who had never quite felt comfortable with the family business. He was technically skilled, certainly. He could read the logistic data and understand the routing algorithms. He'd spent his whole life training to take over from his father eventually, but his heart had never been in it the way Bale Sr.'s was. Bale Jr. preferred the political world, the speeches, the diplomacy, the chance to make change through legislation and negotiation rather than through toy deliveries. He helped during Life Day, of course. Family duty demanded that, but he counted down the hours until he could return to his work in the Senate. Then there was Leia, young Princess Leia Organa, only 8 years old, but already showing the fierce intelligence and determination that would one day make her a leader of the rebellion. Leia loved Life Day with the kind of pure enthusiasm that only children possess. She'd grown up surrounded by the operation, playing in the warehouses as a toddler, asking endless questions about how the deliveries worked, memorizing the names of the delivery crews, and dreaming of the day she might be old enough to help with an actual delivery run. She saw magic in what her grandfather did, not the mystical forest kind of magic, though the Organas suspected that some force sensitivity might have helped their ancestors establish the tradition in the first place. No, Leia saw the magic of bringing joy to children who needed it, of making sure that no child woke up on Life Day morning feeling forgotten. She understood, in the way that children often understand the important things better than adults, that the operation wasn't really about the gifts. It was about telling children that they mattered, that someone cared enough to remember them, that they weren't alone in a vast galaxy. The command center also housed the operation's greatest asset and greatest annoyance, depending on who you asked. GRF-0, or Granfo, as everyone called him, was a protocol droid who had been with the Organa family for longer than anyone could remember. He claimed to have been present for over 200 Life Day deliveries, though his memory banks were so old and fragmented that nobody could verify the exact number. What was certain was that Granfo knew more about Life Day operations than any organic being alive. Granfo stood nearly 2 meters tall, his bronze-colored plating polished to a shine that reflected the holographic displays around him. He had an irritating habit of correcting people, an encyclopedic knowledge of every delivery gone wrong in the operation's history, and an absolutely unshakable belief that the old ways were better than any newfangled modern approach. Bale Jr. found him insufferable. Bale Sr. found him invaluable. Leia found him hilarious, especially when he got into arguments with the modern droids about proper protocol. The modern droids in question were represented primarily by C-3PO, a fussy protocol droid assigned to the operation just 5 years earlier, and R2-D2, an astromech who served as the backup systems manager. C-3PO and Granfo had established an immediate rivalry, each convinced that the other represented everything wrong with their respective generations of droid design. Their arguments provided endless entertainment during the long hours of preparation leading up to Life Day night. The delivery fleet itself was a marvel of engineering that combined cutting-edge technology with centuries-old tradition. The primary delivery vehicle was a modified Corellian freighter called the Aurora's Gift, named after the first Organa to establish the Life Day tradition. The ship had been upgraded and modified so many times over the generations that almost none of its original components remained, but tradition held that it was still the same ship, the same way a person remained the same person even as their cells regenerated over years. The Aurora's Gift was equipped with a hyperdrive system that made 0.75 past light speed look sluggish by comparison. It needed that speed to deliver to billions of children across the galaxy in a single night required jumping in and out of hyperspace thousands of times, spending mere minutes in real space at each location before jumping again. The ship also had stealth technology that made it invisible to most sensors, allowing it to slip past Imperial patrols and planetary defense systems without raising alarms. But the ship alone couldn't complete the operation. That's where the speeder fleet came in. Attached to the Aurora's Gift were hundreds of small delivery speeders, each piloted by a member of the delivery crew. These speeders would deploy from the main ship once it reached a system, fanning out to different planets and moons to complete their assigned deliveries while the Aurora's Gift moved on to the next system. The speeders would then rendezvous with the ship at designated coordinates, reload, and deploy again. It was a dance of logistics and timing that left no room for error. The delivery crews themselves were a mix of species from across the galaxy. Humans, Bothans, Twi'leks, even a few Wookiees whose strength made them invaluable for handling the heavier packages. They were all volunteers, people who believed in the mission enough to dedicate one night a year to bringing joy to children they'd never meet. Many of them had been children who received Life Day gifts themselves once, and now they wanted to give back. Others simply believed that the galaxy needed more kindness, more moments of pure happiness, especially in these dark times under Imperial rule. Bail Sr. knew every crew member by name. He remembered their families, their stories, their favorite foods in the station's cafeteria. He made sure that the operation felt like a family, not just a business. That personal touch, that genuine care for the people doing the work, was part of what made the operation run so smoothly. People didn't just work for Bail Sr., they worked with him as part of something larger than themselves. The warehouse levels of the station were something out of a fever dream. Endless corridors filled with packages sorted by sector, system, planet, region, city, and individual child. The sorting algorithms were sophisticated enough to account for time zones, ensuring that gifts arrived when children were asleep, but not so early that the chance of discovery was too high. They factored in planetary rotation speeds, local customs about gift giving, even whether a particular family had pets that might disturb packages left in certain locations. Every gift was personalized based on data collected throughout the year. The Organas had information networks on thousands of worlds, trusted contacts who reported back on children's interests, wishes, and needs. They had to be careful, of course. Under the Empire, too many questions could attract unwanted attention. But over the generations, the family had perfected the art of gathering information quietly, of understanding what would bring joy to a child without raising suspicion about why they were asking. Some gifts were toys, of course, model starfighters, dolls representing heroes from local folklore, puzzles, and games. But many gifts were practical things that children needed, warm clothing for kids on frozen worlds, books for children who loved to read but had no access to libraries, medical supplies for families struggling to afford treatment. The Organas understood that sometimes the best gift wasn't the most exciting one. Sometimes it was the thing that told a child that someone, somewhere, understood their struggles and wanted to help. The night of Life Day delivery in the year 2. BBY began like every other Life Day for the past 40 years. Bale Sr. stood in the command center, surrounded by holographic displays showing the entire galaxy divided into color-coded delivery zones. Each zone represented approximately 300 million children, grouped by proximity and optimized routing. The displays showed real-time status updates, packages loaded, crews ready, speeders fueled, coordinates locked in. Leia stood beside her grandfather, practically vibrating with excitement. She wore a miniature version of the delivery crew uniform, red and white, with the Organa crest on the shoulder. Bale Sr. had given it to her as a Life Day gift the previous year, and she'd immediately declared that she would wear it every Life Day until she was old enough to join a real delivery crew. Tonight, she would be staying in the command center, watching the operation unfold on the displays. But she was determined to be part of it, in whatever way she could. Bale Jr. stood at his station, reviewing the final logistics reports with the kind of dutiful attention that came from obligation rather than passion. He'd already calculated that if everything went smoothly, he could be back in his quarters and reviewing Senate briefings by dawn. He had an important committee meeting in 3 days, and he wanted to be prepared. The Life Day operation was important, certainly, but the galaxy didn't stop turning because of a single night's tradition. C-3PO fussed around the command center, checking and rechecking systems that had already been checked a dozen times. Oh my, I do hope the transponder array in Sector 7 is functioning properly this year. Last year's momentary failure nearly caused a collision with an Imperial convoy, and I don't think my circuits could handle that level of stress again. R2, have you verified the backup navigation protocols? R2-D2 beeped an affirmative response that somehow managed to sound annoyed, even through droid binary. Granfo, overhearing the exchange, let out a metallic harumph. In my day, we didn't need backup navigation protocols. We knew the routes by heart. These modern droids, and their reliance on computer systems, what happens when the computers fail, I ask you? That's precisely why we have backup systems, you obsolete collection of spare parts, C-3PO retorted. Unlike your generation, we plan for contingencies rather than simply hoping for the best and blundering through. Obsolete? Why, you presumptuous little... Granfo's response was cut off by Bale Sr.'s gentle but firm intervention. Gentlemen, please, we have a galaxy of children waiting. Save your philosophical debates for after the deliveries are complete. His voice carried the kind of authority that came from years of managed not just operations, but personalities, knowing exactly when to be firm and when to be warm. The old man turned to the main holographic display and raised his voice to address the entire command center. All right, everyone, this is our night. 17 billion packages, 712 delivery crews, one night to bring joy to every corner of the galaxy. Some of you have been doing this for decades. Some of you are new this year, but we all share the same purpose, to remind children that they are seen, they are valued, and they are loved. Let's make this the best Life Day delivery in our family's history." A cheer went up from the assembled workers and crew members. Leia clapped her hands together, her eyes shining with excitement. Even Bale Jr. couldn't help but smile slightly at his father's speech. The old man had a gift for inspiring people, no doubt about it. Bale Sr. reached out and activated the master control sequence. Across the station, lights shifted from standby yellow to operational green. "Begin delivery sequence. Aurora's gift, you are cleared for departure." Far below in the main hangar bay, the Aurora's gift came to life. Its engines hummed with power, a sound that had been compared to singing by romantic souls and to a poorly tuned orchestra by more practical individuals. The ship was enormous, easily 200 meters long, its hull adorned with traditional Life Day decorations that had been painted and repainted for generations. Attached to its sides and underbelly were the deployment pods containing the delivery speeders, ready to launch at a moment's notice. Captain Merrick commanded the Aurora's gift, a grizzled veteran of both the Clone Wars and the early years of the Empire, before he'd retired to take on what he called a more meaningful mission. He sat in the captain's chair on the bridge, surrounded by his flight crew, all of them wearing the traditional red and white of the Life Day operation. "All systems green, Command. We are ready to jump on your mark." Merrick's voice was calm, professional, the voice of someone who had done this many times before and trusted his ship and crew completely. "You have your mark, Captain. Bring them joy." Bale Sr.'s voice came through the comm system warm and clear. The Aurora's gift lifted gracefully from the hangar bay, passing through the atmospheric shield into the vacuum of space. For just a moment, it hung there above Alderaan, silhouetted against the peaceful blue and green world below. Then the hyperdrive engaged, and the ship stretched into starlines, vanishing into hyperspace. The delivery had begun. In the command center, holographic displays immediately came alive with data streams. The first zone was Sector Alpha 1, encompassing the core worlds nearest to Alderaan. The Aurora's gift would spend approximately 7 minutes in that sector, deploying speeders to dozens of worlds before jumping to the next zone. Each minute was accounted for, each second optimized for maximum efficiency. Leia watched the displays with rapt attention, tracking individual delivery crews as they fanned out from the Aurora's gift. She'd memorized the names of many of the pilots over the years, and she called out their progress like a sports announcer. Grandmother Kessel just cleared Coruscant's defense grid. Lieutenant Varn is approaching Corellia. Oh, Captain Syndulla is already finished with her first deliveries on Chandrila and heading back to the ship. Bale Sr. smiled at his granddaughter's enthusiasm. This was what the operation was really about, he thought. Not the logistics, not the technology, not even the gifts themselves. It was about this feeling, this sense of wonder and connection, of being part of something good in a galaxy that often seemed dark and cruel. If he could keep that feeling alive in Leia, if she could carry it forward to the next generation, then everything they did here mattered. The first hour of deliveries proceeded with clockwork precision. Zone after zone turned green on the displays as crews completed their assigned deliveries and rendezvoused with the Aurora's gift. The ship jumped from sector to sector with perfect timing, never spending more than a few minutes in any one location, always staying ahead of the schedule, always maintaining the rhythm that would let them complete the impossible task before dawn broke across the galaxy. But the night was long, and even the most perfect machine has moments of strain. Around the 3-hour mark, as they were working through the mid-rim territories, the first complications emerged. An Imperial Star Destroyer appeared unexpectedly in Sector Delta 4, forcing the Aurora's Gift to abort its scheduled jump and reroute through a longer path. The delay was only 4 minutes, but in an operation this tightly scheduled, 4 minutes was an eternity. Other zones had to be compressed, speeders had to push their engines harder, and stress levels in the command center notched upward. Then, in Sector Gamma 7, one of the delivery speeders suffered a repulsor malfunction. The pilot, a Bothan named Kothlis, managed to complete his deliveries using only backup systems, but the incident cost valuable time and meant the speeder had to be swapped out at the next rendezvous point. More adjustments to the schedule, more pressure on the crews. Bale Jr. monitored these complications with increasing tension. Every delay, every adjustment, every deviation from the perfect plan made him anxious. He kept running calculations in his head, trying to determine if they would still finish on time or if they were sliding toward failure. His father seemed calm, but Bale Jr. knew that calmness was deceptive. The old man was making hundreds of micro-decisions every minute, adjusting and adapting on the fly, keeping the entire operation balanced like a spinner on a string. "We're falling behind schedule in the outer rim sectors," Bale Jr. said, unable to keep the concern from his voice. "At this rate, we'll be late to the Tingle Arm territories by at least 15 minutes. "Then we'll make it up in the corporate sector," Bale Sr. replied without hesitation. "The corporate sector is mostly automated manufacturing worlds with fewer children. We can shave 10 minutes from those deliveries and bank the time for later zones where we need it more." But the schedule is a guide, not a law. Life Day isn't about perfect timing. It's about making sure every child gets their gift. We adapt, we adjust, and we deliver. That's what we do. The old man's voice was gentle but firm, the voice of someone who had navigated thousands of complications over decades of Life Days. Leia tugged on her grandfather's sleeve. "Grandpa, can I help? Is there anything I can do?" Bale Sr. looked down at his granddaughter and smiled. "You're already helping, little one. You're reminding us why we do this. Keep tracking those crews and calling out their successes. Every time you celebrate someone's achievement, you're giving them energy to keep going." And so Leia did, her young voice ringing through the command center with updates and encouragement. "Commander Sato just completed deliveries to all 7 moons of Ryloth. Squadron Leader Organa just cleared the Kashyyyk system in record time." The crews could hear her through the comm channels, and more than one pilot smiled at the princess's enthusiasm, finding a second wind in their exhaustion. As the night wore on, the operation fell into a rhythm born of desperation and determination. Problems emerged constantly: sensor anomalies, unexpected Imperial patrols, mechanical failures, routing errors. But each time, the crew adapted. Bale Sr. made decisions with a kind of calm certainty that came from absolute trust in his people. Bale Jr. calculated and recalculated, his analytical mind finding solutions in the numbers even as his heart struggled to find the joy in it. The delivery crews pushed themselves to their limits and then beyond, driven by the knowledge that children were counting on them. C-3PO and Granfo even managed to set aside their differences, working together to coordinate the complex ballet of speeder deployments and recoveries. R2-D2 kept all the backup systems running smoothly, his astromech skills invaluable when primary systems showed signs of strain. The entire operation was a testament to what could be accomplished when people and droids worked together toward a common purpose. By hour 7, they had completed deliveries to over 70% of the target zones. The core worlds were finished. The mid-rim was mostly green. The outer rim was in progress, with crews pushing hard to make up for earlier delays. The operation was succeeding. Against all odds, despite every complication, they were going to make it. Leia had grown quiet as exhaustion began to set in, but she refused to leave the command center. She sat in a chair beside her grandfather's station, her eyes still glued to the displays, watching the steady progression of green zones spreading across the galactic map like hope itself, pushing back the darkness one delivery at a time. Bail Sr. noticed his granddaughter's tiredness and put a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You should get some rest, little one. There's still several hours to go." "I want to see it through," Leia said, her voice small but determined. "I want to see every zone turn green. I want to know that every child got their gift." The old man felt his heart swell with pride and something deeper, a recognition that his granddaughter understood the mission in a way his own son never quite had. "All right," he said softly. "We'll see it through together." And they did, grandfather and granddaughter standing watch over an operation that defied possibility, that challenged the very notion of what could be accomplished in a single night. Around them, the command center hummed with focused activity. Ahead of them, across the galaxy, children slept peacefully, unaware that in just a few hours they would wake to discover that someone had remembered them, that they mattered enough to be included in this ancient tradition. The Aurora's gift jumped and jumped again, deploying speeders, recovering crews, maintaining its relentless pace across the stars. Captain Merrick and his bridge crew worked with practiced efficiency, their movements almost choreographed after so many years of life days together. The ship was more than metal and circuits to them. It was the physical embodiment of hope, a flying reminder that good things still existed in a galaxy increasingly dominated by fear and oppression. As Hour 9 approached and the operation entered its final phase, a sense of cautious optimism began to permeate the command center. They were going to make it. Despite every obstacle, every complication, every moment of doubt, they were going to complete the delivery. Every child would wake to find their gift. The tradition would continue for another year. Bail Jr. checked the final calculations and allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction. The numbers worked. The schedule held. The mission was succeeding. Perhaps there was something to his father's way of doing things after all. This blend of careful planning and adaptive improvisation, of trusting people to rise to challenges rather than trying to eliminate every variable through pure control. In the warehouse levels, the last packages were loaded onto speeders. In the hangar bays, mechanics performed final checks on equipment that had been pushed to its absolute limits. Across the station, Workers who had been awake for over 24 hours found energy reserves they didn't know they possessed, driven by the knowledge that they were almost there, that the finish line was in sight. The holographic display showed a galaxy almost entirely green now, just a few scattered zones remaining in the deepest reaches of the outer rim and the unknown regions. These were the hardest deliveries, the most remote locations, the places where children lived so far from civilization that they might go years without seeing anyone outside their own families. But the Organas had never forgotten them. No child was too remote, too isolated, too insignificant to receive a gift on Life Day. Bale Sr. watched the displays with satisfaction. Another successful Life Day delivery was nearly complete. In a few more hours, they could all rest, knowing they had brought joy to billions of children across the galaxy. Tomorrow, the station would begin the long process of recovery and preparation for next year. But tonight, for these precious few hours, they had accomplished something truly magical. He glanced at Leia, who had fallen asleep in her chair despite her earlier determination to see it through to the end. Her small hand still clutched a data pad showing delivery statistics, her face peaceful in sleep. Bale Sr. felt a wave of love for his granddaughter mixed with hope for what she might accomplish someday. She had the compassion and the conviction to do great things. He could see it in her, the same force of will that had driven 17 generations of Organas to maintain this tradition against all logic and reason. The old man looked up at the displays one more time, watching the final zones slowly turn green. Soon, very soon, they would be done. And tomorrow, billions of children would wake to discover gifts they never expected, tokens of love from strangers who cared enough to remember them. Life Day Delivery, Year 2. BBY was proceeding exactly as it should. Perfect precision, successful completion, another year's tradition, preserved. Nothing could possibly go wrong now. The Life Day Delivery Expansion Section. The Organa family of Alderaan had been the keepers of Life Day for 17 generations, though the story of how they came to hold this sacred trust was itself a tale worth remembering. In the earliest days of the tradition's spread beyond Kashyyyk, Life Day gift-giving had been a local affair, handled by individual communities and families. Parents and relatives would exchange tokens within their households, and charitable organizations would ensure that orphans and disadvantaged children received something to mark the occasion. But as the Republic grew and populations became more dispersed across the stars, as families found themselves separated by light years, and as communities fractured under the pressures of expansion and migration, the tradition began to falter. Children on frontier worlds found themselves forgotten. Families separated by military service or economic necessity couldn't maintain the customs that had once seemed so natural. The beautiful idea that every child should wake on Life Day feeling valued and remembered began to crumble under the practical realities of a galactic civilization. 300 years before the rise of the Empire, a wealthy merchant family on Alderaan decided to do something about this problem. The Organas of that era were not senators or politicians. They were traders and business people who had made their fortune in the hyperspace lane commerce that connected the core worlds. They had resources, connections, and most importantly, a deep well of compassion that had been passed down through their family line like a cherished heirloom. The first Organa to organize systematic Life Day deliveries was a woman named Aurora, after whom the great delivery ship would eventually be named. Aurora Organa had lost her own children to a plague that swept through the core worlds, and in her grief, she had turned her considerable wealth and energy toward ensuring that no child would ever feel forgotten or unloved, even if their own families couldn't be with them. She began modestly, hiring ships to deliver gifts to orphanages across the Alderaan system. Within 5 years, she had expanded the operation to cover the entire Aldera sector. Within 10 years, her network reached across multiple sectors of the core worlds. Aurora Organa innovated many of the techniques that would become standard in Life Day operations. She established information networks to gather data about children's needs and wishes. She created standardized packaging that could withstand the rigors of space travel. She developed routing algorithms that maximized efficiency while minimizing cost. And most importantly, she instilled in her children and grandchildren the philosophy that would guide the operation for centuries. Every child matters, every single one, no exceptions, no excuses. When Aurora died at the age of 93, having personally overseen 47 Life Day deliveries, her son Baron took over the operation. Baron expanded it further, reaching into the mid-rim and establishing the first permanent facility for year-round operations. His daughter Celestia pushed into the outer rim despite the dangers and difficulties of operating in less civilized space. Generation after generation, each Organa who inherited the responsibility of the Life Day delivery took it seriously, expanded it thoughtfully, and passed it on to their children with the same commitment that Aurora had first demonstrated. By the time Bail Organa Sr. took control of the operation 40 years before the Battle of Yavin, the scale had grown to something that would have seemed impossible to Aurora. The Life Day Operations Station hadn't existed in her time. The Aurora's gift, named in her honor, had been built 3 generations after her death and rebuilt and modified so many times since that virtually nothing of its original construction remained. The delivery routes now covered not just the core worlds or even the entire Republic, but reached into imperial space, into independent systems, into corners of the galaxy where Republic authority had never truly extended. Bail Sr. had inherited more than just an operation from his father. He had inherited a legacy of compassion, a tradition of service, and a promise that stretched back through 17 generations of Organas who had all believed the same fundamental truth, that kindness mattered, that every act of generosity rippled outward through the galaxy in ways impossible to fully measure, and that taking care of children was the most important work any civilization could undertake. The Life Day Operations Station itself was a marvel of engineering and logistics that few outside the Organa family and their trusted workers would ever see. Situated in high orbit above Alderaan, the station benefited from the planet's stable position in the core worlds, its relative safety from the constant conflicts that plagued the Outer Rim, and its political protection as the home world of an influential senatorial family. The cloaking shield that kept it hidden from sensors was a masterpiece of technology that had been continuously upgraded over decades, incorporating innovations from military stealth systems, both in spy tech and even some principles adapted from Jedi techniques for concealing their presence in the Force. The station's layout reflected the evolution of the operation over time. The oldest section, built nearly 2 centuries earlier, housed the administrative offices and the original control center, now used primarily for historical displays and ceremonial functions. Subsequent expansions had added manufacturing facilities where specially designed toys and gifts could be produced, warehouse levels that could store and organize billions of packages, hangar bays that could accommodate the Aurora's gift and hundreds of support vessels, and residential quarters for the permanent staff who lived aboard the station year-round. The manufacturing facilities deserve special attention, for they represented one of the operation's most closely guarded secrets. While many gifts were purchased from craftspeople and companies across the galaxy, a significant portion were custom-made aboard the station itself. Droid assemblers worked around the clock, supervised by master craftspeople who ensured quality and attention to detail. Textile fabricators produced clothing sized perfectly for individual children. 3D molecular printers created specialized items that couldn't be purchased anywhere in the galaxy. This custom manufacturing solved several problems at once. It allowed the operation to create gifts tailored precisely to individual children's needs and wishes. It provided employment for hundreds of skilled workers who lived aboard the station and dedicated their lives to the Life Day mission. And perhaps most importantly, it ensured security. By producing many gifts in-house rather than purchasing them all externally, the Organas limited the number of outsiders who knew the true scale of their operation, reducing the risk of Imperial discovery or interference. The warehouse levels were organized with a precision that would make a military quartermaster weep with envy. Packages were sorted first by sector, then by system, then by planet, then by region, and finally by individual delivery address. Each package had multiple identification markers, a barcode that could be scanned by droids, a color-coded tag that allowed human workers to sort them visually, and an RFID chip that automated tracking systems could monitor throughout the entire delivery process. But beyond the technical markers, each package also had a name. Not just the name of the child who would receive it, but handwritten notes from the workers who had packed it, little messages of encouragement or hope. For Jenna on Corellia, who wants to be a doctor someday. For Marcus on Ord Mantell, who loves his mother very much. For Sari on Dantooine, who deserves better than the Empire has given her. These personal touches weren't necessary for the logistics of the operation, but they mattered to the people doing the work. They were reminders that they weren't just moving boxes, they were touching lives. The command center, where Bale Sr. coordinated the actual delivery operations, was the heart of the entire station, a room that pulsed with energy and purpose on Life Day night. The holographic displays that dominated the space weren't just technical readouts. They were carefully designed to provide both detailed data for the coordinators and an inspiring visual representation of the mission's progress for everyone watching. When a delivery zone turned green on the galaxy map, it wasn't just a status indicator changing. It was a visible confirmation that promises were being kept, that children were being remembered, that hope was being maintained. The displays could zoom in to show individual planets, individual cities, even individual homes if necessary. They could overlay multiple data streams, delivery progress, Imperial patrol movements, weather patterns, local celebrations that might affect timing. Advanced predictive algorithms ran constantly in the background, identifying potential problems before they materialized, suggesting route optimizations, and alerting coordinators to any anomalies that might require attention. But for all its technical sophistication, the command center was ultimately about people making decisions. The computers could process data and suggest options, but the final calls always came from organic beings who understood that behind every number on the displays was a real child with real hopes and real feelings. Bale Sr. had resisted numerous suggestions over the years to automate more of the decision-making process. He believed that compassion required conscious choice, that the promise to every child only mattered if real people were actively choosing to keep it, moment by moment, decision by decision. The delivery crews themselves were as diverse as the galaxy they served. Among them were former military pilots who had grown disillusioned with war and wanted to use their skills for something constructive. Smugglers who had decided that moving toys for children was more satisfying than moving contraband for criminals. Merchants who had retired from commerce but weren't ready to stop working entirely. Adventurers who craved the challenge of navigating difficult routes and completing seemingly impossible deliveries. Many crew members had been children who received Life Day gifts themselves, who remembered what it felt like to wake up and discover that someone had remembered them, and who wanted to give that feeling to others. There was Commander Sato, a human from Mikapo, who had grown up in an Imperial-occupied system where celebrating Life Day was officially discouraged. His family had secretly maintained the tradition, and the gift he received at age 7, a set of navigator's tools, had inspired him to become a pilot. Now, he flew delivery routes that brought him back to Mikapo every year, ensuring that children there experienced what he had. There was Captain Syndulla, the Twi'lek woman who had lost her own children in the Clone Wars and had joined the Life Day operation as a way of processing her grief. She specialized in the most difficult deliveries, the ones to war zones and Imperial strongholds, pushing herself to the absolute limit, because she knew that the children in those places needed joy more than anyone. Her personal ship, which she had integrated into the delivery fleet, bore scars from near misses with Imperial patrols and hostile forces, each mark a testament to deliveries made despite enormous odds. There was Lieutenant Varn, a quiet Bothan whose entire extended family had been killed by pirates when he was young. He had grown up in an orphanage on Bothawui, where Life Day deliveries had been the only bright spots in years of institutional care. He remembered the old droid who had brought his gifts each year, remembered how that droid had taken a moment to talk with him, to make him feel seen. Now Varn made a point of spending extra time at orphanages during his delivery runs, knowing that sometimes a few words of kindness could matter as much as the gifts themselves. Each crew member had a story, a reason for being part of this impossible mission. And Bale Sr. knew these stories. He made it a point to learn about every person who worked for the operation, to understand their motivations and their struggles, to recognize their contributions and their sacrifices. This personal attention created a culture of family rather than just employment. People didn't work for the Organas. They worked with them as partners in a shared mission that transcended any single individual or family. The Aurora's gift deserved its own lengthy discussion, for it was more than just a ship. It was a symbol, a promise made physical, a testament to what could be accomplished when technology served compassion rather than conquest. The original Aurora's gift had been a modest Corellian freighter purchased by Aurora Organa's grandson, but that ship had been destroyed in a pirate attack 7 generations ago. The current vessel that bore the name had been built from the salvage, incorporating pieces of the original ship as a connection to the founding vision. Over the decades and centuries since then, the ship had been modified and upgraded countless times. Its hyperdrive system was a custom design that blended technologies from a dozen different manufacturers, optimized specifically for the kind of rapid, precise jumping that the life-day delivery required. Standard hyperdrives were designed for efficiency and long-distance travel, but the Aurora's gift needed to jump in and out of hyperspace thousands of times in a single night, spending just minutes in each location before moving to the next. This put enormous stress on the motivator systems, requiring specialized components and constant maintenance. The ship's stealth capabilities were equally impressive. Multiple layers of sensor dampening technology made it effectively invisible to most detection systems. Electronic countermeasures could spoof Imperial identification protocols. The hull itself was treated with a special coating that absorbed sensor sweeps rather than reflecting them. When the Aurora's gift wanted to disappear, it disappeared, a ghost ship carrying hope through the darkness. The interior of the ship was organized with ruthless efficiency. The bridge crew worked in shifts, with backup personnel always ready to take over if exhaustion or emergency demanded it. The cargo bays were designed for rapid deployment and recovery of the delivery speeders, with automated systems that could launch or retrieve dozens of vehicles in less than a minute. Medical facilities could handle injuries or illness among the crew. Recreation areas provided spaces for brief rest during the long night of deliveries. But perhaps the most important feature of the Aurora's gift was something less tangible. The ship had carried life-day gifts for so many years, had been touched by so many hands working toward the same purpose, had witnessed so many moments of children receiving unexpected joy, that it seemed to have absorbed some essential quality of hope itself. Crew members would sometimes speak of feeling the ship's encouragement during difficult moments, of sensing that they were part of something larger than themselves, whether this was psychological projection or something more mystical, whether the ship had somehow developed a presence in the Force. Through decades of being associated with acts of pure kindness, no one could say for certain. But everyone who served aboard the Aurora's gift felt it. The delivery speeders deployed from the Aurora's gift were marvels of miniaturization and efficiency. Each speeder was essentially a stripped-down racing vehicle with a cargo compartment designed to be fast, maneuverable, and capable of operating in a wide variety of atmospheric and environmental conditions. They could handle the frozen wastes of Hoth or the burning deserts of Tatooine with equal competence. Their pilots were trained to fly in urban environments, navigate through traffic, avoid detection by security systems, and land in impossibly tight spaces. A typical delivery speeder carried packages for approximately 50 to 70 children, depending on the size and weight of the individual gifts. The speeder's navigation computer had every address pre-programmed, with optimal routes calculated based on geography, local traffic patterns, and timing requirements. But the pilots always maintained manual control, ready to deviate from the planned routes if circumstances demanded it. Automation was useful, but human judgment was irreplaceable. The protocols for handling imperial complications had been developed through painful experience over years of operating under the Empire's increasingly oppressive rule. When the Republic had governed most of known space, Life Day had been openly celebrated, and the delivery operation had faced minimal interference. But the Empire viewed most traditions with suspicion, seeing them as potential covers for rebel activity or as distractions from loyalty to the Emperor. Life Day celebrations were discouraged in many systems, sometimes banned outright. This meant that delivery crews had to be extremely careful. They flew in stealth mode whenever possible. They avoided Imperial patrol routes when flight plans were known. They had contingency protocols for what to do if detected. Disengage immediately. Do not attempt to outrun or outfight. Preserve the operation even at the cost of failed deliveries. The missed delivery to Luke Lars on Tatooine had been the direct result of following these protocols correctly. An Imperial patrol had appeared unexpectedly, and the delivery pilot had done exactly what training dictated: abort the approach, avoid detection, return to the Aurora's gift. No one had anticipated that the database would record the delivery as complete based on proximity triggers. That particular failure had been a combination of technological glitch and human oversight, the kind of problem that even the most sophisticated operation couldn't entirely eliminate. But it had exposed a deeper question. When following proper protocols resulted in a broken promise to a child, were the protocols themselves flawed? This was a question that Leia's response would force the entire organization to confront. The year-round operations of the station focused on preparation for the single night of actual deliveries. Information gathering was continuous, with trusted contacts on thousands of worlds reporting back on children who needed to be included on the delivery lists. Some contacts were obvious: orphanage directors, community leaders, teachers. Others were less expected: bartenders who overheard conversations about struggling families, mechanics who noticed children hanging around their shops with nowhere else to go, even some sympathetic Imperial bureaucrats who quietly passed along information about families affected by the Empire's policies. This information was compiled into massive databases that tracked not just names and addresses, but also interests, needs, family situations, special circumstances. The databases were encrypted with military-grade security and stored on isolated systems that couldn't be accessed remotely, protecting the children's information from any potential Imperial discovery. Bail Sr. personally reviewed reports of children in especially difficult situations, making notes about what kinds of gifts might bring them the most comfort or hope. The gift selection process itself was part science and part art. Computers could match children's interests to appropriate gifts based on age, location, and available resources. But final decisions often required human judgment. A child who asked for a particular toy might actually need warm clothing more, A child who asked for nothing might need a gift that told them they were special, even if they hadn't asked for recognition. The workers who made these decisions took them seriously, understanding that the right gift could change a child's entire perspective on their place in the galaxy. Quality control was obsessive. Every gift was inspected multiple times before packaging. Toys were tested to ensure they worked properly. Clothing was checked for correct sizing. Books were verified to be age-appropriate and properly bound. Nothing left the station that wasn't perfect, because anything less than perfect would break faith with the children who received it. This attention to detail added significant cost and time to the operation, but it was never questioned. The promise demanded nothing less than the best. The Life Day Operations Station employed thousands of workers year-round, though the number swelled dramatically in the months leading up to delivery night. Some workers were permanent staff who lived aboard the station with their families, creating a community that existed in orbit above Alderaan but remained separate from it. Others were seasonal employees who came for the busy period and returned to their home worlds afterward. And then there were the volunteers, people who donated their time simply because they believed in the mission. Among the permanent staff were some remarkable individuals whose dedication exemplified the spirit of the operation. There was Sarah, a human woman who had started as a package sorter 40 years ago and had risen to become the director of warehouse operations. She could navigate the storage levels blindfolded, and frequently did, training new workers by having them follow her through the darkness, while she described what was in each section purely from memory. There was Cothalis, the Bothan maintenance chief who had kept the Aurora's gift flying despite mechanical problems that would have grounded any other vessel. He claimed to be able to hear when something was wrong with the ship before any diagnostic system detected it, and crew members swore it was true. They said Cothalis and the Aurora's gift had a bond that went beyond normal understanding, that he cared for the ship the way a parent cares for a child. There was Master Way, an elderly Mirialan woman who supervised the custom manufacturing facilities. She had been a celebrated artisan in her younger days, creating pieces for wealthy collectors across the core worlds. But she had given up that lucrative career to work for the Life Day operation because, as she put it, creating beauty for children who need it is more valuable than creating luxury for people who already have everything. These workers and hundreds like them formed the true foundation of the operation. Without their expertise, their dedication, and their absolute commitment to the promise, no amount of technology or planning could have succeeded. They were the ones who made it real, who transformed resources and logistics into actual moments of joy for children across the galaxy. As Life Day night approached in the year 2 BBY, all these elements came together as they had for decades before. The packages were sorted and loaded. The routes were planned and uploaded. The crews were briefed and ready. The Aurora's gift sat in the main hangar bay, its engines humming with barely contained power, eager to begin the annual mission. The command center buzzed with pre-launch activity, final checks and confirmations ensuring that everything possible had been done to guarantee success. Bale Sr. stood at his station, as he had for 40 life days before this one, and felt the familiar mixture of excitement and nervousness that never faded no matter how many times he experienced it. Every year brought new challenges, new complications, new opportunities for things to go wrong. But every year they succeeded. Every year the promise was kept, and this year would be no different. Or so he believed in those final hours before launch, when everything still seemed possible and no mistakes had yet been made. Little did he know that this Life Day would become the most important in the operation's history, not because of its scale or efficiency, but because of how it would challenge the very core of what they were trying to accomplish. Sometimes the most important lessons come not from success, but from failure. And sometimes the smallest mistake reveals the biggest truths. The clocks counted down toward launch time. Workers took their positions. Crews boarded the Aurora's gift and its support vessels. And in the command center, young Leia Organa fidgeted with barely contained excitement, ready to watch another impossible mission succeed. The mission would succeed, of course. 3 billion packages would be delivered to 3 billion children. Every zone would turn green on the displays. Every protocol would be followed. Every measure of success would be achieved, except one. And that single exception would change everything. Additional expansion, character, and world building. The droids of the Life Day Operations Station deserved their own recognition, for they were far more than mere machines serving organic masters. They were partners in the mission, each bringing unique capabilities and, in some cases, genuine personality that made them irreplaceable members of the team. GRF-0, or Granfo as everyone called him, was perhaps the most remarkable example. His exact age was a matter of some debate, even among those who had worked alongside him for decades. The droid himself claimed to have been present at the operation's founding, which would make him over 300 years old, though his memory banks showed signs of degradation that made verifying such claims impossible. What was certain was that Granfo had been part of the Life Day delivery for longer than any organic being currently alive. Granfo's chassis was an amalgamation of parts from different eras and manufacturers. His core processor was ancient, possibly dating back to the early Republic period, but it had been upgraded and modified so many times that determining its original specifications was impossible. His manipulator arms came from at least 4 different droid models. His optical sensors had been replaced dozens of times. His voice synthesizer was a custom unit that gave him a distinctive gravelly tone that sounded remarkably like an elderly human male. What made Granfo truly special, however, was his accumulated experience. 300 years or 200 years, or even 100 years of Life Day deliveries. Whatever his true age, Granfo had witnessed more deliveries than any organic being could hope to see in a lifetime. He had seen the operation grow from Aurora Organa's initial modest efforts to the galaxy-spanning enterprise it had become. He had observed the evolution of technology, the changes in galactic politics, the rise and fall of governments, and through it all, the constant need to bring joy to children. This experience made Granfo's opinions valuable, even when they were delivered with his characteristic gruffness. When he declared that a particular approach wouldn't work, he usually had witnessed similar attempts failing in previous decades. When he suggested an alternative solution, it was often based on successful innovations he had seen implemented generations ago and since forgotten by younger workers. His institutional memory was irreplaceable, a living library of Life-Day operations history. But Granfo was also deeply conservative in his outlook, suspicious of change, resistant to new ideas that diverged from proven methods. He had watched too many improvements fail. Too many innovations create more problems than they solved. This made him sometimes clash with younger workers and newer droids who wanted to try different approaches. The tension between Granfo's wisdom and his stubbornness was an ongoing dynamic within the operation. C-3PO, by contrast, represented the opposite end of the droid spectrum. Where Granfo was ancient and experienced, C-3PO was relatively young, having been assigned to the Life-Day operation only 5 years before the events of Tau BBY. Where Granfo was confident in his knowledge, C-3PO was anxious and uncertain, constantly worrying about potential failures and complications. Where Granfo trusted in tried and tested methods, C-3PO loved protocols and procedures, finding comfort in detailed instructions and clearly defined roles. C-3PO had been programmed as a protocol droid, designed for etiquette, diplomacy, and translation. The assignment to Life-Day operations had been something of a surprise to him, and he had initially felt wildly out of place among the logistics specialists and delivery pilots. But Bail Sr. had recognized that a protocol droid's skills were actually perfectly suited to certain aspects of the operation. C-3PO's fluency in over 6 million forms of communication made him invaluable for coordinating with contacts across the galaxy, many of whom spoke languages that no one else on the station understood. His obsessive attention to detail caught errors that might otherwise have slipped through less careful review. His diplomatic programming helped him smooth over conflicts between strong personalities within the crew. What C-3PO lacked in confidence, he made up for in conscientiousness. He approached every task with meticulous care, double and triple checking his work, cross-referencing data, and ensuring that everything was done according to proper procedures. This made him sometimes slow and occasionally annoying to those who preferred to work more quickly. But it also meant that assignments given to C-3PO were completed with absolute thoroughness. The rivalry between C-3PO and Granfo had become legendary within the station. They argued constantly, each convinced that the other represented a fundamentally flawed approach to their shared mission. Granfo thought C-3PO was too timid, too reliant on rules, too unwilling to trust his own judgment. C-3PO thought Granfo was reckless, too dismissive of proper protocols, too confident in outdated methods. Yet despite their constant bickering, they worked together remarkably well when it truly mattered. Their different perspectives complemented each other, creating a balance between caution and boldness, between tradition and adaptation. R2-D2 was the third member of this droid trio and in many ways the most mysterious. Astromech droids were designed to be tools, sophisticated certainly, but fundamentally utilitarian. They lacked the sophisticated personality programming of protocol droids, the complex social algorithms that let droids like C-3PO or Granfo develop distinct characters. Yet R2-D2 had undeniably developed a personality, expressed through his beeps and whistles and through his actions in ways that went far beyond his original programming. R2-D2 had joined the Life-Day operation just a year before C-3PO assigned as a backup systems manager. His official duties involved maintaining the computer networks, troubleshooting technical problems, and ensuring that the vast array of systems that made the operation possible all worked in harmony. But R2-D2 did far more than his job description required. He seemed to have an instinctive understanding of how systems should work, an almost intuitive grasp of optimal configurations and potential problems. Crew members told stories about R2-D2 fixing problems before anyone knew they existed, rerouting power systems in anticipation of surges that hadn't yet occurred, identifying potential failures in equipment that seemed to be functioning perfectly. Some attributed this to sophisticated predictive algorithms in his programming. Others, perhaps more fancifully, wondered if the little droid might have some connection to the Force, some ability to sense the flow of energy and events in ways that transcended mere computation. What was certain was that R2-D2 approached his work with something that could only be described as enthusiasm. He seemed to genuinely enjoy solving problems, to take satisfaction in making systems work better, to find purpose in contributing to the Life Day mission. His cheerful beeps and optimistic chirps were a constant presence throughout the station, a reminder that even droids could find joy in service to something larger than themselves. The relationship between the three droids, Gran Foe, C-3PO, and R2-D2, formed one of the social cores of the operation. Workers would gather to watch their interactions, finding entertainment and sometimes wisdom in the contrast between Gran Foe's experience, C-3PO's anxiety, and R2-D2's confident competence. The three droids had become, in their own way, a family, bickering and supporting each other with the complex dynamics that characterized all families, biological or chosen. Beyond the central characters in the main operations, the Life Day Operations Station was home to countless smaller stories, individual lives intersecting with the greater mission in ways both profound and mundane. There was Joe, a young human from Ord Mantell who had joined the operation as a package handler at 16 and had worked his way up to become a delivery pilot by 22. He flew delivery routes to the roughest systems in the Outer Rim, places where Imperial presence was heavy, and local crime syndicates made any operation dangerous. He did it because he had grown up in one of those rough places, and he knew firsthand how much a Life Day gift could mean to a child who had very little else. There was Nala, a Togruta woman who supervised the information networks that gathered data about children across the galaxy. She had lost her entire family in the Clone Wars and had no children of her own, but she poured all the parental love she might have given to biological children into ensuring that the Life Day operation had the best possible information about the children they served. She personally reviewed every report of a child in difficult circumstances, made notes about what kind of gift might help, and followed up afterward, when possible, to see if the delivery had made a difference. There was Tomas, an elderly human who had retired from a successful career as a starship engineer and volunteered his expertise to the operation. He spent his days in the maintenance bays, teaching younger mechanics the tricks and techniques he had learned over a lifetime of keeping the ships flying. He charged nothing for his time, accepting only room and board on the station because, as he put it, "I've made enough money. Now I want to make some meaning." These individuals and hundreds like them created a community aboard the station that functioned almost like a small city. There were families raising children in the residential quarters, couples who had met while working for the operation and fallen in love surrounded by gifts meant for other people's children. There were friendships forged in the intensity of Life Day preparation, bonds created by shared purpose and mutual respect. There were conflicts too, of course, disagreements about methods and priorities, personality clashes, and competing visions of how things should be done. But through it all, the shared commitment to the mission held them together. The residential sections of the station were designed to feel like home rather than like industrial facilities. Living quarters had real windows looking out at space or down at Alderaan, not just view screens showing external cameras. Common areas included parks and gardens, carefully maintained green spaces where children could play and adults could relax. There were schools for the children of workers, libraries, recreational facilities, even a small theater where people staged performances and showed holofilms. This investment in quality of life wasn't just compassion on the part of the Organa family, though that certainly played a role. It was also practical. People who felt at home, who had comfortable lives and strong communities, worked better. They brought enthusiasm and creativity to their tasks rather than just going through the motions. They stayed with the operation for years or decades rather than viewing it as a temporary stop in their careers. The Life Day delivery required total commitment from its workers, and the only way to sustain that commitment over time was to give people lives worth living. The culture that developed aboard the station reflected the mission in subtle ways. Generosity was celebrated, compassion was valued, competition existed, certainly. People are people, and the drive to excel is universal, but it was competition in service of the mission rather than for personal glory. Workers took pride in finding better ways to organize packages, in optimizing delivery routes, in creating gifts that perfectly matched a child's needs. Their victories were measured not in personal advancement, but in children's joy. This culture extended to how the station handled mistakes and failures. In many organizations, errors were punished, creating environments where people hid problems rather than addressing them. The Life Day operation took a different approach. Mistakes were viewed as learning opportunities. When something went wrong, the focus was on understanding why and preventing similar problems in the future, not on assigning blame and punishment. This created an atmosphere where people felt safe admitting when they needed help, where they could raise concerns without fear of retribution, where innovation was encouraged because the cost of trying something new and failing was lower than the cost of never trying at all. Of course, this didn't mean there were no standards or consequences. Workers who consistently failed to meet expectations or who demonstrated a lack of commitment to the mission weren't retained. But the bar was effort and care, not perfection. Someone who tried their absolute best and still made mistakes was valued far more than someone who performed adequately but without genuine investment. This philosophy was particularly evident in how the operation handled the increasingly difficult challenge of operating under imperial rule. The empire's rise had created enormous complications for the Life Day delivery. Systems that had once been safe and welcoming now hosted garrison forces that viewed any unauthorized activity with suspicion. Planets that had openly celebrated Life Day now did so quietly, if at all, fearing that the Empire would interpret traditional celebrations as cover for rebel activity. The Organas had to make difficult choices about how to respond to these changes. They could have scaled back the operation, limiting deliveries to safe systems and abandoning children in Imperial-controlled territories. That would have been the cautious, sensible approach, but it would have broken faith with the very children who most needed to know they weren't forgotten. Children living under occupation, growing up in systems where freedom was restricted and joy was discouraged, needed Life Day gifts more than children in prosperous core worlds where life was easier. So the operation adapted rather than retreated. Delivery crews received training in stealth techniques and evasion tactics. Routes were planned to minimize exposure to Imperial patrols. Contacts in Imperial systems became even more carefully vetted, ensuring they could be trusted not to betray the operation to authorities. The risk increased, certainly, but the mission demanded it. This commitment to serving children in Imperial space had political implications that extended beyond the Life Day operation itself. Some of the contacts who provided information about children in occupied systems were also involved in early rebel activities, resistance movements that opposed Imperial rule. The line between bringing gifts to children and supporting resistance to tyranny was not always clear. Bail Jr., with his political position in the Senate, was acutely aware of these complications and frequently urged his father to be more cautious. But Bail Sr. held firm to the principle that the Life Day delivery was not a political operation. They served children regardless of their parents' political affiliations, regardless of whether a system was loyal to the Empire or harbored rebel sympathies. A child on an Imperial stronghold world deserved a Life Day gift just as much as a child on a rebel-sympathetic planet. The moment they started making distinctions based on politics, they would have betrayed the fundamental promise that every child mattered. This neutrality was easier to state as a principle than to maintain in practice. Imperial officials who discovered the operation's activities might not appreciate the distinction between serving all children and supporting rebellion. Rebel sympathizers might question why the Organas were delivering gifts to children of Imperial loyalists. But Bail Sr. navigated these tensions by maintaining absolute consistency. The promise was to children, period, and adult politics could not be allowed to corrupt that promise. As the final hours before Life Day delivery approached in the year 7 BBY, all these elements, the history, the technology, the people, the droids, the culture, the challenges, the commitment, came together in the command center. Bail Sr. stood at his station, Leia by his side, Bail Jr. at his post, the droids ready at their stations, and thousands of workers and crew members throughout the station and aboard the Aurora's gift, all focused on the same goal. In a galaxy increasingly dominated by fear and oppression, where the Empire tightened its grip daily and hope seemed like a luxury few could afford, the Life Day delivery represented something profoundly important. It was resistance through kindness. It was rebellion through compassion. It was a declaration that no matter how dark the times became, there were still people who cared about children, who believed in joy, who would risk everything to keep a promise. The countdown to launch continued. The moment approached when the Aurora's gift would depart on its annual journey across the stars. And on thousands of worlds, 3 billion children slept, unaware that a vast operation was mobilizing to bring them tokens of hope and reminders that they were not forgotten. Everything was ready. The mission was about to begin, and nothing, absolutely nothing, could prepare them for what would happen when they discovered that despite all their planning, all their technology, all their commitment, they had failed one child. Because sometimes the most important lessons come not from success, but from the choices we make when confronted with our failures. The Life Day Delivery, Part 2. The Aurora's gift made its final jump into real space just as the first hints of dawn began touching the eastern edges of the galaxy. The ship emerged from hyperspace above Alderaan, its hull scarred from countless micrometeorite impacts and its engines running hot from a night of unprecedented stress. But it had completed its mission. Every delivery zone glowed green on the holographic displays. Every speeder had returned to its deployment pod. Every crew member was accounted for. In the command center, exhausted workers began to shut down procedures that would transition the station from operational mode back to its year-round maintenance and preparation functions. Bale Sr. stood at his station, his eyes tired but satisfied, reviewing the final delivery reports as they came in. Bale Jr. had already left for his quarters, eager to catch a few hours of sleep before his afternoon Senate briefing. The operation had succeeded, and that was all that mattered to him. Leia had woken from her brief nap just in time to see the Aurora's gift return home. She cheered and clapped as the ship entered the hangar bay, her exhaustion forgotten in the joy of knowing that they'd done it, that every child in the galaxy would wake to their Life Day gift. She tugged on her grandfather's sleeve, her eyes bright. "We did it, Grandpa. Every single child. Can we watch the reaction videos? Some families record their children opening gifts and send them to us. Can we watch some?" Bale Sr. smiled down at his granddaughter. "Tomorrow, little one. Right now, we all need rest. Even old men like me have limits." But even as he said it, he was already accessing the reaction database, unable to resist Leia's enthusiasm. A few minutes wouldn't hurt. They could watch just a couple of videos, see the joy they'd created, then get some well-deserved sleep. The reaction videos were a recent addition to the operation, made possible by the spread of holo recording technology across the galaxy. Families who recorded their children's Life Day mornings sometimes sent the footage to the Organas as a thank you, a way of showing that the gifts had been received and appreciated. It was one of Bale Sr.'s favorite parts of the entire operation. These glimpses of pure happiness, these moments of connection across the vast distances of space. He pulled up a video from Naboo, showing a young human girl discovering a handmade doll wearing traditional Naboo dress. The child's face lit up with pure delight, and she immediately hugged the doll close, spinning around her family's living room with joy. Leia watched with a huge smile pointing at the screen. "Look how happy she is. We did that, Grandpa. We made her that happy." Another video, this one from Corellia. A boy opening a model YT-1300 freighter, the kind that would one day become famous as the Millennium Falcon. His squeal of excitement brought laughter from his parents in the background of the recording. More videos followed. A Twi'lek child on Ryloth receiving a set of musical instruments. a group of younglings at an orphanage on Ord Mantell sharing gifts together. Each video was a reminder of why they did this, why the impossible task was worth every moment of stress and exhaustion. But then came a video that made Bale Sr.'s smile falter. It was from Tatooine, showing a young human boy, perhaps 6 or 7 years old, standing in front of a modest homestead at dawn. The boy was looking around with eager anticipation, checking behind moisture evaporators and in storage alcoves, clearly searching for something he expected to find. But his search came up empty. As the seconds ticked by, the boy's excitement dimmed, his shoulders slumped. He walked back inside, and the recording ended. Bale Sr.'s blood ran cold. That boy had been expecting a life-day gift. That boy had been on their delivery list, but he hadn't received anything. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Leia had noticed the change in her grandfather's expression immediately. "R2, pull up the delivery logs for Tatooine, Sector Zeta 9. I need to see the completion reports for that region immediately." Bale Sr.'s voice had lost its warmth, replaced by a sharp focus that came from years of dealing with crisis situations. R2-D2 beeped an acknowledgement and began accessing the relevant data. Holographic screens filled with delivery information showing the routes taken, the packages delivered, the confirmations logged. Bale Sr. scanned through the data with practiced eyes, looking for the anomaly he desperately hoped he wouldn't find. There. Grid reference 7492, Lars Homestead, outer rim of the Dune Sea. One package, marked as loaded onto Speeder Delta 7. But the delivery confirmation showed a timestamp that was wrong. The timestamp indicated the package had been delivered, but the time was before the speeder had even deployed from the Aurora's gift. It was an impossible timestamp, which meant it was a database error, which meant, "Oh no." The words came out as barely a whisper, "Oh no, no, no." C-3PO, still active in the command center, hurried over. "Oh my, Master Bale, whatever is the matter? Your vital signs indicate significant stress. Perhaps you should sit down before you suffer a cardiac episode. Pull up the visual logs for Speeder Delta 7, timestamp Sector Zeta 9. Bale Sr.'s hands moved across the holographic interface with urgency. The visual logs showed what actually happened during each delivery run, recorded from the speeder's external cameras for quality assurance and training purposes. The hologram resolved into a view from Speeder Delta 7's perspective. The pilot was completing deliveries across various homesteads in the Tatooine desert, working systematically through his assigned list. Then came the Lars Homestead, the modest collection of moisture farm buildings sitting alone in the vast sand dunes. The speeder approached, but just as it was about to land, an alert flashed on the pilot's screen. A proximity warning. Something else was in the airspace, something that shouldn't be there. An Imperial patrol speeder appeared on the visual logs, emerging from behind a rock formation. The Life Day delivery speeder immediately aborted its landing approach and climbed rapidly to avoid detection, engaging its stealth systems. Standard protocol when encountering Imperial forces: don't risk exposure of the operation. The pilot had done exactly what he was trained to do, but in the confusion of the near encounter, the delivery package for the Lars Homestead had been overlooked. The database had auto-logged it as delivered due to the proximity trigger, but the actual physical package was still sitting in the speeder's cargo hold. When the speeder returned to the Aurora's gift and was decommissioned for the year, that package would have been removed and sent to storage, marked as a delivery error to be corrected next year. Next year, 12 months from now. Far too late for a child who had woken this morning expecting magic and found only empty sand. We missed one. Bale Sr.'s voice was hollow. In 40 years of running this operation, we've never missed a delivery. Never. And now, Leia had been listening, her young face growing increasingly distressed as she understood what had happened. There's a little boy on Tatooine who didn't get his gift. But Grandpa, that's not fair. He was waiting for it. We have to fix this. We can't, sweetheart. The Aurora's gift is powered down for the year. The crews have all gone home. The speeders are in maintenance. We don't have any way to... Then we find a way. Leia's voice had taken on a tone of absolute conviction that surprised even her grandfather. We can't just leave him. That boy's out there right now thinking that he wasn't good enough, that he was forgotten. We have to deliver his gift. C-3PO wrung his hands in distress. Oh dear, oh my, this is unprecedented. In all my years of service, we've never had a missed delivery after completion. The protocols don't cover this situation. What do we do? What do we do? Granfo, who had been powered down in his charging station, suddenly activated and rolled over to join the commotion. What's all this fuss? Can't an old droid get some rest without younglings panicking about, "Did you say we missed a delivery?" The ancient droid's optics focused sharply on Bale Sr. In my 203 life days, we never once missed a child. Are you telling me that under your watch? Not now, Granfo, Bale Sr. snapped, his exhaustion and distress making him shorter than usual. Yes, we missed one. I'm trying to figure out how to fix it. There's nothing to figure out, Leia said, her voice carrying absolute certainty. We get in a ship and we deliver the gift. It's that simple. It's not simple at all, Princess, C-3PO interjected. Tatooine is in Imperial-controlled space. The risk of detection is considerable. And even if we could reach the planet safely, locating one specific homestead in the vast Dune Sea would require... Oh my, this is complicated. I don't care how complicated it is. Leia crossed her arms, a gesture that made her look remarkably like her father when he was being stubborn. We're the Life Day delivery service. We deliver to every child. That's what we do. So we're going to deliver this gift right now, before that little boy spends another hour thinking he was forgotten. Bale Sr. looked at his granddaughter, seeing the fierce determination in her eyes, the absolute refusal to accept that they had failed a child. Part of him wanted to tell her it was impossible, that sometimes things went wrong and you had to accept it and move on. But a larger part of him, the part that had spent 40 years ensuring that no child was forgotten, knew that Leia was right. They couldn't leave that boy on Tatooine believing he didn't matter. All right, he said, straightening up with new resolve. All right, we're going to fix this. C-3PO, is there any ship on the station still operational? Anything that could make the jump to Tatooine? C-3PO consulted his internal databases. The Aurora's gift requires at least 72 hours of maintenance before it can make another hyperspace jump safely. The delivery speeders lack hyperdrives entirely. However, the droid paused, seeming almost embarrassed. There is one ship, the old Alderaan cruiser from 8BBY. It's been in Hangar Bay 7 for years, used primarily for storage. Technically functional, but hardly what one would call reliable. The old girl! Granfo's optics brightened. I remember that ship. Built her myself. Well, supervised the construction at least. She's got good bones. A bit outdated, a bit creaky, but she'll fly. Better than any of these modern ships with their fancy computers and their backup systems that fail when you need them most. She's a death trap, C-3PO countered. Her hyperdrive is 3 generations obsolete. Her life support systems are barely functional. Her navigation computer still uses punch cards, for heaven's sake. Which means she can't be hacked by Imperial slicers, Granfo shot back. And she's small enough to slip past most sensor nets. She's perfect for a quick run to Tatooine and back. Leia was already heading for the door. Then let's go. What are we waiting for? Leia, wait! Bail Sr. called after her, but the young princess was already out the door and running down the corridor. He sighed deeply, feeling the weight of his 70-plus years. This is insane. I should wake Bail Jr. I should consult with the council. You should follow your granddaughter, Granfo said, his tone surprisingly gentle, because she understands something that maybe we all forgot in our precise schedules and perfect efficiency. She understands that every single child matters, not as a number on a display, not as a completion percentage, but as a real person with real feelings who's counting on us. Bail Sr. looked at the ancient droid, then at the holographic display still showing that sad little boy on Tatooine, searching for a gift that hadn't come. He made his decision. R2 pulled a package from storage and bring it to Hangar Bay 7, C-3PO. Plot a course to Tatooine that avoids known Imperial patrol routes. Granfo, if that ship is going to fly, I need you to make sure she's ready in 20 minutes. We're really doing this? C-3PO's voice climbed an octave. We're actually going to attempt an unauthorized flight into Imperial space aboard a decades-old ship to deliver a single Life Day package? Yes, Bail Sr. said firmly. Yes, we are, because that's what we do. We deliver to every child, no exceptions. Hangar Bay 7 was in the oldest section of the Life Day Operations Station, a cavernous space filled with equipment from previous decades and generations, spare parts, outdated machinery, and in the very back corner, covered with protective tarps and dust, the Alderaan cruiser that Granfo had spoken of. Leia was already there when Bail Sr. arrived, pulling tarps off the ship with determination that made them billow like sails. The ship beneath was, well, vintage was a kind word for it. Ancient was more accurate. It was a Corellian light freighter design from decades past, smaller than the Aurora's gift, but still substantial, with a classic triple-engine configuration and a hull that showed the patina of age. She's beautiful, Leia breathed, and in the dim lighting of the hangar, with the enthusiasm of a child who saw potential rather than problems, maybe she was. Granfo rolled up beside them, extending various tools from his manipulator arms. All right, let's get her ready. Leia, start removing the rest of those tarps. Master Bail, check the fuel cells in compartment 7. I'll handle the engine startup sequence. They worked quickly, a strange team, united by a common purpose. Bail Sr. found himself grateful for the distraction of physical work, the simple tasks of preparation that kept his mind from dwelling on the risks of what they were about to attempt. Tatooine was deep in Imperial space. They would be flying an old, unregistered ship without proper clearances. If they were caught, it could expose the entire Life Day operation. But if they didn't go, a child would spend Life Day believing he'd been forgotten. C-3PO arrived carrying the package, a small box wrapped in traditional Life Day paper with the name Luke written on the identification tag. Behind him, R2-D2 rolled in with a data pad showing the navigation plot to Tatooine. The route I've calculated avoids 4 major Imperial checkpoints and 3 known patrol routes, C-3PO explained. However, the journey will take approximately 6 hours, as we must use slower hyperspace lanes to avoid detection. There's also a 47% chance of encountering random Imperial patrols, and a 23% chance of mechanical failure based on this ship's age, and if we factor in the possibility of— "Thank you, 3PO," Bail Sr. interrupted gently. "Your analysis is noted. Now, I need you to come with us. We'll need your translation protocols if we encounter any complications." "Come with you? Me? Oh my, I'm not designed for field operations. I'm a protocol droid. My circuits aren't rated for this level of stress." "Perfect. Then you'll fit right in with the ship," Granfo said, with what might have been droid humor. "Now get aboard before I reprogram your personality matrix to something less annoying." The interior of the old cruiser was a time capsule from a different era of space travel. Manual controls instead of touchscreens, analog readouts instead of holographic displays, seats that were actually comfortable rather than ergonomically optimized. Leia claimed the co-pilot's chair immediately, strapping in with practiced ease despite her young age. Bail Sr. settled into the pilot's chair, his hands moving over controls he hadn't touched in decades. It came back to him, though, the feel of manual flight, the direct connection between pilot and ship that newer vessels with their computer assist systems had lost. There was something almost nostalgic about it, something that reminded him of his own youth when he'd first learned to fly. All systems are, well, functioning might be too strong a word. All systems are present and responding to input, Granfo reported from the engineering station. We have power, we have life support, we have a hyperdrive that probably won't explode. What more could you ask for? Confidence, C-3PO suggested weakly from where he'd wedged himself into a corner near the communication station. R2-D2 beeped from the navigation console, and the display lit up with their course to Tatooine. It was indeed a circuitous route, looping well away from the most direct path to avoid detection, but it would get them there. Bail Sr. activated the comm system. "Command Center, this is, well, I suppose this is Hangar Bay 7. We're departing on an emergency delivery run. Log it as a special circumstances mission." A confused voice crackled back through the old speakers. "Sir? Master Bail? Is that you? We show you aboard the Old Girl. That ship hasn't flown in years. Are you sure?" "I'm sure. We'll be back in approximately 12 hours. Monitor our course and be ready to assist if we run into trouble." He closed the comm channel before anyone could raise further objections. "All right, let's bring joy to a child." The old cruiser lifted from the hangar bay with a groan of protest from systems that hadn't been used in years. But she lifted. She cleared the atmospheric shield, and for a moment they hung in space above Alderaan, the beautiful blue and green world spread out beneath them. Then Bail Sr. engaged the hyperdrive. There was a moment of terrible grinding noise that made C-3PO emit a shriek of alarm. But then the stars stretched into lines and they were away, racing through hyperspace on their impossible mission. The journey through hyperspace was uncomfortable. The old cruiser shook and rattled in ways that modern ships simply didn't. Every few minutes, some alarm would sound, indicating a system operating outside its optimal parameters. Granville would investigate, make some adjustment, and the alarm would quiet for a while. "Tell me about the boy," Leia said, breaking the tense silence. "The one we're delivering to. Luke, what's his story?" Bale Sr. pulled up the file on his datapad. "Luke Lars lives with his Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru on a moisture farm in the Dune Sea. Parents deceased, foster child. His uncle is a hard-working farmer, makes enough to keep them fed, but not much more. Luke's gift request was simple, a model starfighter. He wants to be a pilot someday." "Did we get him a good one?" Leia asked. "The best model starfighter we had? We got him an X-Wing model, top of the line, detailed enough to help him learn the systems if he ever does become a pilot." Bale Sr. smiled softly. "Your grandfather on your mother's side helped design the X-Wing, you know. I thought it was appropriate." Leia nodded seriously. "When we deliver it, can I be the one to give it to him, please?" "We'll see. First, we have to get there without being caught by the Empire." But even as he'd said it, Bale Sr. knew he would let her. This was her mission more than his. She was the one who had refused to accept that they could leave a child behind. She deserved to be the one to make the delivery. The hours passed slowly. They dropped out of hyperspace several times to change course and avoid potential Imperial presence. Each re-entry into normal space a moment of breath-holding tension until they confirmed they were alone. The ship held together, though Granville spent much of the journey in the engine compartment, coaxing life from systems that, by all rights, should have failed years ago. C-3PO narrated their doom every few minutes. "The port engine is running 15% hot. We're down to backup life support in sectors 3 through 7. The hyperdrive motivator is making a sound that I can only describe as deeply concerning." But despite his constant predictions of imminent destruction, the old cruiser kept flying. R2-D2, for his part, seemed to be enjoying the adventure. The little astromech beeped cheerfully, interfacing with the ship's ancient systems and finding ways to optimize their performance that the original designers probably never imagined. At one point, he managed to increase their hyperspace speed by 2% through some clever rerouting of power systems, earning a grudging compliment even from Granville. They were 4 hours into the journey when they encountered their first real problem. Dropping out of hyperspace near the Arcana sector to make a course correction, they found themselves much closer to an Imperial Star Destroyer than the navigation computers had predicted. "Oh my stars!" C-3PO shrieked. "We're doomed! They'll detect us! They'll capture us! They'll scrap me for parts!" Bale Sr. immediately killed their engines and activated every stealth system the old ship possessed, which admittedly weren't many. They drifted, running on minimal power, hoping that the Star Destroyer's sensors would overlook one small ancient freighter amid all the cosmic debris of the sector. The massive Imperial warship hung in space like a predator, its triangular hull bristling with weapons. On its bridge, officers would be monitoring sensor displays, looking for any sign of rebel activity or unauthorized vessels. The old cruiser was so outdated that it might not even register as a threat, or it might stand out precisely because of how unusual it was. seconds stretched into minutes. The Star Destroyer continued its patrol pattern, seemingly oblivious to the small ship drifting in its sensor shadow. Leia gripped the armrests of her chair, her knuckles white, but she didn't make a sound. Even at 8 years old, she understood the need for absolute quiet. Finally, after what felt like an eternity but was probably only 10 minutes, the Star Destroyer completed its patrol sweep and jumped to hyperspace. The old cruiser was alone in the sector. Bale Sr. let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That was too close. "Shall we return to Alderaan, sir?" C-3PO asked hopefully. "I think we've demonstrated admirable effort. Surely no one could fault us for—" "We're going to Tatooine," Leia said firmly. "We didn't come all this way to turn back now." Bale Sr. looked at his granddaughter and saw himself reflected there, the same stubbornness that had led him to run life-day deliveries for 40 years despite all the logical reasons to stop. "The princess is right. We continue." They jumped back into hyperspace and pressed on. The final approach to Tatooine came as the system's twin suns were setting, painting the desert world in shades of orange and red. Bale Sr. brought the old cruiser in low, skimming the atmosphere to avoid detection by orbital sensors. Imperial presence on Tatooine was lighter than on core worlds, but it still existed. Mos Eisley had a garrison, and there were regular patrols across the more populated areas. But the Dune Sea, where Luke Lars lived, was largely ignored by the Empire. Too remote, too poor, too irrelevant to waste resources patrolling. That isolation had protected Luke's family from Imperial attention. Today, it would also protect the Life-Day delivery that was running 12 hours late. "There," Leia pointed at the navigation display. "Grid reference 7492. That's the Lars homestead." The display showed a single structure in the vast emptiness of the sand dunes, a partially underground moisture farm that looked tiny against the scale of the desert. Bale Sr. brought the ship down a few kilometers away, not wanting to land directly at the homestead and potentially frighten the family. They sat down in a depression between two dunes, the old cruiser settling onto the sand with a final groan of tired machinery. For a moment, nobody moved. They'd made it. Against all odds, across hundreds of light years, avoiding Imperial patrols and mechanical failure, they had reached Tatooine. "Grandfo, stay with the ship and keep the engines warm," Bale Sr. said, unstrapping from the pilot's chair. "If we need to leave quickly, I want to be able to lift off immediately. R2, monitor local comm channels for any sign of Imperial activity. C-3PO, you're with Leia and me." "I was afraid you'd say that," the protocol droid muttered, but he followed them to the cargo ramp. The heat of Tatooine hit them like a physical force when the ramp lowered. Even in the evening, the desert retained its warmth, the air dry enough to parch throats within minutes. Bale Sr. grabbed the package, Luke's X-Wing model wrapped in traditional Life-Day paper, and together with Leia and C-3PO, they began walking toward the Lars homestead. The sand shifted under their feet, making the journey more difficult than it looked. Leia struggled at first, her shorter legs sinking deeper into the dunes, but she refused to be carried. She walked beside her grandfather with determination, focused on the mission. As they crested the final dune, the Lars homestead came into full view. It was a humble place, built partially underground to escape the worst of the desert heat. Moisture evaporators stood like sentinels around the perimeter, drawing precious water from the air. A few speeders and farming equipment sat in various states of repair near the main entrance. And there, sitting on the edge of the entrance ramp, was a small figure, a boy, probably 6 or 7 years old, with sandy blonde hair and wearing simple farm clothes. He was staring out at the desert, his posture suggesting sadness or disappointment. Luke Lars, the child they had traveled across the galaxy to find. Leia didn't wait for her grandfather's signal. She took the package from Bale Sr.'s hands and marched down the dune toward the homestead, her red and white Life Day delivery uniform bright against the sand. Luke noticed them when they were about 30 meters away. He stood up, shading his eyes against the setting suns, clearly confused about who these strangers might be and why they were approaching his isolated home. Leia waved. "Luke! Luke Lars!" The boy's confusion deepened, but he didn't run. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the hope of a child who still believed in good things despite disappointment. He walked toward them, meeting them halfway between the homestead and the dune. "Who are you?" Luke asked, his voice young and uncertain. Leia held out the package, and her face broke into the widest smile. "We're the Life Day delivery service, and this is for you." Luke stared at the package, then at Leia, then back at the package. "But Life Day was this morning. I checked. There was nothing." "I know," Leia said gently. "We made a mistake. An Imperial patrol scared off our delivery speeder, and your package got left behind by accident. But we couldn't let you spend Life Day thinking you'd been forgotten. So we came, right now, to make sure you got your gift." "You came all the way here just for me?" Luke's voice was filled with wonder. "Every child matters," Leia said, echoing her grandfather's philosophy. "Every single one. Now open it. See what you got." Luke took the package with trembling hands. He carefully unwrapped it, saving the paper as if it were precious, revealing the box beneath. When he opened the box and saw the X-Wing model inside, his face transformed. Pure joy, the kind that only children can express, radiated from him. "An X-Wing, a real X-Wing model. I've wanted one of these forever." He looked up at Leia, his eyes shining. Thank you so much. I thought I hadn't been good enough this year. I thought I'd been forgotten." Leia shook her head. "You're not forgotten, Luke. You'll never be forgotten." From the homestead, voices called out. An older couple had emerged, clearly Luke's uncle and aunt, alarmed by the presence of strangers. They started hurrying over, concern on their faces. Bale Sr. stepped forward, his hands raised in a peaceful gesture. "We mean no harm. We're just delivering a Life Day package that was delayed. We'll be leaving now." Owen Lars looked suspicious, his desert-hardened face skeptical of strangers bearing gifts. But Beru Lars saw the joy on Luke's face, saw the precious X-Wing model in his hands, and her expression softened. "You're really the Life Day delivery?" she asked, wonder in her voice. "We thought it was just stories." "It's real," Bale Sr. confirmed, "and we're very sorry for the delay. It won't happen again." Luke was already examining the X-Wing model with fascination, his fingers tracing over the detailed components, his imagination clearly soaring with thoughts of space battles and heroic flights. For him, the moment of disappointment from this morning was already fading, replaced by the reality of a dream come true. Leia watched him with satisfaction, then turned to her grandfather. "We did it, Grandpa. He's happy." "Yes," Bale Sr. agreed quietly. "Yes, we did." They said their goodbyes quickly. The Lars family needed time to process this unusual visit, and Bale Sr. wanted to be off Tatooine before any Imperial patrols happened by. As they walked back to the ship, Leia looked over her shoulder several times, watching Luke and his new X-Wing model getting smaller in the distance. "He's going to do great things someday," she said with unexpected certainty. "I can feel it." C-3PO, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during the exchange, finally spoke up. "That was actually rather wonderful. I mean, highly irregular and extremely dangerous, but wonderful nonetheless." They reached the old cruiser just as full darkness fell over Tatooine. Granfo had the engines ready, and R2-D2 reported no Imperial activity in the area. Within minutes, they were lifting off, leaving the desert world behind. As they climbed toward orbit and prepared to jump to hyperspace, Bale Sr. allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Yes, they had taken risks. Yes, they had potentially exposed the operation. Yes, by all logical measures, it had been a foolish thing to do. But they had reached a child who needed them. They had turned disappointment into joy. They had lived up to the promise that every child mattered, no exceptions. That was worth any risk. The jump back to Alderaan was uneventful. The old cruiser somehow running better on the return journey than it had on the outbound flight. Maybe the ship knew it was going home. Maybe Granfo's constant adjustments had finally optimized the systems. Or maybe, just maybe, a bit of Life Day magic was looking out for them. They arrived back at the Life Day operations station just before dawn, having completed their impossible mission in less than 12 hours. The old cruiser settled into Hangar Bay 7 with a final shudder, and the engines powered down with what sounded almost like a satisfied sigh. Bale Sr. and Leia emerged from the ship exhausted but triumphant. Bale Jr. was waiting for them in the hangar, and his expression was not happy. "Father, Leia, do you have any idea how reckless that was? Flying an unregistered ship into Imperial space, risking exposure of the entire operation? For one child?" Bale Sr. met his son's gaze steadily. "Yes, for one child, because that one child matters just as much as all the others. Because our promise is to every child, not to every child except the ones who are inconvenient to reach. The operation is about bringing joy to children," Leia interrupted, her young voice sharp. "Not about maintaining perfect statistics. Not about playing it safe. It's about making sure nobody feels forgotten." Bale Jr. looked at his daughter, seeing the conviction in her eyes, the absolute certainty that what they had done was right. He saw his father watching him, not with anger, but with something that might have been disappointment that his son didn't understand. For a long moment, the three Organas stood in the hangar, representing three different philosophies about what the Life Day delivery truly meant. Finally, Bale Jr. sighed. "You're both impossible. You know that." "Yes," Bale Sr. agreed with a slight smile. "It's a family trait." "What you did was dangerous and irresponsible," Bale Jr. continued, but his tone had softened. "It was also brave and kind, and exactly what Mother would have done." That acknowledgement meant more than any grand speech. Bale Jr. helped them from the hangar bay back to the residential sections of the station, listening as Leia told him every detail of their adventure, her words tumbling over each other in her excitement. In his charging station, Granfo settled in with a satisfied hum. "Best life day in 204 years, he muttered to himself before powering down. C-3PO staggered to his own charging port, still muttering about stress levels and protocol violations, but there was something in his photoreceptors that might have been pride. R2-D2 beeped a cheerful good night and rolled off to his maintenance bay. And in the command center, now quiet after the chaos of the delivery night and the unexpected mission, the holographic display showed the galaxy map. Every delivery zone glowed green. Every child had received their gift, including one small boy on Tatooine who would grow up to destroy the Death Star and help restore freedom to the galaxy. But that's a different story for a different time. Tonight, Luke Lars was just a child who learned that the universe hadn't forgotten him, that sometimes people will go to impossible lengths to keep their promises. That hope and kindness still existed, even in the darkest times, and far above Alderaan, the Life Day Operations Station dimmed its lights and began its rest cycle, having completed another successful year. The tradition would continue. The promise would be kept. Every child mattered, every single one, no exceptions. The Life Day Delivery. Part 3. The days following the emergency delivery to Tatooine brought unexpected consequences that rippled through the Life Day Operations Station like waves across water. Word of what Bail Sr. and young Leia had done spread quickly among the workers and delivery crews. Some viewed it as heroic, a demonstration of the true spirit of the operation. Others saw it as reckless, an unnecessary risk that could have compromised everything they had built over generations. Bail Jr. found himself caught between these competing viewpoints, trying to balance his natural caution with his growing understanding that perhaps his father and daughter had grasped something essential that he had missed in all his focus on efficiency and safety. 3 days after their return, Bail Sr. called a meeting in the main conference room. It wasn't the Grand Command Center where the delivery operations took place, but a smaller, more intimate space where serious discussions happened away from the constant hum of machinery and the glow of holographic displays. He had invited the senior staff, the crew leaders, and anyone else who wanted to attend. The room was packed. Leia sat beside her grandfather, still wearing her delivery crew uniform, which she had refused to take off since their adventure. Bail Jr. stood near the door, his senatorial robes traded for simple working clothes, his expression guarded. C-3PO and R2-D2 were present, as was Granfo, who had positioned himself prominently in the front row. Bail Sr. stood at the head of the table, his hands folded in front of him, and waited for the room to quiet. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of his years, but also a clarity of purpose that commanded attention. "I want to talk about what happened," he began, "not to defend it, not to justify it, but to understand what it means for us going forward. For 40 years, I have run this operation with one goal: deliver to every child in the galaxy. We've achieved remarkable success. Our efficiency ratings are higher than ever. Our coverage has expanded to billions of children across thousands of worlds. By every measurable metric, we are doing better than any previous generation." He paused, looking around the room at the faces watching him. "But 3 days ago, we failed. We missed one child, one delivery. In 40 years of perfect records, we made our first mistake. Murmurs rippled through the assembled workers. Some nodded in agreement. Others shifted uncomfortably. The standard procedure for a missed delivery is to log it, investigate what went wrong, implement corrective measures, and ensure it doesn't happen again next year. That's what the protocols say. That's what logic dictates. Bale Sr.'s voice grew stronger, and that's exactly what I almost did. I almost accepted that we had failed one child and moved on, consoling myself with the knowledge that we had succeeded with billions of others. He looked at Leia, and his expression softened. My granddaughter wouldn't accept that. She saw something I had forgotten in all my focus on the big picture. She saw that behind the statistics and the success rates and the completion percentages, there was a real child, a real person who woke up on Life Day morning expecting magic and found only disappointment. And she refused to let that stand. Leia fidgeted slightly under the attention of the room, but didn't look away. So we flew an unregistered ship into Imperial space, Bale Sr. continued. We risked exposure of the entire operation. We broke a dozen safety protocols and probably violated several laws, all to deliver a single package to a single child on a desert world that most people have never heard of and will never visit. He paused again, and when he spoke next, his voice was thick with emotion. And it was the most important delivery I've made in 40 years. The room erupted in discussion, voices rising in agreement and disagreement. Bale Sr. let it go on for a moment, then raised his hand for silence. I know some of you think what we did was reckless. You're right. I know some of you think it was an unacceptable risk to the operation. You're probably right about that too. But I want you to understand something that I'm only now truly grasping myself. This operation isn't really about the logistics. It's not about the efficiency or the technology or even the scale of what we accomplish. It's about the promise. He gestured to the walls around them, where images from past life days hung, photographs of children opening gifts, of families celebrating together, of pure joy captured in frozen moments. The promise is simple. Every child matters. Not every child we can conveniently reach. Not every child who fits neatly into our delivery routes. Every child, period. And the moment we accept that some children don't matter enough to take risks for, we break that promise. We become just another logistics operation, moving packages from point A to point B, optimizing numbers instead of touching lives. The room had grown very quiet. Even those who had been most critical of the unauthorized flight were listening intently. What Leia understood, Bale Sr. said, his hand resting gently on his granddaughter's shoulder, is that our promise only means something if we keep it when it's hard. Anyone can deliver to the easy children, the ones in safe systems with clear routes and no complications. But that child on Tatooine, living in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by Imperial patrols with sand dunes and heat and isolation, he needed us more than most. And if we had failed him, if we had decided he wasn't worth the risk, then what would our promise mean to all the other children in difficult circumstances? What would it mean to the kids on Hoth or in the unknown regions or anywhere else where reaching them requires extraordinary effort? A crew leader named Syndulla, a Twi'lek woman who had been flying delivery speeders for 15 years, stood up. You're right. We got into this because we believed every child mattered. Somewhere along the way, I think some of us forgot that. We got focused on the job, on doing it efficiently and safely, and we lost sight of why the job exists in the first place. Others began to stand, add in their voices. A human engineer spoke about remembering his own childhood on a remote mining colony, how a life day gift had been the only bright spot in years of hardship. A Bothan pilot talked about the first time she saw a child's face light up upon receiving a gift she had delivered, how that moment had given her purpose. Bale Jr. listened to it all, his arms crossed, his expression thoughtful. When the others had finished speaking, he stepped forward. "I need to say something." His voice cut through the conversations and the room turned to him. "I've never fully embraced this operation. I think everyone here knows that. I've always seen it as a duty, something I did because it was expected of me, not because I believed in it the way my father does." He looked at Bale Sr. "When you and Leia flew to Tatooine, my first reaction was anger. You risked everything we had built, everything that generations of Organas had preserved, for one child, one gift, and I thought you were foolish. I thought you were letting emotion override logic." Leia's expression had grown defensive, but Bale Jr. held up a hand. "I was wrong. I've been wrong for years. This operation isn't about maintaining a tradition or managing a logistics network. It's about maintaining hope. It's about telling children across the galaxy that they matter, that someone cares, that they're not alone. And if we can't keep that promise when it's hard, then the promise means nothing." He turned to face the assembled workers. "I owe my father and my daughter an apology, and I owe all of you a promise. When it's my turn to run this operation, I will honor what it truly means, not just the efficiency and the scale, but the heart of it, the promise that every child matters." Bale Sr. walked over to his son and embraced him. For a moment, 3 generations of Organas stood together, grandfather, son, and granddaughter, united in their understanding of what the Life Day delivery truly represented. The meeting concluded with a resolution. The protocols would be updated. From now on, if a missed delivery was discovered, immediate action would be taken to correct it, regardless of the difficulty or risk involved. The promise to every child would be absolute, with no exceptions and no acceptable reasons for failure. But beyond the practical changes, something more fundamental had shifted. The workers and crews had been reminded of why they did this impossible job. They weren't just moving packages. They were maintaining hope in a galaxy that desperately needed it. In the weeks that followed, the story of the Tatooine delivery spread beyond the Life Day operation station. It moved through underground networks of people who still celebrated the old traditions despite Imperial discouragement. It reached families on remote worlds and in hidden communities, reinforcing their faith that the Life Day delivery was real, that the promise was genuine, and in the most unexpected places, it inspired others to take action. On Lothal, a group of smugglers who had heard the story decided to organize their own small delivery network, bringing supplies to families affected by Imperial occupation. On Mandalore, resistance fighters adopted the philosophy that every person mattered, refusing to leave anyone behind in their operations. On dozens of worlds, The simple act of two people flying across the galaxy to keep a promise to one child sparked movements of kindness and resistance against the growing darkness of the Empire. Leia, for her part, became something of a legend among the delivery crews, the young princess who had refused to accept failure, who had demanded they keep their promise no matter the cost. The crews began referring to difficult deliveries as Leia missions, a term of respect for deliveries that required extraordinary effort or courage. As the year progressed and the Life Day Operations Station began its preparations for the next delivery season, changes were evident throughout the facility. The culture had shifted. Workers approached their tasks with renewed purpose. Discussions about route optimization now included conversations about children they would be reaching. The focus remained on efficiency, but never at the expense of a promise. Bail Sr. watched these changes with satisfaction. He was getting older, and he knew that within a few years, he would need to step down and let Bail Jr. take over their operation completely. But now, for the first time, he felt confident that his son truly understood what he would be inheriting. Not just a logistics operation, but a sacred trust. Leia, meanwhile, had become even more involved in the Life Day preparations. She spent hours in the warehouses, helping sort packages and learning the names of children they would be delivering to. She studied the delivery routes, memorizing the difficult ones and asking questions about how they could be improved. And she made it known that when she was old enough, she intended to join a delivery crew herself. "You know," Bail Sr. said to her one evening as they reviewed delivery data together, "you're going to do great things, Leia, maybe greater than Life Day deliveries." "Nothing's greater than Life Day deliveries," Leia replied with absolute certainty. "What could be more important than making sure children know they matter?" The old man smiled. "You'll find out someday. But whatever you do, whatever path you choose, I want you to remember what we learned on Tatooine. Sometimes the most important thing you can do is keep a promise to one person, even if the whole galaxy thinks it's impossible or foolish. Sometimes changing one life is more valuable than any grand gesture." "I'll remember," Leia promised. And she would. Years later, when she was leading the rebellion against the Empire, when she was making impossible decisions about risking everything for small chances of success, she would think back to that night when they flew to Tatooine for one child. She would remember that every person mattered, that no one should be left behind, that keeping promises in the face of impossible odds was what separated hope from despair. But that future was still years away. For now, she was simply a young princess learning the true meaning of service, of sacrifice, of caring deeply about others even when it cost you something. The Life Day season approached again. Preparations intensified. The Aurora's gift underwent its annual maintenance, its systems checked and rechecked. The delivery crews trained on new routes and reviewed old ones. The warehouses filled with millions of packages, each one representing a child somewhere in the galaxy who would wake on Life Day morning hoping for magic. And in Hangar Bay 7, the old cruiser that had carried them to Tatooine sat under its tarps once more, returned to storage. But now, instead of being forgotten, it was maintained and ready. Because the new protocol said that if another emergency delivery was needed, they would be prepared. No more scrambling to make an old ship flight-worthy. no more unnecessary risks. They would keep the promise, but they would keep it smartly. The night before the new Life Day delivery, Bale Sr. gathered his family in the command center. Bale Jr. was there, more engaged this year than he had ever been before. Leia practically bounced with excitement, ready for another night of watching deliveries and tracking the progress of her favorite crews. C-3PO and R2-D2 had been given positions of greater responsibility this year, coordinating directly with Captain Merrick on the Aurora's gift. Granfo supervised the younger droids with his usual gruffness, but there was a pride in his voice when he talked about how the operation had evolved. 17,400,000,000 packages this year, Bale Sr. announced, reviewing the final numbers. Our largest delivery ever. We've expanded coverage to include 3 new sectors in the Outer Rim and 2 previously unreachable systems in the unknown regions. Every crew member is trained on the new emergency protocols. Every speeder has backup systems. Every child is accounted for. He paused, looking around at his family and the assembled workers. But more than the numbers, more than the expansion, I'm proud of why we're doing this. Not because it's tradition, not because it's expected, but because we genuinely believe that every single child in this galaxy deserves to know they matter, and we're willing to prove it one delivery at a time. The Aurora's gift launched right on schedule, its departure watched by thousands of workers who had helped make this moment possible. The ship disappeared into hyperspace, beginning its impossible journey across the galaxy. In the command center, holographic displays came alive with tracking data. Zones began to turn green as deliveries were completed. The familiar rhythm of Life Day night settled over the station, the organized chaos that somehow always resulted in success. But this year, there was something different, a sense not just of duty being fulfilled, but of purpose being lived. Every package wasn't just a completion percentage, it was a promise kept. Every child reached was a confirmation that they mattered, that they were seen, that they were valued. Hours passed. The Aurora's gift jumped from sector to sector, its crews deploying and recovering with practiced precision. Problems arose, they always did, but the team handled them with skill and determination born from understanding what was at stake. A delivery speeder had engine trouble in the Hoth system. Another speeder diverted to cover the missed deliveries while the damaged ship returned for repairs. 0 children missed. An Imperial patrol appeared unexpectedly in the Ryloth sector. The Aurora's gift adjusted its course, taking a longer route to avoid detection. The delay was made up by optimizing deliveries in the next sector. 0 children missed. A communication glitch caused confusion about which packages should be loaded for the Kashyyyk run. R2-D2 quickly cross-referenced the data and corrected the error before any deliveries were affected. 0 children missed. Every challenge was met with the understanding that failure was not acceptable, not because of pride or perfectionism, but because every failure meant a child who would wake up feeling forgotten. And that was something none of them could accept. Leia watched it all from her station beside her grandfather, calling out successes and cheering for her favorite crews. Bale Jr. monitored the systems with the same careful attention as always, but now there was warmth in his focus, an understanding that the numbers represented real lives, real moments of joy being created across the galaxy. As dawn approached across the core worlds and the final deliveries were being completed in the most remote sectors, Bale Sr. allowed himself to relax slightly. Another successful life day, another year of promises kept, another generation of children would wake to discover that someone, somewhere, cared enough to remember them. The Aurora's gift made its final jump back to Alderaan just as the twin suns began to rise over the planet's eastern hemisphere. The ship entered the hangar bay to a standing ovation from the assembled workers. Captain Merrick and his crew emerged exhausted but triumphant, having completed the most ambitious delivery in the operation's history. 0 children missed. Perfect completion. Promise kept. The celebration in the command center was subdued by exhaustion, but genuine in its joy. Workers embraced each other. Crews shared stories of successful deliveries and close calls. Droids beeped and whirred in what might have been electronic contentment. Bale Sr. stood at the center of it all, his granddaughter's hand in his, watching his life's work validated once again. But this year, it felt different. This year, it felt like more than just maintaining a tradition. It felt like they had reclaimed the soul of what they were doing. In the days that followed, the reaction videos began to arrive. Thousands of them from worlds across the galaxy. Children opening gifts with wonder and joy. Families celebrating together. Moments of pure happiness captured and shared with the people who had made them possible. And among those videos was one from Tatooine. Luke Lars, now 7 years old, had apparently spent the entire year playing with his X-Wing model, learning its systems, dreaming of one day flying a real starfighter. His life day gift this year was a set of pilot training manuals, age-appropriate but still detailed enough to begin teaching him the fundamentals of flight. The video showed him opening the package with the same joy as the previous year, his face lighting up as he realized he was one step closer to his dream. He remembered, Owen Lars said in the background of the recording, his voice filled with wonder. The Life Day delivery actually remembered what he wanted. They care enough to remember. Leia watched the video 3 times, each time with a smile that seemed to light up the room. See, Grandpa, that's why we do this, right where? That's why it all matters. Yes, sweetheart, Bale Sr. agreed. That's exactly why. As the new year began, and the Life Day operations station settled back into its routine of preparation for the next delivery, the lessons of the Tatooine run remained fresh in everyone's minds. Protocols were updated, training was enhanced, but more than any technical change, there was a renewed commitment to the promise. Every child matters, no exceptions, no excuses. And if keeping that promise required flying across the galaxy, facing Imperial patrols, or taking risks that seemed impossible, then that's what they would do, because some promises are worth any price. Bale Sr. knew his time. Running the operation was coming to an end. His health was still good, but he was approaching 80, and the demands of Life Day delivery required energy he knew he wouldn't have forever. Within a few years, Bale Jr. would take over completely. But now, for the first time, that transition didn't worry him. His son understood, Leia understood, the crews understood. The promise would be kept, generation after generation, as long as there were Organas willing to dedicate themselves to bringing joy to children across the galaxy. And in the distant future, when the Empire fell and a new republic rose from its ashes, the Life Day tradition would continue. The Aurora's gift would still fly, though under new management with new crews adapted to new times. But the core promise would remain unchanged. Every child matters. Luke Lars would grow up to be the hero who destroyed the Death Star, who helped restore freedom to the galaxy, who became a Jedi Master and trained a new generation in the ways of the Force. But he would always remember those Life Day mornings, waking to find gifts that told him someone cared, someone remembered, someone believed he was worth the effort. And Leia, who had refused to accept that even one child could be forgotten, would grow up to be a senator, a general, a leader of the rebellion, and one of the most important figures in galactic history. She would make impossible decisions, take terrible risks, and refuse to accept failure when lives hung in the balance. And at her core would always be the lesson she learned on that night when she and her grandfather flew to Tatooine for one child. Some promises are worth keeping, no matter the cost. Some people are worth fighting for, even if the whole galaxy thinks it's impossible. Every single person matters, not because they're important to the grand scheme of history, not because they'll grow up to be heroes or leaders or change the world, but simply because they're people with hopes and dreams and hearts that can be broken or filled with joy. As the years passed and the Life Day Operations Station continued its work, the story of the Tatooine delivery became legend. New workers heard it during their training. Crews told it to each other during the long night hours in the delivery season. Children who grew up to join the operation remembered hearing about it and being inspired by it. It was the story of what happened when efficiency and heart came into conflict, and heart won. When the safe choice and the right choice diverged, and the right choice was taken. When one child, one promise, one moment of keeping faith mattered more than any statistical measure of success, the galaxy would change. Empires would rise and fall, wars would be fought and won and lost, but through it all, the Life Day delivery would continue, maintained by people who understood that sometimes the most revolutionary act is simply refusing to let anyone be forgotten. Every child matters. These 3 words weren't just a slogan or a mission statement. They were a declaration of resistance against a universe that tried to reduce people to numbers, to statistics, to acceptable losses. They were a commitment to see every individual as precious, as deserving of care and attention and effort. And in a galaxy increasingly dominated by those who saw beings as resources or obstacles or expendable assets, that commitment was more radical than any political movement, more powerful than any weapon, more important than any victory in battle, because at the end of the day, civilizations aren't measured by their military might or their economic power or their territorial control. They're measured by how they treat the most vulnerable among them, how they keep promises to those who can't enforce them, how they maintain hope in the face of despair. The Life Day delivery was more than a tradition. It was a testament to the best of what people could be, a reminder that kindness still existed, that generosity still mattered, that someone, somewhere, cared enough to make impossible things happen for no reason other than it was the right thing to do. As long as the Aurora's gift flew, as long as delivery crews pushed themselves beyond reasonable limits to reach one more child, as long as young people like Leia refused to accept that anyone could be left behind, there was hope. And hope, in the end, was the greatest gift anyone could give. So, if you've enjoyed this story of the Life Day delivery, if you've been inspired by the promise that every child matters, I encourage you to carry that spirit forward in your own life. Maybe you can't fly across the galaxy to deliver gifts to billions of children, but you can remember the person everyone else forgets. You can make the effort everyone else thinks is too much. You can keep the promise everyone else thinks is impossible. Every person matters. Every single one, including you. If you enjoyed this journey through the Life Day tradition and want to hear more stories from the Star Wars galaxy, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. There are countless more tales to explore, from the depths of Sith history to the heights of Jedi philosophy, from the Clone Wars to the rise of the Empire, from forgotten legends to the heroes who shaped galactic destiny. Hit that subscribe button to join our community of Star Wars enthusiasts who appreciate deep dives into the lore, comprehensive explorations of characters and events, and stories told